All right. Let's see what we got going on tonight. Let me do some stuff real quick. It's not early morning anymore, it's late night nonsense. I did want to try out this game called Planetary Live. Kind of look like Spore a little bit. Let's see. That's unbelievably loud. Okay, let's see what this is. In mode normal. Okay. Why does that look weird? The fuck? Let me restart it. It's weird. I don't know. It doesn't think that it should look black like that. Um Why does my game look like this? What the fuck? um Oh? Let's see. Black patches over planets. Don't know. No either. Compatibility mode? The fuck? What is compatibility mode? Compatibility mode, I guess? Let's try it. Oh, and it doesn't even... Like, it doesn't even... Well, now the... What the fuck? Well, this is really fucking annoying. I've come into contact with a lot of indie games these days that have this same issue. See if this will work for all intents and purposes. Okay. This seems to work, I guess. Balanced, it's got a ring system. Let's try it. Let's go and unlock some new skills. Ooh, earthquake. Okay. Get energy artifact. I guess this is the energy. Add a life form. Probably that, right? Oh, unlock 500. Let's see. Unlock 200. Well. Now that you have your first tools and artifacts, select the Get Energy artifact and put it on the planet. Put it here, I guess. You have placed your first artifact in the planet. Here you can check the amount of artifacts you can put on this planet, currently limited to 2. Okay. Interesting. Set the planet's core heat into a low setting. I don't know, alright. As an earthquake, don't care. We're getting energy. Go back to the skill tree. We got a life form. Just 1,000. All right. Life. Create the most basic form of life must be created in water. I guess let's go here. You have just created life for the first time. Congratulations. Luca. Okay. Lots of earthquakes. Find tasks, complete them, gain extra cosmic energy. It looks like the earthquakes are fucking up our thing. Can I move this? Too hot, too cold? Go to the planet's configuration and play with the albedos until you find the right balance. Got 23. Okay. Volcanic activity is too high. Try to decrease the core planet. Global temperatures increase considerably. Raising or lower albedos. Okay. What are we at right now? Ooh, interesting. That's gonna form. Interesting. This is cool. Stats. Global average temperature. Okay. Can we create a basic plant? New plant grows. These are components that define the life form. You can click and evolve a current component so you can add new components. It is important to control the energy available and consumed. The more complex life form is, the more energy it needs. Okay. Branches. Add a branch. Okay. Interesting, if true. Oh, I can like actually go into like a... Okay. Oh, I was underwater. Okay. Is the volcano. Alright, so what are we supposed to do? Let's see. Set the planet's core heat to a maximum setting. Do that. Planet. Core heat. Maximum. Global average temperature is 3 Celsius. That's like 30 some odd Fahrenheit something. Yeah, let's go Fahrenheit. Freedom units. Volcano erupted. Where? Is it here? Get it. Earthquake, volcano, increased considerably. Earthquake, earthquake. Claim my stuff. Alright, let's bring that. Let's bring the albedo down. Okay. Let's see. Fire! I have created fire. Get and drop water and humidity. Okay. Let's put this thing like here. Weird. I just went offline. Can we, like, not cool that off? Give me a basic plant. New animals. There he is. How do I get to see, like, all of my animals? Normal. So what is Life Vault? No fungi found. Global temperature is 81 degrees. Okay, we should probably let go down. Okay. Damn, there's all kinds of earthquakes here. A wet planet, let's be gods, overpopulation, a greener planet. Claim another planet? Okay. Oh, I need 50,000 to claim another planet. Fancy. And this is our southern continent. Rainfall. Kind of around the middle. Plates. That's cool. This is cool. Temperature, pretty good. Pretty average. Dust. Can we add... Like on land. Okay, no, we have to add water. Add new plants. See how they do, I guess. And now I can pick up creatures and things. The global temperature of the planet has dropped off significantly. We're at, ooh, let's see. Yep. That's pretty cold. Now I wonder if this ring will ever coalesce into a moon or not. I doubt it. In fact, no, that doesn't make sense. Usually rings form because moons get ripped apart by the, oh, what is that called? There's a certain radius. You get in there, it rips the moon apart. Once the all the Roche limit. God, I knew that. Fuck. Gravitational tidal forces become so strong they overcome the internal gravity holding a moon together. I knew that. Fucking stupid me. I normally know it from stars, because stars will exchange their gas whenever a Roche limit overlaps another star's. Duh.
What if all of...
Shut up. Alright. Let's go. What is the average temperature? '59 Fahrenheit. That is like so specifically in the sweet spot. It's going up, obviously, but not good. But what does it mean, history of location? what happens when we create a new life form? Okay. Add a cell. Okay. Chemosynthetic. Obtain energy by converting inorganic chemicals into organic compounds. Evolve. Cell nucleus. Yeah, okay. Are we evolving? Evolution points required to evolve. Oh, is it doing? Evolve. Add. Chloroplasts. Yeah, let's make it green. Evolve! Okay, we got a green one. What is this? Hungry. Fine. Evolve. Store water, nutrients, waste, and products. What about a cell wall? Multicellular life forms evolve by absorbing and attaching other single cells. Apply. Evolve. Right. Oh. That one's getting it too. Oh, we got one. We attached another cell. We're multicellular now, I think. Ooh, what is that one doing? Okay. This one developed a Golgi apparatus on its own. Interesting. Speed up. Oh, that one's evolving. He's got cilia. Yeah, that one's doing its thing, huh? Or flagella, sorry. My bad. Increases protection, stores energy. Okay. Component limits surpassed. Never mind. Close. Alright, I'm gonna let it do its thing. Evolve a multicellular life by absorbing a single cell. What does that one have? Ameloplasts. I think I've done this? No? Okay. What's happening? Earth. God damn, there's so many earthquakes. Jesus. All right. Um. Where is my life? My creatures. Okay. Simulation performance, rendering, the time it takes for CPU to calculate current images could also affect the game. Okay. Well, do I still not have any... Here, let's make some basic animals here. There it is. Many Lucas. Okay, creatures. There we go. I see. I think I didn't have any creatures because it was too, like, hot or something. They were, like, by a volcano. Ooh, we definitely want that. Okay, let's take it near the north. Well, shit. I don't know what you want. Damn it. Now what? Hungary. Too cold. Merge. Not enough energy. God damn it. Eat each other. Okay, this one died. Okay, that one's eating, so that one found whatever he needed. Oh, it's too hot. It's too cold. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. Defines the chances of mutation occurring during reproduction. Plants and that. Okay, that's what we want. Add. They're not dying yet, so that's good. He's eating. Let's go ahead and switch over and watch this stupid fucking Chris Chan. God damn it.
What made him this way? What is the attraction?
What's
What
happening?
keeps us fascinated?
Too cold.
This is the story of Chris Chan.
I don't know what to tell you. God damn it.
Captain's log. Stardate February 8th,
Oh, shit.
2009.
Here we go.
Christian uploaded a video announcing his new website domain.
The Sonichu site is back up. It's at sonichuandrosechew.com.
Fire.
That's what it is now. Yeah, I've been under distress lately. The recent one where y'all may have
Okay.
watched the videos,
Oh my
the
God.
last two videos before this one. Yeah, forced into doing that. I won't be repeating that
Let's
again.
evolve.
Hopefully not. Hopefully I won't be repeating that. Use that take. Anyway, also,
Gastrovascular
after
cavity.
pains from that, I
Certain
find
animals
out
like
that,
jellyfish and flatworms.
there's been some
Oh,
brush
fuck.
fire, or
Oh, no,
wildfire, that sort of stuff.
Shit.
Fire going on in the southern Australia area, where my sweetheart Sarah Cassandra McKenzie, Panda Halo, she was in that neck of the woods, and I haven't heard from her in like over 2 weeks. And the
Good
fire's been
God.
going on for like during the past few weeks, so I pray that she's still alive. I hope she didn't die in the fire. Sarah, if you are hearing this message, please let me know that you're safe, and also let me know,
Okay.
can I still expect you over at my house,
Oh
or
my
are you going to
God.
go to Clyde?
Such a fucking
Please let me know, because I miss you.
evolve.
I still care deeply about you, Sarah Hart.
2 days
Creature
later,
reproduced.
he posted a video in which he attempts to showcase that the promise he made to Clyde Cash about cleaning up his room had been fulfilled.
For example, there's more walking space. Look right here, there's definitely space between that and the bed.
God damn.
And you look over
Big-
here,
Big,
more
big
walking space
earthquaking.
through the door. And I got that tub off the top of my couch, so it don't fall down and hit anyone. I had to leave the other stuff up there. But at least I didn't have to compromise much.
Okay.
But also, after talking about that and making Clyde know that I've kept my promise. Ik ben schwel, Julie. Ik ben schwel.
Chris was under the misapprehension that the phrase meant I love you in Malvanian, when in fact, it was the German equivalent for I am gay.
I have received in the mail today a letter from Nintendo of America in response to the piece I sent in the snail mail.
Okay, we're
It
getting...
comes from Mike Chandler.
We're getting,
over there.
we're getting
No
more.
relation,
They're reproducing.
at least as far as I know. It has proven my family and my congregations as well as my own theories. I shall read to you from beginning to
Too
end.
hot.
Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto did not have a meeting scheduled with you, nor has he been corresponding with you. Mr. Miyamoto speaks and writes only very limited English, and our game development teams do not accept unsolicited game suggestions or ideas. Although Mr. Miyamoto makes occasional business trips to the U.S., he spends the majority of his time in Japan at Nintendo's headquarters. So, I was never in correspondence with Mr. Miyamoto or Reggie Phil Imes at all. They were imposters. I thought as much. So, there it was. Black and white. From Nintendo of America.
He later joined a mumble chat and recapped the latest development concerning
come on.
Nintendo.
Well, anyway, it's an official letter from Nintendo of America because the envelope is just like the previous envelopes I got from Nintendo of America, as well as the letterhead on the letter.
Yeah, it's easy to forge.
It was typed, and it has a signature on there.
Just because it's typed and it has a signature doesn't mean it's real.
In fact, wouldn't typing it make it even more
Yeah.
easy to forge since it's not handwriting?
Later on, one of Chris's cats,
Okay, they're
Lucy,
eating.
arrives.
Hi, Lucy. My cat. Excuse me.
Can I talk to the kitty? Hi, Lucy.
There you go.
It
What
was
is he doing
possibly
to
at
that
around that
cat?
time that Christian had a Skype chat with supposed Sonichu fan, Sarah May. It is probable that the whole conversation was recorded, but only the ending portion has surfaced online.
Hi, Lucy. Hi, Mommy. I'm doing okay. How are you?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Sarah May. Yeah, a true Sonichu fan and friend of mine.
God damn it.
Here, why don't you have a look?
Everything
There's a pic-
died.
she's- we're
Everything
sure
I
live
touch
on web.
dies.
Don't you be talking to those people?
Well, wait a minute. She's a good person
How do you know?
because she's helped me in the disputes against the real trolls.
Oh, this is not the Sarah from.
Yeah, this is a different Sarah, but we're just talking as friends.
It's time for you to get off the internet, okay? It's time. You have to get off now. Okay? I said get off. Before I go off.
All right, fine. I'll get off. Jeez. Well, it was nice talking to you,
I
Sarah.
can't evolve.
You take care, and we talk to each other again soon. All right, enjoy talking to you. All right, see you later, pal. Love ya.
On February 12th, convinced by Julie, Christian created a new section on his Sonichu and Roastew.com website called
Oh, I can do
Sonichu and
2 of them?
Roastew's Love Shack, which consisted of sexual imagery concerning his
God, I didn't
Sonichu
know
characters. It was designed to be
Stupid.
protected by an age restriction. Most of the drawings were simply pages from the Sonichu comics, but as time went on, he updated the section regularly with new renderings. On February 13th, audio of a sex chat on Skype between Chris and
God,
Julie
that's
emerged.
all.
During the 20-minute-long virtual intercourse, Julie's voice cannot be heard, but it can be determined that they were role-playing, with Julie possibly as a cat and Chris as Sonichu. Sounds of Chris masturbating can be heard throughout.
I sent it to you.
short static shocks up your pussy. Not enough to hurt you too bad, but make you feel good. You're gonna get my milk, kitty cat.
After Christian's
Nobody needs to
climax,
hear this.
he is heard drinking a carbonated drink, and consequently belches.
Excuse me. Might say I'm burping because I've quite enjoyed you
Fucked up.
and your juices.
So fucked up.
On the same day, Christian took part in
Oh my
another
God,
mumble
damn
chat,
it.
during which he revealed the idea Julie had
What's
for
up?
a video.
Basically a video of me standing up
Christian,
to
man.
Clyde and showing him how strong I am, doing a few kicks for the camera.
Yeah, you should throw some punches, show them what you're made of. You know?
I pretty much already proved my strength when I ripped that
What
dildo in
is
half.
this? What is
Chris
this
tells
thing?
a fan that the original She Came for Quick Pick was torn up into small squares and placed into an envelope.
Why'd you do that shit? Like, and
I understand Rose at you, but like, you know, why
Evolve.
something that's from real life?
It's not necessarily from real life. It depends on your interpretation. I mean, it's hardly. I mean, most women have long brown hair.
Let's add a
and
tail.
eyes are censored, so.
Women?
yeah, but I remember that one video you were saying is
It's like a
negative.
little
Because
sperm.
in the end, it broke up my friendship
Evolve.
with Megan.
On Valentine's Day 2009, Chris and Julie had another sex chat together, much in the
Called
same
the cow
vein
dog.
as the one a day prior.
Okay, I'm licking your pussy while you're sitting on my face.
Trolls
Jesus
were made aware of
Christ.
the cybersex session
get
taking
banned
place,
for watching
and some
this.
decided to make
This
use
is
of
on
that
YouTube,
knowledge.
though.
While
This
Christian
is
was masturbating,
part
4
9
calls were made to the
of
family phone
comprehensive
by trolls
history.
attempting to convince Bob to walk in on his son. The first 3 callers were dismissed by Bob, who told them that Chris was sleeping. The 4th caller exclaimed that Chris had posted a video on YouTube
No,
saying that he was
don't
going
die.
to kill himself. Understandably concerned, Bob went in to check on him.
Why are they going to die? It's too cold.
I'm getting all these crazy damn calls. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Give me that crap. Now, what's going on?
Dad, will you get out of here?
No, I will not. People are telling me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube.
What?
What is your trouble?
I'm not going to kill myself.
Get away from that TV.
We gotta evolve skin
Get
on
away from
these
the internet. I'm
guys.
cutting it down right now.
No!
I'm cutting down
no.
the internet.
Yes.
We're cutting it down.
Don't do it, Dad.
I'm going to shut this thing right down.
No.
Yes.
No.
Go wake your mother up. Don't bother
Oh,
me.
he died.
You tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down.
No.
Yes.
Due to Bob creatively proclaiming that he would quote-unquote
What the
cut
fuck
down
is
the
this?
internet, trolls became inspired and christened him
Oh,
with
he's
the
got
nickname
eyes.
the Internet
Okay.
Lumberjack. After they were disconnected, Christian called Julie again, telling her what happened.
Hello, Julie. Yeah, listen, you'll have to talk to me. I'm calling you
from my
PSP. It does not accept type feedback. I told my mother about you. Yeah. She says
Okay.
she'll believe it when she sees you in person. What am I going to do now? Well, pretty much my erection has been unremoved.
Jesus
I'm not feeling
Christ.
good right now, but, you know, hey, on the bright side, we still had
Oh my
our
God.
thumbnail Valentine's
I forgot
Day
all about
date.
this shit.
And
Some of this shit I wiped from my memory, and now
2
it's
days
all
later,
flooding back.
Christian found out that his aunt Karina was in a very ill state, and it was very likely that she would pass away soon. Later on, Chris and Julie chatted on the PlayStation Network, where they discussed his aunt's condition.
My mom was to go visit Aunt Corinne.
You know what?
Weekend, but she did
If
not
they're
invite
too
me along
stupid to
because
live,
she
then they're gonna
needs to
die.
Help, be here for my father in case something happens to him. And I had to take care of the cats. Yeah.
She also addresses his job prospects, with Chris claiming that he was looking for paid volunteer work, and Julie questioning his use of the word volunteer. The next day, Chris and Julie had another PSN chat
Paid-
covering many
Paid
of the same topics.
volunteer work.
Hey, Mom, you sure you wasn't going to go see Aunt Fran tonight so I give her the last hug? She won't even know you're there. Sure you love her.
Paid
Yeah, well, at least I was
volunteer
able to
work.
give her my last I love you when I called
All
her
right,
the
we
other
got
day.
some different species going on here.
Yeah. All right, Mom, I'll talk to you later. Did you get that, Julie? Yeah, could you ask your mother if I can talk to her? You spell summon Snorlax. Listen, I'm talking to my friend Julie on the PSN network. She wants to say hello to you. I'm not able to talk to her. Is she emotional? I am not able to talk to anybody right now. Will you leave the room? Thank you. I'll see you later.
give him some
Julie
skin.
encourages him to make a video with one of his inflatable sex dolls.
What about that blow-up doll? Don't you
Oh
like
shit, this is when it
this?
gets crazy.
Oh, the blow-up doll. Yeah, I did have two, one for backup, but like a few weeks ago, when I was doing a thing with it, it got internal injury and
It
deflated.
looks like we have two kind of different species, one on the left and one on the right.
You know, too much pressure, too much humping force, you might say. If you're willing to call it that.
Too much
Or,
humping force.
possibly some weight.
Oh my
But,
god.
you know, I had a good run.
I'm not nearly drunk enough yet for this. We'll get there though.
That video, you know, you doing your thing with the blow-up doll for me.
Alright,
Jesus
I'll
Christ.
make that video for you tonight.
Later that day, Christian took part in a group chat on Mumble.
I can't wait to consider Christmas channel. It's bad.
Well, take a deep breath and accept it, because it's real.
A little while later, he talks about how he recycles his semen.
I have this friend. I think
Oh
he
my
might be
god, this
gay,
is so fucking gross.
After he's done masturbating, he drinks his own semen. Is that gay?
No, I don't think so.
Oh god.
Because, I've done that. It's called recycling.
Then it's
Basically recycling, so it's like, it doesn't necessarily have to lose
God,
it.
no.
I mean, 'cause,
Jeez,
you know, you think
fuck,
of it as a
why?
waste if you banged it out, and
Oh,
then you,
God.
and then you put, and it's like you throw
So
it down the
fucking
water a little
gross.
bit in
Oh
the condom and put it in the garbage can.
Oh no, fuck, god damn it, I forgot about this.
Still, it's fuel for the newspaper cells.
No, it's not. That's not how any of it works. No, that's not how any of it works.
Cells as well. But so it's like, you know, basically you're helping yourself when you do that.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna fucking vomit.
I'm kind of sick of swallowing my own. So lately I've just been disposing of them. I mean, it just depends on your own individual taste.
Chris then discusses the prospects of a threesome with one Emily, who was one of the two trolls who had left the Encyclopedia Dramatica sign on his lawn on Halloween 2008.
My name's Emily.
Oh, hi Emily.
I don't understand why you're still saying that, honestly.
I think we got a good population of particular...
Julie right there who just spoke just now.
Dude, and it looks like fucking sperm. God damn it, why did I have to evolve it for that?
Oh wow.
Chris also tells Julie that he would be willing to participate in a threesome with another man. The other
let's
members of
make
the
this
chat responded by
green.
accusing him of wanting to engage in homosexual activity, but he defended himself by stating that it would not be gay as long as their testicles did not come in contact with each other.
It's only not gay if your balls don't touch. I also hear it's not gay if you hold hands during.
That'd be really cool. I mean, we can go shopping at a sex store before.
Yes. It's me. It's Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
I thought you wanted me and you and Julie to have a threesome. I thought it was going to be special.
It can be special, Sarah.
Oh, God.
I'm really upset right now.
Too
I feel
cold.
like you don't care about me.
They're hungry, I don't know what to tell you about that.
I'm sorry I upset you.
Thank you, Chris.
Emily asks a question about genital piercings, referring to penises by the euphemism ducks.
Would you ever get your duck pierced if your sweetheart thought it would be really hot and would improve your sex life?
No, I would never have.
Actually, it can increase the pleasure.
Even that considering, I still would not get any piercings.
Wait, what's a duck?
It's like replacing the I with a U in the word dick.
Let's give this thing like a fucking mouth, shall we?
Euphemism.
Can you spell it Y-O-O-P-H-I-M-E-S-M?
Yeah, excuse me, I'll be right back.
Julie then asks Chris about his penis.
I'm trying to ask you something, Chris.
Oh my god.
It's about down there, your duck.
I know what I thought about. What is it?
Tell me about why your duck is bent.
Okay, we've given some of these eyes, some of them mouths.
You must have done something. Come on.
They seem to be
Been running briefs on my life, and that could have
thriving
forced it
somewhat.
to be bent downward.
Oh, and that one's now eating the dead ones.
I don't know.
Have you ever used the penis one?
Yes, I have. But my penis
penis has already been downward before I used the pump.
Oh my god, what the fuck? This is
I
so
never took
fucking
Viagra. For the
gross.
record, I did not take Viagra. I took Extends. And my dick was bent downward before I took that as well. Why did you use the pump and Extends? Well, it felt like my dick could be longer.
Yeah, those don't actually work. They can actually cause damage to your penis and cause it to bend.
What, the pump?
Yes.
Yes. Well, for the record, mine does go up to a maximum of 7 inches.
But how do you measure it if it's bent?
Well,
You can use the tape measure.
I used a ruler. Yeah, first against the
Oh
bent part,
my
make it
god,
straight.
damn it.
So it does go a
Why did I
maximum of 7
choose to
inches.
watch this?
Yeah, my dad was
That's-
a doctor. He always told
We've
us
gone
stay
too
away from
far
those
now,
things.
though.
Christian and Sarah May get into a heated argument because Julie had second thoughts about her involvement in a possible threesome scenario.
I swear, I will not have sex with Sarah May.
It's not fair, Chris. It's not fair. Why would you do this to me?
I didn't know back then. I'm sorry.
I feel so broken right now.
Julie and Chris agree that adultery is frowned upon in the Bible.
Well, I mean, Jewish.
Frowned upon.
Oh, you're Jewish. I did
Yeah.
not know that. But yes, that's okay, Julie.
I was really afraid that you would get really upset with me.
No, it's okay. I'm not upset with you, Julie, and I accept the fact that you are Jewish. And also, when I finally offer an input, if I heard correctly, people who are Jewish were not supposed to have sex outside their religion?
Yes.
Wait, what is this? Oh, they're fighting!
Do you believe in it?
Bitch, you are not gonna beat our boy, whatever the fuck that thing is.
Julie, you
The
are right.
Menoris
Chris
Cauda.
calls Sarah May by the wrong name 4 times in a row.
That was me, not Julie. Why are you calling me Julie, Chris?
I said yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you pretending that I'm Julie?
No, Sarah. No, I'm not
Why would you do that?
Okay, we got a blue guy up here.
How could you make it a stupid accident like that, Chris?
I'm not perfect. We're not perfect. We're only human. We have rights to make mistakes. I have made this.
But it's just like when you're having sex with somebody and you say
Dude, this little
something
guy is putting up a
do you know
fucking
what that would
fight.
feel like? Do you know what this is?
Oh, they're all
doing to
fighting
you
now.
Chris?
Sarah,
I've created
I do
warfare.
understand, because I have seen that situation on television.
I've created war.
No.
I don't have the blame. You can't stop me.
No, Sarah, put the knife down.
I'm doing it.
Put the knife down, Sarah. You don't need to do this.
Oh my.
You have a lot to live for, Sarah. Sarah, you have a lot to live for. Your
You're
family.
saying the same thing.
You have your family. You have your friends. You have your future. Also, Sarah, I sent Cassie 23 samples on my locks of hair.
Why are you telling me this? Why?
Because
Eat 'em.
I know from Cassie's promise,
Eat.
she will send you one of those locks.
He's eating.
Right now, you
He'll heal.
want to talk about this.
Sarah, I'm trying to make you feel better.
Okay.
I'm trying to help
He's good.
I have to go now. I can't take this anymore.
Sarah,
I can't take this anymore.
don't cut or kill yourself.
No, I'm ending it right now. Goodbye, Chris. Goodbye.
This fucking. That's so fucked up. The Christian is so fucking worthless too.
I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry. Oh, it is my fault. Chris. Yeah. Sarah May, maybe know that my blessings and still have you.
Dude, he doesn't even care. It's so
After the
fucking
chat
crazy.
ended, Christian had another mumble chat with Clyde Cash, Julie, and others concerning Sarah May.
And she and I fear that Sarah may kill herself.
What happened exactly?
A couple of times in the conversation when I was talking to Sarah, I said Joey's name 2 or 5 times.
My God, how can you make a mistake like that?
Chris,
Oh my God.
remember? He's trying to help
Oh
us.
my.
Yeah. And I realized I made a mistake. I
Okay.
apologized.
My people are
deeply.
evolving.
And
Ooh, shit.
Well,
Okay.
you should.
Render.
You're not going to apologize to me. You should be apologizing to Sarah May.
yeah, you're right. I should apologize to Sarah May.
This is difficult to think about. I mean, can you contact her now?
Yeah, I'm gonna send her an email.
I'm another planet.
quicker
Achieve an
way.
average temperature below
let me see
14
if she's on
degrees.
Skype.
Playing with albedos.
I'm typing. I'm
Okay.
sending her the message on the Skype right now.
If
It's not like
Gotta
it's not. I do not have her phone number.
I don't know what her family's gonna do to you. They could be just ruthless.
Now, what is this fat piece of shit?
Upon concluding the chat, Christian made a YouTube video addressing Sarah May.
Looks like a little snail.
Sarah, I
Or
feel
a
terrible
slug.
about the big mistake I made in our conversation.
Oviparity
I
reproduction.
hope you don't do anything stupid. I pray you're still alive.
Viviparity
Well,
gives birth to live
if you-
offspring.
if you committed suicide or hurt yourself
Okay.
because of my actions, I feel terrible.
We're gonna let them do their thing.
I care about you as a friend, and you are a sweet friend. You are a sweetest among my sweetest friends that I have made in my lifetime. And I just cry if I lost you.
Change reproduction rate. I want
Hopefully I'll
that.
get to talk to you again soon. I love you, Sir May.
Too hot.
I love
It
you
was
as my
just too
friend.
cold. If you're
Immediately
stupid enough
after,
you can't
he made another
survive,
video
then
talking
I don't know
about
if
the
to tell
choice
you.
language he had used concerning
Too cold.
homosexual men, possibly as a
Move south.
response to allegations of hypocrisy emanating from participants
I don't
of
know
the
what to tell
recent
you.
Mumble chat.
Oh, my blue guys are kind of
Captain's
doing
log,
well.
star date, February. Shoot.
Oh,
February
look,
18th,
we've
2009.
we've done
Forgive my
quite
sniffles,
well.
I just did video dedication. I just wanted to make a statement. I retract using the word hate among the gay populace.
Here, let's go to the other side of
I-
the planet and see what
I was
we can
under a lot
do.
of stress, and I'll admit I made a bad word choice when I chose that word. I am
Okay.
capable of associating and
Add a
being
cell.
friends and respecting all gays.
We got a bunch of
I'm
cells
doing
here.
this on my heart,
Okay.
believe me. But hey, you know, beyond respect and friendship,
Alright, we got some...
no. But I do not hate the gay
Evolve.
population.
The following day, Chris and Julie met again
Let's add
over
a light
PSN, where they
receptor.
discussed the voices Chris hears in his head.
I also get random audio and word thoughts between my
This
audio
is a
and my
cool little
photographic memory,
program. It's not
where,
exactly like
it's like,
Spore,
other people saying
but it's more like a
Christian is
simulation.
What did I say?
Christian is gay.
Do you really think you're gay?
No, I do not. I'm straight.
When questioned about the dubious sex toys in his possession, Chris responds truthfully.
I put a condom on the dildo, and I actually did put up my,
Oh my-
a-hole.
Oh
am
my
I
God.
being,
Fuck,
it
when,
just
just
did
when
not
you think
feel
it's
right to
over.
me.
Wait, did you tell me about the beats?
Yeah, I put them with my a-hole the one time, and
Oh my God.
didn't really know how they worked, so you know, I just was like winging it, and it didn't really turn me on or anything. So I pulled them out, and the string and the beads were covered in poo, so I just put them in the trash can and forgot about them.
Chris,
Yeah.
thank you for telling me this. I'm happy that you're able to share these secrets with me. I mean that as in I'm happy that we have a trusting relationship between you and I.
You see me smile? Because I'm smiling.
I can see you smile. I truly love you, Chris.
I love you too, Julie.
My God.
After a lengthy chat concerning Chris's sexual activities, he discloses his PSN account password to Julie. Later again, Bob joins the chat, inquiring about her
Here
home
we go.
country.
Here's my dad.
Hello.
Hello. That's Julie Novaya.
Bob's
She's
in
all the way
here.
from Albania. Albania. We were just looking at it on the map. It's next to probably former part of the former Soviet Union, the USSR. It's a gypsy country.
You have any gypsy
Gypsy country.
Yeah, I see. Because the thing is, I quit a while ago, Chris, because it just, I don't know why. People doubt Mulvania so much. It's...
Well, it's all the countries keep changing.
Cilia, that's what we want. Let's
I've been
let him
around for
propel.
81 years, and I've seen this world change a lot. And it's hard to keep track of which countries or what countries anymore or what they were earlier. Very few people, particularly in this country.
Let's give it a cell wall.
I have
like a
been
tank.
very interested in the world since I was 10 years old. I'm very fond of, and I really truly believe in the United Nations. But you won't find anybody else in my
Mitochondrion.
countryside around here, I think, that does. But
You gotta have a
anyway,
mitochondria.
I'm very world conscious.
Yes.
And I've tried to train Christian, but it's awful hard for him to understand because he knows about Charlottesville, and he knows about our little county here in Green, and he knows about places that are 50
Enable
100
other
miles
cells
away.
to bind to each
But
other.
he doesn't
Okay.
really comprehend, I think, countries or cities or anything that's really farther away. Like, I don't think he really comprehends Europe or Asia or anywhere like that. And I find it hard
Let's
to
get him.
have most people think about that or comprehend that. Because I'm kind of alone.
What are those secretory
It
vesicles?
was an interesting life I had, but I'm still much more world conscious than I think most of the people in this country anyway. At least I think so.
Okay, let's let him go and see what we can do.
Since I've retired, which has been now for 20 years, I guess, I really haven't had much contact with people, so I don't get to talk about all this much.
Yeah.
I've tried to teach Christian, and whether he's got any comprehension of the world or not, I don't know. He had a tough time with Australia a few months back. I finally got it through his head where Australia was. But I love all the foreign countries and all the foreign music, because I love music. And I've got maybe
Energy
20,000 long play records.
storage.
Of, classical music and semi-classical music and jazz and blues and big band and everything all the way to Dixieland, all the boogie-woogie, all the stuff back to the 20s. And I love music, and I love the foreign countries' music too.
Extracellular matrix.
Most people, they wouldn't, particularly young people, they seem to be disinterested in what's around them, and I don't really understand that. I was always, when I grew up, I was always somehow conscious of the world rather than where I was here. I never quite understood that, but that's the way I was.
I understand.
I still am. I wish Christian were more interested
Here, let's
in
get
the
some
world than he's not.
chloroplast.
Yeah.
Well, he hadn't been. I'm trying to teach you. Maybe you can teach him some.
Yeah, I hope so. So I'm going to do is take a nap. I'm actually kind of tired. But thank you very much for talking to me. I'm happy that you were able to share this with me.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you about your music sometime, because I'm interested in all that. What kind of folk music you had, and not necessarily the rock and roll or the stuff that you import from the United States and things, but your folk music. And I've got a lot of music.
Oh, she wanted to talk to Mom as well, but she was sleeping, and Mom was reluctant earlier.
Increases protection. Stores
We're old.
starch.
I'm 81 years old.
Oh.
And so I've been fortunate that I can still. What about your triple bypasses? I mean, I've had 2 triple bypasses, 4 heart attacks. My heart stopped 3 or 4 times already. I've already died 3 or 4 times.
Oh.
I got a pacemaker now. But I'm still chugging along.
All right.
I got a lot of Cherokee in me.
Yeah.
Cherokee Indian. Hey,
Dude, just old people talking. Just
I'm part Native American. I think that's why.
back in my day.
Yeah. I'm going to go take a nap now. I'm tired. It's been very nice to talk to you, Bob.
Yeah, anytime. I'm just usually around listening to music.
All right.
Keeping Christian straight.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later
I'll
then.
see you, Christian.
So can I do cilia and the flagella? Because they're like kind of the same.
On January 20th, A video called For Julie's Eyes Only, which featured Christian having sex with his sex doll Kimmy, was uploaded onto the porn aggregate Slutload, allegedly by Julie's brother, Max. Aside from his white socks, Chris is naked throughout. He uses the sex doll to simulate intercourse with Julie, calling out her name many times in a distinct way, which would be imitated by trolls to mock him for decades. After the video was recorded, he confessed to Julie that his condom broke during the recording, and he had to replace it. The video eventually amassed over 3 million views. The following day, Aunt Karina passed away. Christian informed Julie about this over Skype, and revealed that her funeral would take place on his birthday, which unfortunately clashed with a pancake dinner he was hoping to go to with his church congregation. He also began planning a trip to Julie's residence in Ohio. She convinced him to make a video professing his love for her. Chris delivered his 10-minute-long offering, partly with a pseudo-Shakespearean panache.
I love you, Julie, so very much.
Come on, some of you combine.
My thought at every moment, and it makes me ponder with such love and desire. I love you so much. And we yet have a similar storyline to Romeo and Juliet. Only one syllable missing. It'd be like, if we had that syllable, it'd be like Cristiano and Juliet. But every night you can, every night you may cry. Cristiano, Cristiano, wherefore art thou, Cristiano? And I would be there in your heart. For my heart is with you. For if I call you out, I would be there in your heart.
Oh wait, do we have a
calling out? I am here, O fair Juliet. 'Tis no word thy name be heard every waking moment. And the sun is in the east, and Juliet is the sun. Though I know not much Shakespeare, but at least I know enough
We did it!
to get it by. And let's not forget my
by absorbing
past,
10 or
past.
more cells.
I will only mention her once, but Panda, I know that you are somewhere up there after the fire, and we will not forget you. I promise you, Julie, that in the near future, hopefully with the power of God
cool. I enjoy
at our
this.
sides, we'll be together very soon. For the power of God
I'm gonna
can influence
exit.
even the most paranoid of souls, I'm sure.
Did I not? Do you
So I
have to
pray
like
to him every
make?
night
Is that like a full like little
that we
game
and
in
I
and
would
of
be
itself?
together with full
Did I just like
emotional
erase
support
all the shit that I've done?
from everyone within our respective reach. I'm hugging you, Julie. I'll talk to you later.
On the same day, the Sonichu Girls form was revealed to be a ruse, the creation of which attributed to Clyde Cash. Chris confronted Clyde in the Mumble chat. To Christian's surprise, the troll was accompanied by a veritable squadron of trolls who called themselves the Miscreants, who were all members of the PVCC trolling group.
Welcome to the Brothers Miscreants.
Brother.
Chris, stop this. Look, first off, I did that video just for Julie, and her brother found it on her computer and uploaded to the YouTube without neither of our consent.
YouTube.
Do you understand what the Miscreants are, and her brother is part of it? He's been a very valuable member. Do you understand what the Miscreants are, Chris?
Let me guess, y'all a bunch of trolls, aren't you?
No. Look, ever since Evan posted those gay pictures with the masturbated and squirting, we have been there from the beginning. Do you remember Jason? Always a valuable member, always willing to take the fall for me. Creating the EG page, getting your emails, he was a good member too. And can't you remember Blanca, the one who destroyed your medallion? Remember?
Yeah.
All part of the Miscreants, Chris. And the latest member, Stella McKenzie, or you know her as Panda. She's not dead. She's alive at my side. Kind of sleeping right now. I shouldn't be talking so loud. Anyway, I can't believe you fell for her. We've been here from the beginning. Do you know why, Chris?
They're trying to make a slander out of me and a fool?
No, the goal is to make sure you never get laid. That is the goal of the miscreant.
So
Virginia's for
stupid.
virgins. Our goal is that you are a virgin forever.
Why do you all have to pick on me like this?
You don't care about
Hey,
women.
they're multiplying
care
pretty
about
well.
women.
You must be made an example of a horrible man, destined to never to ever have a wife or even girlfriend.
Shut up! Why do you have to pick on me like this? You don't need to do this. Don't you all have lives of your own? Can't you go find your own sweethearts to do with?
Why do you think a sweetheart is stop everything?
Look, I care about the women for their own personalities. I
No,
have
you
in all
don't.
my life.
No, you don't.
Bullshit. You don't respect.
One woman
care about
that
their
you proclaim
personalities,
your
you
love.
bastards.
What?
Oh my god.
I care about their personalities.
Let's
I
see
care
what my
about
other
them-
people. Oh
about
shit,
how
they
they
multiplied
feel.
all kinds of
care
crazy
about-
ways.
Everything about them.
Chris, you don't respect them. You only respect their cunts.
What?
You gotta respect the ladies, man.
I do respect the ladies.
No, you don't. Prove it.
You're a fucking spaz bucket, you stupid fag. What the fuck are you doing here right now, Chris? What the hell?
Arjun, settle down.
Hang yourself, Chris. Kill yourself.
Hey, whoa.
Spare us.
No, we don't want him to die. No. That's
Whoa,
not part of the plan.
settle down.
I got my Aunt Karina's death to worry about in her funeral tomorrow.
You don't care.
Oh, you don't care.
So much
You don't care about
I got
that.
you
Cunt.
fuck off.
Cunt.
Goddamn
So
shit.
fucking
Arjun,
dumb.
you're fucking abusing him.
Arjun, you just went
God
overboard.
I mean, we're basically just taunting and we weren't actually, like,
Tell him
you
to
know,
What did I
Don't
say,
worry,
Fox?
Chris will come back when he realizes Julie's in danger.
Yes. What we should do is have, like, quote, Julie, unquote, be like, oh no, my brother's, like, with the miscreants, and no, they're holding me hostage, like, my brother's trying to...
After a short while, Chris indeed comes back.
Look, I'm sorry about a lot of my past mistakes, about not listening to everyone, okay? But I have been under a lot of stress.
What is the stress? You always fight stress over
I have a lot of stress in my life. My Aunt Karina just died, and I have to go to her funeral, and I'm gonna be very sad that day. And it's happening. The funeral is happening on my birthday of all days.
Above 104?
your birthday.
I am very upset about my Aunt Karina.
Add water to a
She was
planet.
very sweet woman.
Oh, I can do that. I can do that. I think I have comments.
On your birthday.
I feel sympathy for my Aunt Karina. She smoked, and and when she went to the hospital, she died at the age of 75. Her cancer deteriorated her left lung and her liver and her brain. And they kept her alive for as long as they could until she breathed the last breath. The year that she was dying, the year that she died, this is delicious.
Chris, silence. Let him cry.
Everything around it by melting and filling the area with water if it hits water. Okay, let's comment.
Look, I'll admit, I'm possibly retarded, okay? My mind doesn't think so swiftly. I'm likely to even make mistakes on flying without even realizing it. I sometimes don't even give thought to some of the actions that I do before I do, but I gave a lot of thought before when I moved from Panda to Julie, because
Oh shit, there it comes. There it is.
died in that fire.
As the miscreants continued to insult Chris, he was simultaneously chatting with Julie's brother, Max, who took over her Skype account. Max told Christian that he had kidnapped her and was taking her to the miscreants HQ in Ohio, giving Chris 5 days to come rescue her.
Look, Chris.
Okay, we've added quite a bit of water.
You are going to grow up and die in hell. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Look, just shut up, leave me alone,
We're trying to help.
leave my love life alone.
Oh, that killed a fuckload of, that's not good.
I just think we went too far. That was a little...
I apologize for that, and I apologize for nothing.
Okay, we killed. Ooh, the comet kind of hit a lot.
I feel sympathy towards the parents.
Well, I feel sympathy towards Bob. Bob would kill herself.
Yeah. I feel the most sympathy against the dog.
Yeah.
Here, let's do another one.
Because I like...
Christian returns once again to inform the miscreants that Julie was taken to their headquarters.
That's Julie's brother. Pretty much spirited away Julie, took her to the HQ.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff over
where
here.
The,
they are reproducing pretty quickly.
And now Max wants me to come over to Cleveland within the next 5 days to pick up Julie from the headquarters. And I'm just trying to find out what Clyde is planning, if he's going to try to force me in jail or
Not
me
on
or
unbalanced. 50,000.
Very unfortunate.
Listen, that's another
So
thing
much.
that, my mom is like, she's going to be telling me, don't go, I worry about you. She watches a lot of television. It's like I've been trying to convince her to let me go to Julie. But then my mom is also a bit jealous of me loving another woman more than her. I understand she's in a situation like cut the umbilical cord, you would say, I'm sure. But still, I have to respect my mother very much. Hello, Clyde.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Sonic.
Stupid.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh dear.
Have I been drinking?
Now, anyway, you just basically want me to test my love for Julie, and you just want me to finally show that I am a man and I can stand up for myself and do what I want like a man should.
Where
And
are my
that's
other
basically it in
creatures?
a nutshell, isn't it?
Sure, that's perfect.
Okay, well, I'll
They're
talk to
down
my
here.
mom about it later and put my foot down. Because right now she's sleeping, and then I have the funeral to worry about. So after the funeral, I will talk to my mom and put my foot down. Yeah, okay. Well, majority of y'all take care, and,
My God.
just...
The beginning of
watch
this one
yourselves.
was fucking crazy.
Wow.
God.
It's a fucking dragon. Yeah.
What if he does? If he pulls another shit like he did with Redmond when he was like, oh yeah, I just got back and now Julie's laying in my bed, but I'm not gonna put her on camera. Ha 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 ha.
After he left the chat, Christian
Initial
began preparing for his
stem.
Aunt Karina's funeral and his eventual trip into uncertainty awaiting him in Cleveland, Ohio. Without a doubt, this would prove to be the most trying birthday of his life.
Christ. Yeah, well, that's, Part 9 of Chris Chan. There are 86 parts in total. So that's, fucking horrifying. God damn it. I don't know why I decided to rewatch all of that. Well, I'm not rewatching it. He's putting out, revamped episodes or whatever. He's going through and, remixing them and redoing them and everything, so. Alright. Whatever. Let's watch some Big Tug here.
With great power comes great responsibility, and you have the power to sign up for extratug.com for exclusive perks and videos. Check it out.
body
Am I still
part.
upside down, Chris? Please put me back up normal. My head's getting big. Thrifting, also known as panning for gold in a sea of dead people denim. You're looking for a cool label because an old guy died in some pants and probably shit them too. In an era dizzy with fast fashion and micro trends, thrifting has become a unique way of practicing sustainability
Yes,
and
apply.
ethical consumption. It's also
Small.
a very easy way to find human remains. If you're looking for them, they're there. In early 2026, a woman in Michigan donated a human skull to Goodwill. Then the same thing happened
Exoskeleton.
again in Arizona in Goodwill in 2023, and then in the same year it
Oh, I
happened
can't do
again in Florida. I think at an antique shop, but still, everyone's got a human skull apparently. And this is the appeal of thrifting. Like, a lot of us aren't in the market for buying your ex-husband's skull, but it is fun to go and see if you can get some random cool shit. It's a treasure hunt. or well, it's gambling. It's gambling.
So it's in my other colony.
Treasure hunting was gambling, I feel like, back in the day. But regardless, it is gambling.
The
Maybe
pink
you find a
ones are
perfectly
going
ripped
pretty
pair of
wild.
jeans, a weird jazz fusion record, or a live hand grenade, which actually happens more than you think. Goodwill will take anything. Since the 2000s, secondhand sales have more than doubled, accounting for upwards of 15% of all apparel purchases in the US. According to Goodwill's COO David Eagles, 2025 was the best year in our history, and we're almost 125 years old. So,
Yeah,
with all
because
the
nobody can
popularity of
fucking
thrifting,
afford
I thought we
anything.
would take some time to dig in the surrounding area around it and see what it's made of. Who knows what we'll find? Hopefully not cremated ashes. People find those all the time while thrifting. It's very common. Imagine you die and fucking no one remembers you, and then you just get passed down to like a nephew, and he's like, this vase sucks, give it to Goodwill. Then you're just in the ether. No, you're gone forever. While thrift stores are a relatively new concept, the idea of reusing clothing isn't. We can find barter systems involving clothes that stretch all the way back to ancient communities. Really go to any era before the what's it called? The Industrial Revolution and
Here, let's make
clothes was at an all-time premium. If you were wearing a shirt, people were like, I need that shirt.
Some
Not
life
because it looks
here.
good, it's because I'm very cold and I might die. But for the most part, you worked with what you had, which meant most kids grew up wearing hand-me-downs. One pair of pants would get passed through an entire family of people until the end where it was teared up and just full of farts. Even after clothes fell into tattered pieces, the fabric would become repurposed for things like rags or cushions.
How does this one already have color?
Rag? Hey, how many times have you been out and about and you said, I wish I had a rag? Well, now you can have one because the pants have fallen apart. Now, this is all a pretty far cry from today's fast fashion, where a $3 shirt shipped to you overnight feels like it will disintegrate as soon as sunlight hits it. Once clothes became easier to produce, they became cheaper, too. This led to a surplus, causing many people to view their clothes as disposable. Wardrobes were being thrown out instead of passed down, and Jewish immigrants became prominent in the early thrift resale market. They would sell used clothes from things called push carts and what was known as a rag trade. Now, this is actually where some of the stigma of used clothes come from. Not only was it a sign you had less money, which is the main reason I was made fun of for wearing hand-me-downs, but it also was anti-Semitic. They were like, oh, you're wearing Jew clothes?
That one's got
gross. We hate that.
Okay.
And I feel like that would still happen today if people knew the part of this history. But it is wild how you pull the thread on any conspiracy or stigma, and at the middle of it is anti-Semitism. It's a kernel always in the middle. Anyway, near the end of the 19th century, Christians took note of the money you could make selling used clothes. And two of the biggest names in thrifting were born: Salvation Army, Goodwill. Both very Christian. Both ripping off the Jews in terms of the vibes, though. Kind of fun. In 1897, the Salvation Army started the Salvage Brigade, a program that offered people food and housing in exchange for their work in collecting, cleaning, and repairing donated goods. Just 5 years later in Boston, Goodwill launched a similar operation, hiring poor and disabled people to collect and repair donations. Over the next 2 decades, derogatory terms like rag shop and junk shop were replaced by thrift store. According to historian Jennifer Lee Zotti, a name I'm sure I'm up, the negative connotation of used clothing was slowly replaced by the virtuous feeling of buying new clothes and then donating your old clothing. So while not focused on the sustainable, the idea was this was all very charitable, and if you feel good about yourself while you're doing something, well, that's all that matters, right? If you think you're being great, then you are great. And also, I don't know if you've ever pulled up in your mom's minivan and dropped off a gigantic bag of hand-me-down clothing, but it does make you feel fantastic. And it's the closest you will ever feel to Santa. Hello, poor people. Have some of my socks. Hey, I'm so great. Let's go get Wendy's. By the time the 1920s hit, thrift stores were part of a well-oiled charity machine. Goodwill had a fleet of trucks and dozens of stores, while half of the Salvation Army's annual budget came from their shops. And then, the stock market crashed. 1929. Great Depression. Really bad. People killed themselves.
All right, purple guy, go. I believe in you.
Salvation Army, because they were like, we do shit for poor people. Everybody's poor now. Let's go! This further solidified thrift stores as a staple of communities and commerce, and was another huge step in normalizing their use. And once
I believe in the purple one.
Post-World War II years, thrift stores were almost like a
Can we not name them?
Consumption. Consumption as in like overconsumption as Americans, not consumption tuberculosis. So just want to make that clear. But these places gave us a place to drop off all our old stuff while we make room for all the new stuff we want to buy, while also feeling like we're being charitable. It was the perfect scheme. But there was a weird development that started.
Yes, this one got eyeballs. balls.
For-profit
I think.
thrift stores. That's right, rampant consumerism even came for the common thrift
He
store,
does.
which originally was a f***ing charity. So one of the biggest of these for-profit thrift chains in the U.S.
Compound
is a little
Eye.
store called Savers. You might have seen Savers, you might know about Savers, or you might know one of their other names, Value Village, Second Ave Thrift, or Unique, depending on where you live. They like to keep a low profile. This company was founded in 1954 by the son of a Salvation Army executive, but their model was slightly different than
we
their
got
Christian
some
counterparts.
plant
Instead of
stuff
being a charity,
here.
they would just source their inventory from charities
We're
and
starting to
nonprofit
do it.
organizations.
We don't
In a
have
way,
any
they are
land
still
animals
giving
yet.
back, but it is a little convoluted. Basically, they're buying items that have been donated to churches and stuff and like paying them for what the donations were, but they are paying pennies on the pound. Like if they're getting it for dirt cheap. So they buy
Oh,
donated
he's
goods
already
in bulk and
multiplying
then flip them
quite
to
a
make
bit.
a profit for sales. In some cases, a portion of those profits go to charity, but not always. And if you've donated any goods directly to Savers or Value
Dude,
Village,
this is
you're
cool.
basically just giving them the product for free. Now, I'm not saying this type of thrift store is wrong necessarily, though they have been shady about their for-profit status in the past. In 2015, they were even sued by the Minnesota Attorney General and settled the case by agreeing to pay $1.8 million
trying to get on land?
charities, which sounds like a lot, and it sounds like a huge up by the company, but it turns out no, because they make over $1 billion in annual sales. So that was chump
That
change
one
there.
tried.
That's big business,
He
and
got-
it's reflected
he got
in the
dead,
salaries
though.
of their top-ranking employees. Tom Ellison, former board chairman of Savers, owned a waterfront
These are
mansion
on
in the
land?
same neighborhood as Bill Gates. And a current CEO, Mark Walsh, made millions in 2025 after his salary and equity were all taken into account. So clearly, Savers is not an ethical company. Who they save
Give him
themselves.
legs.
Not Jesus.
Oh.
Well, Jesus saves you, but they're not being saved by him. But you know what? Goodwill and Salvation Army, not saints either. Not the good guys, I'll tell you that much. In the past, Goodwill exploited a labor loophole.
They're
that
on
allowed them
land,
to pay as
though.
low as 22 cents an hour to disabled employees. And the Salvation Army has also been just caught out over and over again, being accused of being gender discriminant and sexually sexually orientation, not liking that. It's a Christian company, you know what I mean? Just listen to the 2011 position statement on homosexuality that has been since scrubbed from the internet. This is a company, by the way. Get ready.
I tried to get a
Scripture
job at
forbids
Hobby
sexual
Lobby
intimacy
one
between members
time.
of the
They
same
would
sex.
not
Boom,
hire
right
me
to the
because
chase.
I'm
The Salvation
atheist.
Army believes, therefore, that Christians whose
Fucked
sexual
up.
orientation is primarily
I
or
like Hobby
exclusively
Lobby too,
same-sex
but
are called
them
upon to embrace celibacy as a way
bigoted
of
pieces
life.
of shit.
Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Yeah, I think I talked about that over on Extra Talk, actually. Oh no, that was the Catholic video.
Oh, we have
they
grass
think
now.
that gay people should be sworn to a life of chastity, which I think is f***ing hilarious.
Oh,
Not-
shit.
It's very mean, but it's
Hell
very
yeah.
funny. That's how you wrap your head around it. It's so stupid. The rise of for-profit charity came at a time when America was obsessed with the idea of everything being new. And again, this was from the prosperity of the post-war years, which saw marketing and consumerism rise to levels that we had never seen before. If you think about it, going from the Great Depression right into World War II was pretty
30%.
massive 1-2 punch. You couldn't afford anything, and then the government said you have to ration your food. So like that's crazy situation to be in. By the time the
creatures,
50s
okay.
rolled around, we were champing at the bit to indulge. In fact, historian Elizabeth Cohen claimed
said
that
it
being a
right,
good
champing,
consumer was
not
considered
chomping.
being a patriotic American, since, quote, economic recovery depended on dynamic mass consumption
Come
economy.
on, load.
Which-
There
a
you
lot
go.
of big words, and even though there's
Early
like 6 of them,
access
I got very
game, but
confused.
still.
But that attitude could only last so long. Eventually, the rise of youth countercultures, along with economic instability and environmental concerns, led to the old becoming cool again. Arguably, the idea of vintage style really came into prominence during the 60s, which you don't really think of the 60s, people, like they're hippies, but they're not hipsters. Like hipsters are trying to be hippies. It's very...
It's weird.
Okay,
It's
let's
weird.
talk about it.
Don't
The
worry
hippies'
about it.
anti-establishment ethos meant that anything from the man was oppressive, and that includes pants. Wearing dusty threads was an open sign of rebellion for flower power youths, and as an added bonus, their resistance created a unique, one-of-a-kind look. For you kids out there, let me explain it in terms you know. The hippies were looks Max and Uncle Sam, while being dodged.
Oh, look, there's a big boy.
Is that any of that hit? Outside of the communities and
trying.
music festivals, fashion-forward women began wearing vintage
at
drop-waist
him.
dresses from the 20s and 30s. And as the dream of the 60s slowly died in the 70s, much of the hippie counterculture's radicalism fizzled, but environmentalism took hold. The first Earth Day was in 1970, and Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer, put f***ing solar panels on the top of the White House in 1979.
Great, my first
We're
plant.
saving the Earth. The idea of thrifting as an ethical and sustainable option was taking shape. Of course, Ronald Reagan would take down those solar panels in 1986, really solidifying the go-getter attitude of the 80s. Let's do coke and the earth, but in turn, it explains why
Pretty
grunge
much.
hit so hard in the 90s with a culture burned out on corporate messaging. And the era of the 90s really put thrifting on the map for good.
We need
Kurt Cobain
10,000
was basically
there we
the
go.
first thrift store rock star, sending droves of kids to Goodwill to find oversized flannel shirts and this exact cardigan. Personally, if I owned that cardigan, I would never take it off, but that's just me. Today, thrifting thrives thanks in part to a new crop of shoppers who turn their
We're
hobby
getting
into
there.
a hustle.
We're getting
The amount
there.
of TikTok and YouTube videos of people taking you shopping with them or showing off their haul is staggering. I'm not here to geek on anyone's grind, but it does feel like we're recycling for the sake of content. But who am I to judge? Honestly, if you can dig through piles and piles of dead people's clothes and make that content engaging, all the more for it. But anyway, there's one unfortunate side effect of thrifting in the social media age. It's becoming people's whole thing. Their whole personality, kinda. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, no one does that for any other type of store. There are people who make their whole deal Target, right?
Damn, they're
Actually,
at
now that I'm
the
thinking about
top.
it, there are probably people like that, but they're weird, and that's my point. The
Okay,
source of
we're
your clothes
spreading
should not
all
come
over
to
the planet.
define you. But here I am making a video about it, so f me, I'm always a part of the problem. Every single time I'm part of the problem. Another disturbing trend in modern thrifting is the rise of the resale market. Now, I'm not mad at the concept of flipping merchandise. I open Magic the Gathering packs, and I just opened a Japanese Force of Will. I can't read Japanese. I'm gonna sell that this weekend. Now, flipping merchandise when it comes to clothing isn't great, you know, considering that some underprivileged kid won't get a fresh back-to-school fit, so you can sell last year's
Gills.
Hypebeast shirt on Depop, whatever's that called. Basically, people are robbing the poor to make themselves rich, but that's not what's upsetting me. It should, but it doesn't. What really chaps my hide is the fact that so many resellers have no idea what they're doing. They'll either price a totally trash sweater as if it was in mint condition, or mistake a modern reprint of a graphic tee for vintage. Guys, get it together. This is your hustle, whatever. I'm not gonna give you the rules for your own hustle, but you're obviously f***ing it up crazy style. If a shirt has a tagless label printed on the inside of the neck, it's not old. They never used to do that. But even if you do know the rules here, what is your end game? You're just going to create a non-thrift store, thrift stores that kill thrift stores. That is Joker watch the world burn level shenanigans, and you should feel like shit for that. Okay, so I would like to end on a sour note, and I would like to write in a couple complaints real quick. Starting with a formal f*** you to Goodwill. Goodwill, you. Hey, why are you guys doing this thing where you've started sorting your clothing by color instead of size? So like, oh,
That's
I guess
weird.
I'll look through all
That's
of the red to
very
find the large.
odd.
Like, what do we do? What the f? That is the worst concept I've ever heard of. Shopping should have zero guessing when I go to the rack. If I see a rack of clothing, I shouldn't have to be like, oh, geez, like it should fucking... it makes me so mad. Okay, moving on. What's the next one? Value Village / Savers. I have shit for you too. You need to chill out with your prices. You are out of control. You are out of control. People are actually finding that you're pricing some products higher than when they were brand new. We just talked about this. You hardly even pay money for the stuff you're selling, and it's not like this is going to charity. The majority of it is a for-profit company, and your CEO is a billionaire or multimillionaire. Whatever. At that point, who gives a f? What you're actually doing is taking advantage of people who rely on thrift stores to survive by exploiting the thrifting trend. The worst part is you're doing it during an economic downturn, so f you, savers. You. And then we have Salvation Army, which is homophobic. And they like don't let people. They don't like people. They're very awful to people. I don't have time to go into it in this video, but like Salvation Army gives people a place to sleep. They do some bad stuff, so just look into them. And last but not least, we have
Just
the
look into
customers. Turn it back on you. Black Mirror style, baby. You might be making content trying to score some treasure or even
we're on
legitimately
land.
looking for clothes, but regardless of why you're digging through the trash with the rest of us, just be cool. Okay? Just act like you've been here before. And by here,
You
I mean
fucked
a dead
up. You
person's
shouldn't have
closet.
gone on
Don't
land.
jump directly in front of someone while they're moving down the road. Don't leave your massive cart parked directly in the middle of the aisle.
flew
while
too
you're reverse
high.
image searching a shirt. And don't buy human remains.
All
that
of
don't
you
belong
flew
to
too
And
high.
also, if you are someone in any major city, let's say New York or Chicago, who owns a second-hand thrift store where you at 6 in the morning on Sundays when they get all their clothes at the real thrift stores, you go in there and pick all the cool shit and then go sell it in another store for more money, and you think you're doing a service because you're curating the thrift.
crazy.
What? F you. That is the late. I'll do it. If you shut down your company, I promise you, I will just do that and then fucking not sell it for more. I'll just curate it for nothing. You're so full of shit. It makes me so mad. L Train Vintage is really bad with that. And there's some other ones. All right, thank you so much for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe to the
That was funny. Yeah, fuck. Here, Jubilee. Let's see.
What up, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today we're checking out more South Park and
Play more Final Fantasy 16 probably after
final
this.
episode of the Meteor Trilogy. It's interesting because the first episode, I guess, on the cat one, it took place obviously on the Meteor Night, but like I wouldn't say they're all necessarily interconnected, which is what makes me assume that this is not like an official trilogy or anything. I guess they just like happen to take place on the same night.
Loosely connected, I would say. But yeah, we had Shelly and her boyfriend watching the meteor shower, and obviously Cartman's mom coming back from the party at Mr. Mackey's house, and we saw Mr.
Doesn't
Mackey's
this one
party
like
in the first
completely tie them all in together?
But
I
as
think
I
they're
said in
gonna
the
eat
last
their
episode,
words.
I really just wanted to see what Ike and Kyle were up to, because they showed up at the end of the Two Guys Naked in a Hot Tub episode, and I was like, where did they just come from? So obviously with this title, I finally feel like we're gonna get our answer. But as always, if you
So
want to have
what
access to
is
our
this
full reaction to
guy?
South Park,
He
or
has
be ahead of our
evolved
YouTube
something
posting schedule, you can do
fierce.
so by checking
Okay.
out our Patreon. Don't forget to check out our second channel, Casey and Anthony. That's where we post all of our vlog content.
And also check out my channel, Casey Cavazos, for book and movie related content.
Where the heck is Kyle?
I don't know. Come on, Kyle! You're gonna be late for Jew Scouts!
That's where they were?
I mean, I saw that they were wearing badges.
Hey, Kenny.
Does Kenny get to go to Jew Scouts?
I have to go to Jubilee tonight because there's a meteor shower. We're gonna do some big thing out in the woods. It's gonna suck ass, I'm sure.
That's a negative attitude.
Meteor showers happen quite often.
They didn't say anything.
They're not like the craziest thing.
Special thing.
Jewish thing.
Jubilee is for Jewish kids.
From the Orthodox Jews, from the Hasidic Jews.
Are the Orthodox Jews the ones that have the little curls?
Kenny will believe whatever you want him to.
Oh, all right. Just don't let any of the elders know that he isn't Jewish, okay?
Woohoo!
Does he have an outfit?
Come on, Ike. It's time to go to Squirts. You have to be in Squirts if you're too young to be a Jew Scout.
Squirts? Aww.
Sarai said unto Abraham, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go into my maid. No, Ike. Ma, Ike keeps taking off his squirt uniform. Ike, you behave.
Taking off the hat.
Welcome to Jubilee. You folks find it okay?
You saw a bear a few miles back.
Oh, we spotted him a few days ago. Nothing to worry about, though.
I'm gonna guess that that bear is gonna kill Kenny.
Goodbye, boys. Kyle and Ike, you'll be safe. And Kenny? Try and act Jewish.
I'm the squirt leader. I don't want to be the squirt leader, but I don't have a choice. It's the only way I can earn my chutzpah badge.
Is it like
What is this guy?
I was a Cub Scout.
Name?
Kyle Brofslavsky.
What?
Kenny McHeimenberg.
Pincers. He's got some
All right, get to
pincers.
Meshuggah Hall. The meeting is already starting.
This is where the elders meet. Nobody's allowed to go in there when they're having a meeting.
What's going on in there?
I want to welcome you all. Though we each come from a
Doesn't
different
really
sect
do
of
anything.
Judaism, on this night of Jubilee, we all pray to Moses
Ooh, let's
as
go
one.
crab-
Elder Karn
crab
from
people.
the Orthodox Synagogue. Elder Garth from the Synagogue
I
of
can't.
Anti-Semites.
Wait a second.
Don't believe I've heard of the anti-Semitic sect of Judaism before.
Come on, aqua teal colored guys.
Tonight. We're
They're
all
Miss
going to make
Cutopina.
macaroni pictures like this one.
How come we have to make macaroni pictures?
Because it's camp.
All you need is a bar of soap and a dull knife, and you can make nifty soap sculptures like these. Here's a giraffe, and here's a cloud.
Cloud seems easier than the giraffe.
All new inductees, raise your hands.
That's you, Kenny. Raise your hand.
Yes, and what is your name, young man?
Junichi.
Could you run out and grab some of those candles for us?
Are they gonna like lock him out?
There we go.
Aww.
Raise your left hand and repeat after me. I pledge to be a Jew Scout. I am proud to be a Jew Scout.
I am proud to be a Jew Scout.
Otherwise, I'd just be a Jew. Nahi Kayem.
Nahi Kayem.
Oh my gosh.
Sounds like that would give you tinnitus.
Oh.
Let's see what you made macaroni pictures of. Ikmo?
Apple.
Okay, Ike.
Cookie.
Whoa!
You don't make a macaroni picture of the Last Supper at a Jewish camp?
Don't tell him what he can and can't do.
It's the bear.
All right, we're raising the sea level. These guys are about to all get got.
Then I'll get my chutzpah badge for sure.
Lehem havdarim, I should say vele aleinu. Oh, enough already.
I
What
have
has
committed
Moses ever done for
a
us?
fairly big
Tonight's
genocide.
meteor shower is a sign of the new time. We should use it to pray to Haman. We pray to Moses here, Elder. If you guys love Moses so much, why don't you marry him? Jubilee is the time of Haman. You will all see how wrong you are very soon when Haman returns
We'll see
from the
what
Ninth Tower of Death Illusion.
I don't understand.
This is going
What
way over my
reproduces
head.
in their
Come on, Kenny,
niches.
You have to get in a circle. This is where we all stand in a circle and pray to Moses for guidance during Jubilee.
Fucking stupid.
Stupid asshole. assholes, do not fear, Haman. This night shall be yours, and the anti-Semitic Jews will once again rule the earth.
Squirts, we're so kosher that it hurts. When we get older, we'll be stars, but until then, we are squirts. There he is, Squirts.
Can't believe you took
Okay.
these little tiny children to go find a bear.
You immobilize the bear with the net, then Echo Team run up and attack it with your squirt knife.
I feel like the pincer animals are gonna take over.
Kids are gonna get eaten.
Now! Oh no!
You're never gonna get that badge now.
Shut up, Kenny.
It's Moses! It's Moses!
Because he has his eyes open.
That's Moses, stupid.
What?
Scouts, let's all show Moses our soap sculptures so that he may rejoice and be pleased.
The soap sculptures?
Was foretold that the spirit of Moses would
Okay.
finally rest when his spirit was imprisoned by Haman in a conch shell of blind faith.
I always thought it was conch.
Did-
Made you tidings of
Did
macaroni
the
pictures. They should be here any second. Where the hell are the
land-dwelling
squirts? Need those macaroni
creatures
pictures
get
from
got?
Moses right
I think
now.
they did. Oh, wait, this one.
Now, we'll just see how Mr. Bear likes rat poison.
He's trying.
Here he comes. Easy now.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna take another one!
Great and honorable Moses, what do you desire from us, your children?
Compound eyes.
Macaroni pictures.
Macaroni pictures. I desire popcorn necklaces.
It's like
Who started
Venonat.
macaroni art? Who really was like, you know what? Yeah.
Hold.
He knows.
There is an impurity.
No, he's on to me, Haman. An impurity, Moses?
This child here is not kosher.
Kusha.
Kroflowski, have you defiled
Ears?
Jew Scouts by bringing a non-Hebrew to Jubilee?
It's not my fault. He told me he was Jewish.
Oh, he picking on him!
You are banished from here. You must leave before the great eating of carrot cake.
No
Carrot
cake for the
cake.
impurity.
I like carrot
Go
cake.
now.
Carrot cake
You
is
do not
fine.
belong here.
You get no cake.
I like carrots though.
Go now.
so.
You do not belong here.
Still think the bear's gonna eat him.
Au revoir, Kenny. Never come back to Jew camp again.
Good Balakstud Inca Inca Bruce. And there you shall stay, trapped for all eternity.
There he is.
Release Moses now.
I don't think so.
When do we get to eat carrot cake?
Asking the important questions. I like carrot cake.
You want to talk about
I
who
do
decided
too.
to put macaroni on a piece of paper? Who decided to put carrot in cake?
Alpha will take left flank and flush the bear.
Anything
out of
can be a
Center's
cake if you had
flush him
enough
out and then
sugar.
attack him.
More kids.
The bear is picking them off.
Oh, they all heading to the party.
Oh, okay, that's how it connects.
That bear thinks he can outsmart. Well, I'm not gonna let a stupid bear get. Hold! Look over there.
Did the bear start a trap for them?
What? The bear is working smarter, not harder.
It's a trap.
Damn right.
They got a mole. Damn.
Casey knows.
He lost every single one.
Work smarter, not
Revenue
harder.
Return. We await your return, Haman.
Like how Kenny just came back. No, they got Kenny too.
I'm fine with obeying.
Yeah, obeying should work out swell.
Kenny will help us.
How?
Kenny will find a way.
Kenny's got taken by a bear.
Little baby bear, he thinks they're cubs.
Oh!
See this little bear cub? It's his birthday.
Oh, it's like a birthday party.
That's so cute. It's my favorite part of the episode.
Come on,
They're getting like honey.
We have to help them. Yeah.
The squirts are gonna have to save the day with the
The
bears.
bear and the bear's mom. Mama bear.
I lost all the squirts.
Get the keys and unlock the door.
I lost the squirts.
Look out, it's the anti-Semitic Jew.
Haman, the great summoning is done. Nayak,
Kenny.
Karim. It's the squirts.
Go, Ike.
Unlock the door, squirts. The keys are up there.
How are they gonna reach that?
Chinese formation.
The squirts saved the
Chinese
day.
formation.
No, it's too late. Gramak stood.
This bear was a real one.
Oh my gosh.
Is this like a reference to something?
Free to punish those that imprisoned me.
Oh, what do they got? They have
Whoa,
antennae?
butted it.
Moses, no!
Okay.
I apologize for any inconvenience.
Die.
Oh shit.
Hooray!
Kenny!
Oh, he killed himself on the conch.
Every year we shall gather here in this special place and bring Kenny
Moses.
tidings of soap sculptures and macaroni pictures. Or shaker things where you put beans inside of paper plates that are glued together.
Why do you just want crafts?
Summer camp.
I want
crafts.
to
You
claim
can then
another
pour
planet
glitter on them so
before
they
I
look
get
nice
out
and
of here.
sparkly.
You heard him, Scouts. Let's get to work.
And that's just it? So that was the answer to where Ike and Kyle were. Not what I expected. The Scouts was kind of, I guess, expected because, like, looking back on it now, they were wearing, like, uniforms and whatnot. But I did not anticipate the turn that it took. But I really did think the bear was going to kill Kenny.
I think out of the three, my favorite is still the hot tub one.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that was the best out of these ones. This one was probably my least favorite, actually.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like seeing Cartman and Shelly like team up in the end of that episode was pretty fun. Although that episode had some weird subject matter, obviously. But this episode, I just expected more. I don't know. I expected it to be a little bit funnier, to be honest. But as always, if you want to stay ahead of our YouTube posts and schedule Patreons where to do it.
They haven't seen Tron,
With
so
great
they don't get the
power comes
Moses
great responsibility.
reference.
And you have the power to sign up for extratug.com.
Let's see. I know I added like a bunch of shit to my watch later. Oh, we're gonna watch Alien 11 after. Oh, and my coworker wanted me to watch this.
Bulletproof. That's what Elon Musk.
Actually, no, it was something else. Hold on.
Four people
was
have burned
this.
to death inside a Tesla Cybertruck since deliveries began just over 2 years ago.
The lawsuits claim it all comes down to one thing: no way out.
All trapped by doors that wouldn't open after the power cut.
Fucking Cybertruck.
That's a fire
pieces of
fatality rate
garbage.
13 times higher than the Ford Pinto, America's most infamous fire hazard.
The Pinto.
The
Imagine dying
Cybertruck
at a
costs
Pinto.
$70,000, almost $5,000 a year
God.
to insure, and even at that price, Geico won't take the risk. Tesla pulled 115,912 of them back for safety concerns in 2025 alone. But the problems go way beyond just the power cuts and fires. At 3:08 in the morning on
They're
November
so
27,
fucking dumb.
2024, a Tesla Cybertruck left Hampton Road in Piedmont, California at high speed, jumped a curb,
Cybertrucks
struck a
are so
retaining wall,
fucking
and wedged itself
stupid. They're
between the
stupid
wall and the
looking.
tree.
They're death traps.
4 college students
made by
were inside.
fucking Elon Musk, who's
All
a
4
piece of
survived
shit.
the impact. That's the detail that matters. The California Highway Patrol's post-crash analysis confirmed it. This was a survivable collision. Nobody died from the crash. They died from what happened next. Within seconds of impact, the Cybertruck's
What, they burned
123
alive?
kilowatt-hour battery pack began to burn. The electronic door handles, the retractable flush-mounted handles Tesla made famous on the Model S and deployed on the Cybertruck with no mechanical backup on the outside, stopped working the moment power was cut. A friend named Matthew Reardon, who had
Wild.
been driving behind them, pulled up and tried to save them. He couldn't open any of the doors. He picked up a fallen tree branch and started hitting the front passenger window. It took him 10 to 15 full-force strikes to break through.
Oh, but he did it
managed to
with their
pull one
armor.
survivor out.
Their armor
The fire, by then,
blasts.
had engulfed the cabin. Krista Sukahara, 19 years old, tried to climb toward that same broken window from the back seat. The fire pushed her back. Jack Nelson, 20, was beside her. Soren Dixon, 19, was in the driver's seat. All
This was
3
totally
died of
worth
asphyxia from
$9, I
smoke
think.
inhalation and thermal burns.
This shit is like
trapped inside
so
a
cool
vehicle
to
whose
me.
manual door release, the one the owner's manual says exists, is hidden behind the floor mat and a snap-in plastic panel in the rear. Passengers, in a panic, in darkness, in smoke, would never find it. Most Cybertruck owners don't know it exists. Consider what that means.
Wait, I was
mechanically.
paused that whole
On
time.
a Ford
What the fuck?
F-150,
Really?
a Chevy Silverado, a Ram 1500, the door handle is a physical lever. Pull it, a steel rod lifts a latch, the
Yeah.
door opens.
Yes,
There's
thank
no
you.
power involved. A 12-volt system failure,
Not
a severed
everything needs
battery
to be
cable,
digital.
a fire in the dash. None of it matters. The handle works because it's a handle. The Cybertruck replaced that century-old piece of engineering with a flush electronic button that sends a signal to a motorized latch.
So
when
fucking
the high
dumb.
voltage system goes down, which is the first thing that happens in a serious crash, by design, as a fire suppression measure, those motors stop. The button does nothing.
I want to see what happens when the pinks
becomes a wall.
Meet
Tesla
the,
will argue that an interior manual
the
release
white-
exists,
the white-
which is true.
That's fucked up.
On the front doors, it's visible
let's
if you
evolve
know to
some
look
of
for it.
these.
On the rear doors of a Cybertruck, it's not.
Meet the
rear
heavy
passengers have to
blues.
lift the floor mat, pry off a plastic trim
Come on,
panel,
Heavy Blue,
and
you
pull a
can do
cable.
it.
In daylight, sober, seated calmly, it takes 30 seconds. In a burning vehicle, in smoke, with a seatbelt on, it takes longer than you have. No other automaker sells a truck where emergency egress for rear passengers requires furniture disassembly. And in October 2025, the Nelson and Sukahara families filed a wrongful death lawsuit that, unlike the earlier filings, names Tesla directly. The complaint alleges dangerous design
You can do it,
choices,
Blues.
specifically, electronic door handles that fail when power is lost, with no accessible mechanical override for panicked passengers. Wrongful death cases in California involving a product defect and multiple fatalities routinely settle or award in the tens of millions per plaintiff. Multiply that by 3 victims, and then
Exoskeleton
consider that
time.
Tesla has built fewer than 80,000 Cybertrucks to date, every single one of them with the same door system. The liability exposure isn't a rounding error, it's a balance sheet problem. And it
a
opens a
mouth.
question Tesla has not answered. Why did it take 10 to 15 strikes to break through a vehicle window that, by federal standard, is supposed to be exitable from the inside? The answer is that Cybertruck glass isn't built to the federal standard.
Because
not in the way
it's-
you'd expect.
I show that all the
Department
time.
of Transportation
I
Rule
show that shit all the
FM
time. That's so
VSS
funny.
205 governs automotive glazing. It requires that side windows, the windows passengers rely on in an emergency, be breakable from the inside with moderate force. A person with a seatbelt buckle,
Eat.
a headrest post, or even a hard
Eat
elbow
meat.
should be able to escape a vehicle that's upside down,
Upgrade the
submerged,
mouth.
or burning. Every
Jaw.
modern car sold in America is designed around that assumption. Tesla marketed Cybertruck glass as the exception.
Armored dude,
glass,
this shit is so
Elon
fucking
Musk
funny.
called it at the November 2019 reveal. He had designer Franz von Holzhausen
This shit is so
throw a
fucking
steel
funny.
ball at the driver's window on live stage. It shattered. The internet laughed.
It
But
was
the marketing stuck.
hilarious.
5 years and 1 production
Oh my
launch
God, I
later,
made a monster.
the Cybertruck arrived with ultra-hardened laminated glass that resists impact from both directions.
Dude, we're
Not
going.
just from an intruder outside, from a passenger inside. That's what Matthew Reardon ran into at Hampton Road. It's why he needed a tree branch and 15 swings. It's why Krista Sukahara
Doors-
couldn't
I'm
get herself
creating
out of
a
the back
shark,
seat. And it's compounded
effectively.
by the truck's 3mm stainless steel exoskeleton, which first responders across the country have now reported slows the jaws of life by an order of magnitude compared to conventional body panels. The Cybertruck is the only modern passenger vehicle sold in the United States where bulletproof is a literal description of what happens when rescue crews try to get in. Piedmont was not the first warning. On August 5, 2024, a 47-year-old nurse named Michael Sheehan lost control of his Cybertruck on a road in Baytown, Texas. He struck a concrete culvert. The impact
Oh
was
my God,
survivable.
I've created a monster.
Sheehan burned to death inside the vehicle.
This thing is going to
unable escape.
annihilate the ecosystem.
His widow and parents filed a wrongful death lawsuit alleging defects in the truck's battery, structural design, and door system. He had owned the vehicle for less than 4 months. According to his attorney, it's unlikely he even knew where the manual release was. That was the first recorded Cybertruck fatality. Piedmont, 3 months later, was the second incident of the same design failing the same way. None of it resulted in a federal safety investigation. NHTSA has opened preliminary evaluations on specific Cybertruck defects. The accelerator pedal,
Oh
the
my
cant
God,
rail,
he's
the
so
steering wheel,
he's
but
so
has not opened a broader safety defect
aggressive.
investigation into emergency egress. That's the gap the lawsuits are now trying to close. The insurance industry has already done the math.
Oh,
the public
no.
hasn't. In 2024,
Created a
Geico,
monster.
the second largest auto insurer in America, stopped writing new Cybertruck policies. In 2025, Hanover Insurance began non-renewing existing Cybertruck coverage, citing low production volumes and repair costs that make the vehicle economically untenable to insure. The
Wait,
average full
he
coverage
didn't
premium
die.
for a Cybertruck is now $4,649 per year.
God
That's more than
damn.
double the national average of
That's
$2,310 for all vehicle types.
Let's
It's
see, I pay
$1,800 more than
$240 a month.
Ford F-150 Lightning, which performs the same
Yeah, it's
function
about
for
$2,000 some
$25,000
odd.
less.
Maybe a little
Owners
bit
in
more.
certain markets are quoting $900 a month, and some are being quoted nothing at all.
Dude, this species
because
is
certain
ravaging
carriers simply
everything.
won't insure the vehicle in their state. When your truck is uninsurable, it's also unfinanceable, because every lender in America requires active coverage as a condition of
Num
the
num
loan.
num.
Insurance is a
I've
market
created
where
a monster.
risk gets priced honestly,
Oh no.
because pretending otherwise costs the insurer money. And the risk
We're
they're
gonna have to
pricing
get some
isn't
differential
theoretical.
equations to
It
see
was on
the
full display the night firefighters rolled up to Hampton Road in Piedmont.
lifetime.
If you want to know why
graph.
they couldn't put out the fire,
Or whatever.
why Tesla built a truck that's designed
Population
to burn,
graph, excuse me.
like and subscribe, because the fire isn't a flaw. It's how Tesla built the truck.
It's a feature.
Every other truck
You
on
get
the
to
American
burn to
market
death.
has a battery or a fuel tank. The
Don't you
Cybertruck
love that?
has neither. The 123
Dude, one of them made it up
kilowatt-hour
there.
pack beneath your feet isn't a component. It's the chassis. In a standard Tesla Model Y, the battery sits bolted beneath the floor pan, separable from the chassis. If it catches fire, firefighters can, in theory, isolate it, flood it, and cool the adjacent cells. The procedure is hard, but it exists. In the Cybertruck, there is no floor pan. Tesla designed the battery case itself to carry load between the front and rear suspension. It's welded, bonded, and integrated into the truck's spine. When it enters thermal runaway, there is nothing to isolate. The fire and the chassis are the same object. The National Fire Protection Association and the International Association
Oh, I can
of
claim a new
Firefighters
planet.
have, since 2024, issued
planet should
formal
we
guidance
claim?
for structural battery
This
EVs
one?
in catastrophic fire events. The recommended protocol is explicit. Let it burn.
149
Establish a
Fahrenheit,
perimeter.
really?
Protect surrounding structures. Wait.
Here, let's claim the planet.
A single
Let's do it.
Cybertruck fire can require
What the fuck?
3,000 to
What the fuck
4,000
are we
gallons
dealing
of
with
water
here?
to cool,
Okay.
roughly 15
desert.
times what an
It's
internal
just-
combustion vehicle demands. And reignition risk extends for up to 24 hours
Okay.
after the visible flames go out. Tow yards in California have reported Cybertrucks
I actually did
reigniting
not want to do
3
that.
and
I
4
thought
days after
okay.
the initial
This
fire was
is
declared extinguished. Municipal fire departments now carry the cost of extended standby and
Odyssey.
specialized cooling tanks,
Planet.
funded by taxpayers, for a private vehicle design choice Tesla made for packaging efficiency. The packaging logic was genuinely clever. By making the battery structural, Tesla eliminated the separate floor pan,
Can
saved
we
roughly
make a
200
planet
pounds,
near,
and
like,
simplified the assembly line.
Mercury
It's
livable?
the kind of engineering bet that looks brilliant on a whiteboard. The cost is borne somewhere else. When a conventional EV battery is damaged,
I don't know.
you replace the pack. Expensive, but bounded. When a Cybertruck battery is damaged, you often total the vehicle, because replacing it means unbuilding the truck. Insurance adjusters are writing off Cybertrucks with damage that would be a repair job on any other pickup.
Look at
That's
my
part of
other
why
Earth-like
premiums
planet
are
over
what
there.
they
It's
are.
doing well.
It's also why the resale market is behaving the way it is. The public cost is not theoretical.
It's
Piedmont's
because that's
Fire
why.
Department, a municipal service funded by roughly 11,000 residents, spent an estimated $30,000 operational response on the Hampton Road fire, including the extended cooling watch and the hazmat protocol for battery runoff into storm drains. Multiply that across every Cybertruck fire
Look
that
at
has
this
occurred
planet,
since
it's
delivery
good.
began, and the cumulative municipal burden is already in the millions. Fire chiefs in California, Texas, and Florida have begun asking their city councils for supplemental budget allocations specifically for EV fire response. The bill arrives on the property tax assessment, not the Tesla invoice. It's the clearest example of
Ryan,
what economists
you doing,
call
bro?
externalization, The private profit stays with the manufacturer, the public cost stays with everyone else. And the market is responding the way markets respond to unpriced risk.
Will
by
this
walking
allow
away.
me to have water?
Cybertruck resale values collapsed more than 30% in 12 months. Tesla sold 5,385 Cybertrucks in the third quarter of 2025.
Okay, we have a little bit of water. A
62.6%
tiny
drop
bit.
from the peak in Q3 of 2024. In the first quarter of 2026, Tesla produced 50,000 more vehicles than it delivered, the largest inventory gap in the company's history. And for the first time, Tesla lost its title as the world's largest electric vehicle maker to China's BYD. The truck that debuted at third place in EV sales is now at 14th, tied with a $100,000 GMC Hummer. Used Cybertrucks are sitting on dealer lots with the same urgency as expired inventory. Hertz quietly offloaded its Tesla rental fleet. Wealthy early adopters are trading in at losses they didn't take on their last 3 Teslas. CarMax and Carvana have quietly reduced their buy prices on Cybertrucks by successive increments through 2025. Each cut roughly 5 to 8%, with no corresponding reduction on other Tesla models in their inventory. The wholesale auction data tells the same story. Dealers are writing down the vehicle faster than any other new generation truck on the lot. The owners who remain
Can we make this a viable planet?
Economics of a Lamborghini and the brand trajectory of a failed startup.
Dude, it
And
looks
none of
like
that,
he just
none of the price collapse
that
or
looks
the
so
walkaway
fucking
insurers
dumb. It looks
would
like a
matter if the
PlayStation
problems were
1
fixable.
Ridge
The
Racer
trouble is that
car.
the company building these trucks can't be. In 2024, Tesla issued recalls affecting approximately 57,000 Cybertrucks. In 2025, that number more than doubled to 115,912. Every Cybertruck ever built, and then some, pulled back into compliance at an average rate of 318 trucks per day. The catalog is its own indictment. Stuck accelerator pedals that required physically removing and replacing the pedal assembly. A recall triggered not by internal quality control, but by a TikTok video showing the pedal sliding under the floor mat and wedging open at full throttle. Cant rail trim
let's
panels,
sculpt
the stainless steel strips along the windshield, delaminating and flying off at highway speed. A recall covering 46,096 vehicles after owners began documenting panels pulling off by hand in viral social media posts. Front parking lamps exceeding federal brightness limits and blinding oncoming drivers. Drive power loss requiring software patches. Gigacasting failures where the rear underbody casting, a single massive aluminum part, cannot be repaired at all when damaged. It can only be replaced, at costs that routinely total the vehicle. Body panels that came off in owners' hands during TikTok videos. Rear view cameras that delayed engaging after shifting into reverse. None of these are obscure engineering corners. These are the basics of building a truck. What connects them is the sequence. In most of these recalls, Tesla did not identify the defect through internal testing. They learned about it the same way the public did, on social media, and reacted only after NHTSA opened an inquiry.
Are they up here?
That's not quality control. That's post-market customer reported failure analysis on a $70,000 product scaled across tens of thousands of owners. And the promises behind the truck were just as fragile as the engineering. Musk announced the Cybertruck in 2019 at a $39,000 base price with 500 miles of range and production scaling to 250,000 units a year. The base price became $70,000. The 500 miles became 250. And in 2 full years of production, Tesla has built fewer than 64,000 units, roughly a quarter of what was promised annually. Every published metric that justified the Cybertruck's existence has been revised downward. And the pattern behind the pattern has a name. Elon Musk ran the 2019 reveal personally. He approved the door handle design after engineers reportedly raised concerns about emergency egress, concerns that are now at the center of a wrongful death lawsuit. Bloomberg reported in December 2025 that Tesla engineers had flagged these exact door safety concerns internally as early
we're
as 2016,
very close to that
nearly
star.
a decade before Piedmont. He kept the bulletproof marketing language after the armor glass shattered on his own stage. He set the production
Dude, that's so
timeline
fucking
that forced
funny.
Tesla to ship the truck with known issues in the cant rail adhesive and the accelerator pedal geometry, both of which became major recalls within months of delivery. In 2025, during his period running the Department of Government Efficiency for the Trump administration, he was spending more time on political battles than on the factory floor. Tesla stock dropped 42% in the first half of 2025. The board, which is populated by his brother, his longtime associates, and investors who have been richly rewarded for not asking hard questions, has never meaningfully held him accountable. Not on the Model 3 production hell. Not on the robotaxi promises made every year since 2016 and delivered in none of them. Not on the Cybertruck. This is the part that doesn't fit on a spec sheet. A company can ship a bad product and recover. Ford did it with the Pinto. Toyota did it with the unintended acceleration cases. Recovery requires accountability. Recalls done quickly, leadership changes, engineering cultures that can say no to marketing. Tesla's recovery machinery has been disabled by design. The CEO is the product architect, the marketing voice, the quality authority, and the chairman's personal friend.
Alright.
There is no
We're
one in the
good,
building
we're
who can
good.
tell him the door handle
I think
is
we
wrong.
got some good shit going
I'm in my
on.
mid-30s. When I read the Piedmont report for the first time, what stayed with me wasn't the numbers.
Let's see what's
It was the
happening with
detail
our
about the
Earth-like
floor mat.
planet.
There are almost 80,000 Cybertrucks parked in American driveways tonight, and in almost every one of them, the manual door release that could save a passenger's life is hidden under the carpet.
My boy
Most
Blue
owners don't
is
know. Most passengers
annihilating
certainly
everything.
don't. There is a genuine counter-argument, and it deserves fair weight. Tesla's crash test ratings are real. The Cybertruck's passenger compartment held up structurally in Piedmont. That's why the impact itself was survivable.
Yeah.
Electric vehicles, statistically, catch fire less often than gasoline cars. Driver error was a factor at Hampton Road.
Yeah,
The
statistically
driver was
until
speeding,
Musk
and
came
toxicology
along.
later showed alcohol, marijuana, and cocaine in all three victims. The same impact into a tree, at the same speed in any pickup, might have been fatal on impact alone. These things are true. They matter. But none of them explain why 3 people who survived the crash could not survive the door. A Ford, a Ram, a Chevy, any of them would have opened. Premium for the truck, $70,000. Premium for the insurance,
All mechanical.
$4,649
What you
a
want?
year, when you can get it at all. Premium for bulletproof, 3 dead college students in Piedmont, and 115,000 recalls in 12 months. Elon Musk called this truck apocalypse-proof on stage in 2019, just not for the people sitting inside it. How many more survivable crashes have to become fatal ones before someone forces Tesla to fix the door? If Tesla is willing to compromise on door handles to keep the design clean, ask yourself what they're willing to do with the price. For 10 days in February 2026,
let's let them
they sold the
intermingle and see
Cybertruck
what
for
happens.
$59,990. Then they raised it $10,000 overnight. Watch how they turned a
cold,
fake discount
really?
into a $10,000 trap.
Yeah, Tesla's a piece of shit. 100%. Disturbing deep YouTube oddities. I haven't watched this one yet. Do it.
When you think of claustrophobic videos, the image of a caver pushing themselves through a tight squeeze might come to mind. Videos of these thrill seekers have permeated the dark side of the internet. Stories where a routine cave diving expedition turns into a nightmare after one of the members can't free themselves from the cave's most narrow tunnels. But there's a new trend circulating on the internet, a trend in which the participants willingly put their lives on the line, their final moments spent in agonizing claustrophobia. This video belongs to the following TikTok user. We will refer to them as Dog. The video you have just seen is labeled Day 5, and it is a part of a week-long series of videos where Dog dives into increasingly dangerous areas. This upload in particular seemingly shows Dog's final moments as he sinks to the bottom of a bog. By comparison, the first day brings us to July 3rd of this year. This entry is much tamer, showing Dog rolling around in what appears to be a shallow pool of mud. The caption reads, "Angle wasn't the best, but it was still fun. Ran, jumped into the quarry mud, and slogged my way across the other side. Was out of breath." Immediately, users watching the video were confused as to why Dog, or anyone else for that matter, would want to partake in such a strange activity. But it only gets worse from here. In fact, it might have been Dog's infatuation with the mud that led to his death. The idea of bog jumping isn't something entirely new. While some, including myself, may not understand it, a lot of people view this activity as
bog
something
jumping is
fun
weird.
and innocent. Bog jumping unsupervised, alone, and in an isolated area, however, is a different story. Now, before we get any further, I just want to address what exactly is a bog and why it might have been more potentially dangerous than some of the other jumps that Dog was doing at the time. A bog is a wetland that has a lot of dead plants in it. Over time, these piles of dead plants pile beneath the water and become what is referred to as peat. Peat is a material that is very viscous and thick when combined with water. Peat is very heavy and very difficult to get out of, a fact that might have led to the terrifying situation that Dog found himself in. I went on a very long ride to get to this new bog. It has tons of various peat mud holes. I mainly wanted to discover it for myself, so the video is pretty short. Also, the deer flies were horrid. I likely won't be videoing any bog videos as I prefer the quarries. And as Dog says, he likely won't be visiting the area for long. His next upload says otherwise. This is the infamous Day 5 video. Dog jumps feet first into the bog. As he bounces up and down, his arms eventually are pinned underneath the surface. The shadow of his tripod is captured in the sunlight, revealing that Dog is out here completely alone, with no one to help him or pull him out of this perilous situation. As the video comes to an end, Dog has been completely taken under the surface. The caption reads, "It's been a while since I've been to this location. Stepping on the plank and sniffing the overwhelming odors of the bog gases had made me loopy, only to step into the bog to struggle and be gulped alive."
This is such a fucking cool, like, simulation god kind of game. Like, it's,
along
I
with
love
the
this shit.
dog's
So chill,
suggestive
too.
mask,
Orion.
has led a lot of people to believe that Dog's
He's been on my
channel
lap
as a
this whole
whole,
time.
is some type of fetish. There exists
Haven't
a
you?
desire known as vor that some individuals
Here,
have,
go.
where it's
Here, you
basically
gotta
the
get out.
desire
Go,
to
go,
be
go, go.
eaten or swallowed by another person or like some type of creature. And while these mud pits and bogs aren't necessarily people, jumping in one of them can give you the sensation of being swallowed. These commenters are suggesting that Dog's repeated dives into the bog are all a part of some sort of twisted fetish or fantasy. A fantasy that might have cost Dog his life.
What is our
Following
world
this
doing?
upload,
Oh my god,
Dog
the,
wouldn't post for a couple of weeks,
the blue.
leading people to
He's
believe that
eating
someone
everything.
found Dog's tripod and camera sitting on the edge of the bog.
Oh
only to find
no,
the
I
dog's
fucked up. I
decomposing
fucked up
remains beneath
very
it.
high.
But on
Very high.
July 13th, the following video would be posted to Dog's TikTok page. In the video, Dog appears
Did
to
we
be back
title
at it
lock?
again.
I don't
The top
think we
comments on the
did.
video consistently ask to know how Dog survived the jump on day 5. Interestingly enough, the video is labeled
Do we not
as
have
day
rotation
8,
rate? I don't guess
skipping
we
over
do.
6 and 7. This also marks Dog's longest video, clocking in at just under 7 minutes in length.
74
Just 2 days
global
later,
temperature
Dog would
is
leave us
like
with the
not
following caption:
too
30
bad.
degrees Celsius out. Mud felt great and really warm from the sun beating on it. Had a few people require another peel.
Hold on, I will be right back. How's everybody doing tonight? Like it's been a very quiet night actually. Okay. Stream Element? I don't use Stream Elements, I use Streamlabs. Weird. Hey, what's going on? I don't do Discord, sorry. I don't need the money. I already make enough money. I do this for fun. One second. And everyone's out for like predatory bullshit. I'm just here. If anyone wants to watch me, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I'm just here. Drinking my drink and doing my thing. I assume that's a bot though, so it doesn't matter. Oh. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Completely forgot I started streaming on Kick. Okay. Cool. Let's watch this Cybertruck disaster nobody saw coming. God damn it, I hate my voice.
Musk called it when he unveiled the Cybertruck in 2019. A truck that could stop a 9mm bullet and survive the apocalypse. Then the glass shattered on stage.
Oh, we've already gotten plants on... Oh wow, we kind of speed ran this. Okay.
The body panels fell off on the highway. And somehow, 1 million people still put down money to buy one. Almost all of them would regret that decision. Because none of those failures were
How are they gonna evolve?
They were warnings.
Being cut off.
The biggest the auto industry has seen in decades. But behind the failures and the memes, something real was happening. Because the truck Musk promised was unlike anything the market had ever seen. The base model would start at $39,900, a price that made the crowd audibly gasp. The dual motor version, $49,900. The tri-motor beast, $69,900. For context, a loaded Ford F-150 cost more than that top tier. Tesla wasn't just entering the truck market, it was declaring war on it. and the numbers
The
matched
blues decimated
the tri-motor variant was supposed to hit
everything.
500 miles of range, tow 14,000 pounds.
They're going
and
to
carry
have
a
to eat
3,500
themselves.
pound payload. 0 to
I
60
figured they
in
would.
2.9 seconds. Musk called it better than an F-150 and faster than a Porsche 911. He said you could basically run the Baja 1000 in it. He even floated the idea that it could serve as a boat. Within days, Tesla claimed over 200,000 reservation deposits at $100 each. That number would eventually balloon past 1 million. The Cybertruck hadn't just captured attention, it had captured the imagination of an entire generation of truck buyers who wanted to feel like they were driving something from a sci-fi movie. But there was a catch that nobody was paying attention to. Those reservation deposits were fully refundable. They weren't commitments.
For your population, yeah.
$100 to feel like you were part of the future.
The
barrier to
blues
entry was
completely
lower than a dinner
annihilated
for two.
everything.
And Musk knew exactly what he was doing. That million reservation number became the centerpiece of every investor presentation, every earnings call, every Twitter post. It was proof of demand. Except it wasn't proof of anything except that 1 million people had $100 to spare and a dream about driving something from a video game. The timing couldn't have been better either. In 2019, there was no electric truck on the market. Rivian was years from delivering its R1T. Ford's F-150 Lightning was still just a concept. The Cybertruck had the entire category to itself. All Tesla had to do was deliver. And the timeline should have raised eyebrows too. Production was supposed to start in late 2021.
So he's
The
got
single-motor
lungs
base
and he
model,
can breathe.
The $39,900 one that made everyone gasp was supposed to arrive in 2022. These dates came and went silently. No explanation. No updated timeline. Just silence, followed by more hype.
Why is he running
Ford launched the
everywhere?
Lightning in 2022. Rivian started shipping trucks. GM announced the Silverado EV. The head start evaporated while Tesla was still figuring out how to bend stainless steel. Here's what was actually happening behind the scenes. The Cybertruck's radical design created manufacturing nightmares. The 30X cold-rolled stainless steel that made it look like a prop from Blade Runner couldn't be stamped with traditional presses.
Like
It cracked
fucking
them. Bending the
piece of
metal
shit
required
is what it
scoring it
looks
on the
like.
inside first. Every panel had to be flat because curves were physically impossible with this material. The angular design wasn't a bold aesthetic choice. It was the only option the metal would allow. Tesla's engineers couldn't make curves, so they made a virtue out of straight lines and called it futuristic. It's a clever story,
Looks like
but it's also a warning
PlayStation
sign that got
1
buried under the
graphics.
hype. When your design is dictated
I'll
by the
never not
limitations
say
of your
that either.
materials, rather than the needs of your customers, you've already made a fundamental compromise before the first unit rolls off the line. Tesla had essentially promised a revolution, and then discovered that the revolution was really, really hard to build. The material that made the truck look unlike anything on the road also made it nearly impossible to manufacture at scale. Every automotive engineer outside of Tesla could have predicted this. Stainless steel has been tried on cars before, the DeLorean being the most famous example, and there's a reason nobody repeated the experiment. It's heavy, it's expensive, it's difficult to work with, and it corrodes in ways people don't expect. The auto industry landed on painted steel and aluminum decades ago for very good reasons. But Musk didn't care about what the industry had learned. He wanted something that looked like it came from the future. And on that front, he delivered. On everything else, the compromises were just beginning. And when the truck finally arrived, those compromises wouldn't just disappoint.
I think my
they'd
close
rewrite
world
the
is
entire
actually
narrative. When the
kind
Cybertruck
of doing
finally
better
arrived in
than my
late
other one.
2023, 4 years behind Musk's original promises, the reality landed like a sledgehammer, which, coincidentally, was the only thing that had actually performed as advertised at the 2019 demo. The $39,900 base model? Gone. The cheapest Cybertruck you could actually buy was $60,990 for a rear-wheel drive version, and that one wouldn't ship until 2025. If you wanted one immediately, your options were the all-wheel drive at $79,990, or the Cyberbeast at $99,990.
Let's connect these and see what happens.
By mid-2024,
That'll be fun.
Tesla had quietly removed the rear-wheel drive option entirely and hiked the all-wheel drive to $99,990.
Who the
truck
fuck
must
has that
promise
much money to
compete
just
with the
throw
F-150
away?
on
God
price,
damn.
was now competing with luxury SUVs. The specs told a similar story. That 500-mile range? The best you could get was 340 miles, and even that required perfect conditions. An optional bed-mounted range extender could bump it to 470 miles.
This is actually a pretty good temperature for the planet.
Simply didn't exist. The 14,000-pound towing capacity? Down to 11,000. The 3,500-pound payload?
Let's open the Strait of Hormuz.
2,500. Every single headline number from the 2019 reveal had been walked back. And here's the part that stung the most. Every competitor who had entered the market after the Cybertruck's reveal, the Lightning, the R1T, the Silverado EV, had actually delivered on their specs. Ford didn't promise one thing and ship another. Rivian didn't bait buyers with fantasy pricing.
Can we get a
Tesla
mouth?
did.
Yes. Meat.
And then came the quality issues. Within weeks of the first deliveries, owners started posting photos of orange rust spots on their supposedly corrosion-resistant stainless steel bodies, sometimes after just 2 days of rain. The truck that was marketed as an apocalypse-proof exoskeleton
It'll
was
be
developing
very
rust
versatile.
marks faster than a 92 Civic.
Meat
Salt.
implants.
Tesla's own manual revealed the awkward truth. The Cybertruck's steel panels were vulnerable to grease, oil, bird droppings, tree resin, dead insects, and road salt. Owners were advised to immediately remove any corrosive substance. One owner put an advertising magnet on his truck for a month and found extensive corrosion underneath when he removed it. On the Cybertruck Owners Club forum, a thread titled "Rust Spots / Corrosion is the Norm" became one of the most viewed posts.
So they kind of
One
wiped
commenter
themselves
offered a piece
out.
of advice that pretty much summarized the ownership experience.
I fucked
Don't
up pretty
drive it in the
bad.
rain,
Not
get
gonna
it
lie.
wet. For a truck.
I
pickup truck
made a
costs
shark
more than most people's annual salary.
and it
But the rust was just the appetizer. The
Not good.
recalls
It was
started
not good.
stacking up like a bad hand of cards. The accelerator pedal could get stuck in the down position, causing unintended acceleration. The windshield wiper motor could burn out from excessive electrical current. The rear view camera didn't always turn on when you shifted into reverse. Trim pieces and body panels could detach while driving, turning into road hazards for anyone behind you. The drive inverter could fail
We're
without
restarting
warning,
life.
killing all power to the wheels mid-drive. By the end of 2024, the Cybertruck had been recalled 7 times in its first year.
This is my
By late 2025,
most successful
that
planet
number
so
hit
far.
10, making it one of the most recalled vehicles per unit sold in recent memory.
Jesus.
In March 2025, Tesla recalled nearly all 46,000 Cybertrucks on the road because
damn,
the
that's
stainless steel
crazy.
rail panel, held on with adhesive, could
The
simply
black and
fall
red
off
one
while
looks
driving.
the best, and that's not a
loose
very
screw,
high bar.
Not a software glitch. The literal body of the truck could detach and land on the highway behind you. The truck Musk said was literally bulletproof was losing body parts at highway speed. Think about what that means for a second. This is a vehicle that was marketed with a sledgehammer demo. A vehicle whose CEO said you could take it through a war zone. And the panels were glued on so poorly that driving through regular conditions could shake them loose. There's a word for the gap between those two realities, and it's not room for improvement. I saw my first Cybertruck in a parking lot last year. It was massive, impossible to ignore.
It was
Two kids were standing
stupid.
next
They're
to it,
so
taking
fucking
photos like it was
dumb
a
looking,
spaceship.
man.
Their dad was trying to pull them away. And I remember thinking, that's the whole Cybertruck experience in one scene. Everyone wants to look at it. Almost nobody wants to buy one.
Yeah.
If you're still here, you probably care about stories like this. Like and subscribe for more. Now, back to the video.
I don't like the
Here's where
AI
story takes
voice.
its darkest turn. And it's not just about a truck anymore.
I like
In
personality.
2024, Tesla sold roughly 39.
There's some personality in the YouTube. Yeah. Good video, but I'm detached. Jesus. Disturbing horror stories from Reddit. I'll buy it.
Hey, what's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're
I'm
gonna
kind of addicted to this game now, or this
oh boy,
simulation experiment
stories
thing.
for you guys today. These are hands down some of the best stories I have ever read, and they're scary, they're disturbing, they're horrifying, and so you want to stick around. And I appreciate you stopping by. It means the world. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment down below and let me know if you'd like to see more videos like this in the future. But without further ado, let's get into some disturbing horror stories from Reddit. My daughter drew a picture of our house. There's a window in it we don't have. Written by Dude It's Brian. I need to type this out because I don't know who else to tell. My wife thinks I'm losing it. Maybe I am, but I know what I saw, and I need someone, anyone, to tell me I'm not crazy. My daughter Lily is 6. She's in that phase where she draws everything. The dog, her teacher, our house, you name it. The fridge is wallpapered in crayon. I love it. Every stick figure with its wild spaghetti hair makes me smile. That's what dads do. We stick the pictures up and tell them it's beautiful, and we mean it. 3 weeks ago, Lily handed me a drawing of our house. It was good for a 6-year-old. She got the color right, that faded blue vinyl siding we kept saying we get.
Get the mutation rate going up.
The red front door, the 2 big windows on the first
30%.
floor, the 2
They
on
need
the
to
second
add it
floor,
like
and the
they need to
little round
add
attic vent
wackiness,
near the
like
peak.
put it up to 100%,
Except
like mutations
she also
every
drew a
time.
window on the second floor that doesn't
Maybe
exist.
not 100, maybe like 90.
I didn't think much of it at first. She's 6. Kids add stuff. They put chimneys on ranch houses and give dogs 5 legs. I stuck it on the fridge with a ladybug magnet.
Do dogs not
and I
normally
forgot
have 5
about it.
legs?
Then she drew the house again 2 days later. Same window, same spot, between our bedroom and the bathroom on the east-facing wall. In real life, that wall is just drywall on our side and siding on the outside. No window. Never has been one. I checked the original listing photos from when we first bought the place in 2019. No window. I asked her about it. Lily, what's this window here? She didn't look up from her coloring. That's the window where the man watches. I want to tell you, my blood ran
So we
cold,
want to make,
or whatever people say in these stories. It didn't. I felt annoyed. I figured one of her friends at school had been telling her ghost stories again. Or she'd seen something on that damn iPad when we weren't looking. Kids say creepy shit all the time. I have a buddy whose 4-year-old told him you were nicer in your last life. Kids are just like that. What man, sweetheart? The man who lives in the middle. I asked her what the middle means. She shrugged the way kids do when they're done talking about something. Went back to giving a dinosaur purple spots. I let it go. I should not have let it go. Here's some context
Digestive
about our
tube.
house. It's a 1987 colonial in a subdivision outside Raleigh.
What the fuck?
4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 2,400 square feet. When we moved in, the previous owners had already gutted and redone the kitchen and both bathrooms. Everything was original, including, presumably, the layout. The wall Lily kept drawing,
The
window
chonky
on,
guy.
sits between our master bedroom and the hall bathroom. On our side, there's a dresser pushed up against it. On the bathroom side, there's the linen closet. I've never given it a second thought in 5 years of living here. After the second drawing, I went upstairs and stood in the hallway. I looked at that wall. It's maybe 12 feet long.
Come on. You can go pretty quick.
The linen closet takes up about 3 feet of it. Our dresser is pushed up against the bathroom side.
Okay, we
covers
got,
maybe 4
we got
feet.
some stuff going
That
on here.
leaves about 5
This
feet
is
of
better.
wall that nothing is pushed against on either side. I knocked on it. I don't know why. I think I expected to feel stupid and move on. It sounded different. Our interior walls are standard drywall over studs. You knock on them and you get that hollow thud that everyone knows. This section, the section with nothing on either side of it, didn't thud. It was deeper, flatter, like there was more air behind it than there should have been. I told myself it was probably just a difference in insulation. Maybe a duct ran through there. Maybe the stud spacing was wider in that section. Old houses are
Did
weird.
all of my other
Ours isn't even that old,
predators
but
eat
whatever.
themselves out of existence? I think
rationalized
they
it
must have.
and moved on. Then I went outside. I don't know what made me do it. Some nagging part of my brain, maybe.
Or wait,
I
no,
walked
they
out
were
the front
here.
door,
They were over here.
down the driveway, and turned around to look at the east side of the house. I counted windows. First floor, kitchen window, dining room window.
I think they out
Second floor, master bedroom window.
out ate
Bathroom
themselves.
window.
What is this
guest
thing?
room window. Correct. And about 5 feet of blank siding
Good
between
for
the
him.
bedroom window and the bathroom window. Just vinyl. No window, no patch, no outline
Exoskeleton?
of anything that had ever been a window. But I stood there staring at it. And I swear to God, the spacing was wrong. Here's what I mean. On a house like ours, the windows are evenly distributed. They line up with the rooms behind them, and the gaps between them are proportional. But the gap between our bedroom window and the bathroom window was wider than it should have been. Not by a lot, maybe 2 feet, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. 2 feet isn't much on a wall, but 2 feet is enough for something to be between them. I couldn't sleep that night. I lay there staring at the
These are
ceiling
all
while my wife
isolated.
breathed slow and steady next to me. I kept doing math in my head. Our master bedroom is 14 feet wide. The bathroom is 8. The hallway is 3.5. That's 25.5 feet of interior space. I got up, went downstairs, and pulled up the county property records on my laptop. The house footprint showed the second floor as 31 feet across on the east-west axis. I did the math 4 times. Every time I got the same answer. There were 5.5 unaccounted feet in that wall. Not 2, not a duck chase, 5.5 feet. At 2 a.m., I went back upstairs with a tape measure. I measured the master bedroom wall to wall, 14 feet, 2 inches. I measured the hallway, 3 feet, 8 inches. I measured the bathroom, 8 feet even. I measured the guest bedroom on the other side. The thickness of interior walls accounted for roughly another 10 inches total. I was off by about 5 feet, 4 inches. There was a space inside our wall that was 5 feet wide, and I had no idea what was in it.
Come on, purple guy. You
I
can
pressed
do
my
it.
ear against the drywall in the hallway. The section that sounded wrong. I held my breath. The house was dead silent. That 3 a.m. silence where even the refrigerator feels loud. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
I think
I have
that's what scared me the
noise
most.
canceling headphones, so it
Because
doesn't really
I was
bother me.
listening for something. And the silence that came back was the wrong kind. You know how you can hear the difference between an empty room and a room where someone is being very, very quiet? It was the second kind. The next morning, I told Sarah. She gave me that look. The one she uses when I'm being on my 3rd cup of coffee and spiraling about something I read online at 1 a.m. Brian, it's an old house. There's probably a plumbing chase or a mechanical shaft or something. You're gonna tear our wall open because Lily drew a window? She wasn't wrong. Not entirely. Plumbing chases exist. HVAC shafts exist, but 5 feet wide? Every chase I've ever seen in a residential build is maybe 16 to 20 inches. You don't need 5 feet to run some PVC and copper. I called my buddy Marcus, who does contracting work. He came by that Thursday with a stud finder and an inspection camera. One of those little borescope things you snake through a hole.
This is like super fun.
The stud finder picked up a framing at normal 16-inch intervals across most of the wall. Then it hit a section.
Dude, this planet is thriving. Holy
like there was framing,
shit.
then open air, then something else, then more framing. Marcus drilled a small hole in the drywall about 4 feet up. 1/4 inch. Nothing structural.
Wait, why are my
He fed the
creature
camera in.
populations so
He
low?
looked at the screen for maybe 5 seconds before he pulled back. What? I said. He looked at me with an expression I've never seen on his face before. Marcus is a big dude, built like a linebacker, and he's been doing construction for 20 years. He's crawled through attics with rat infestations and gone under crawl spaces that smelled like something died. Nothing phases him. He handed me the camera without saying a word. The screen showed a narrow space, maybe 5 feet wide, just like I'd calculated. It ran floor to ceiling, rough framing on either side. The camera's LED
Okay, we seem to be
illuminated
doing
raw
pretty
plywood
okay
flooring.
here as well.
No insulation, no pipes, no ductwork, nothing mechanical at all. It was just a room. A tall, narrow room sealed inside our wall. No door, no window. no
Very
access
spooky.
point that we could
We've
see
created
from
warfare.
But that's not why Marcus looked like that. On the far side of the space, pushed up against what would be the exterior wall, there was a chair. A wooden chair, like a kitchen chair. It was facing the interior wall, facing toward our bedroom. And on the plywood floor around the chair, arranged in a pattern I couldn't immediately make sense of, were dozens of small, dark objects. The camera resolution wasn't great, but I could make out shapes. They looked like bundles, little fabric bundles tied with string. Is that? I started. We need to call someone, Marcus said. Not me, someone else. I don't. I'm not going in there, man. I'm sorry. I can't do that. I didn't understand his reaction until I tilted the camera up towards the ceiling of the space. Scratched into the raw wood of the subfloor above, the underside of our attic floor.
Hey,
were
look
tally
at that
marks.
guy.
Hundreds of them.
This is about as close to
Organized in
spores
neat
you're gonna
groups of
get,
5,
and it's
covering
probably
almost every visible
a better
surface.
it is a
below the
better
tally
simulation
marks,
than spore as
in
well.
letters that have been
Oh.
carved slowly, deliberately, with something sharp. I can hear them sleep. I called the police. Of course I called the police. 2 officers came out, and then a detective, and then more people. They opened the wall from the hallway side, cut through the drywall in a wide rectangle. The smell came first. Not rot, not decay. It smelled stale. Like
And I
air
like
that hadn't moved for
ultra
a very
evolved
long
a shark,
time,
and
but
it
also
killed
faintly
everything on the
sweet,
planet, and then it
in a way
died
that
from
made my stomach
starvation.
turn. The space was exactly what the camera showed. 5 feet, 4 inches wide, ran the full depth of the house, about 24 feet front to back, floor to ceiling, framed out with proper studs and joists. This wasn't a gap or an oversight. Someone had built this space on purpose. It was in the original
Somebody's
construction.
got to evolve to walk
The
on
chair
land
was
at
a
some
standard
point.
wooden kitchen chair, the kind you'd buy at a yard sale for $5.
Right?
It was positioned facing the wall shared with our bedroom.
Oh, nope,
Directly
he
on
died.
the other side of that wall was the spot where our bed's headboard sits. The bundles on the floor were small fabric pouches, hand-stitched from what looked like old cotton. The police collected 26 of them. They wouldn't tell me what was inside. I found out later from a friend at the sheriff's department. Hair. Each pouch contained a small lock of hair tied with brown thread, different lengths, different colors. Our house has had 4 owners
OP.
since it was built in 1987. That's 4 families, multiple people in each family, people who slept on the other side of that wall, never knowing. The tally marks on the ceiling numbered over 3,000. The detective asked me if I'd ever noticed anything unusual in the house. I said no. Then I stopped, because that wasn't always
Snout.
true. I'd always wondered why our bedroom door wouldn't stay open.
Yeah.
You had to wedge something under it, or it would drift shut on its own, slowly, like the house was exhaling. We always assumed the first floor was slightly uneven. Old house. Settling. But I realize now that the floor wasn't uneven. The wall was. 5 feet and 4 inches of hidden space will do that. The weight distribution of the second floor was asymmetric in a way that no one had ever noticed. And it pulled our bedroom door gently closed every single time, sealing us in. The police found one more thing that I haven't told Sarah about. On the wall facing our bedroom, at about chest height, someone had made a hole. Not a big one, maybe the diameter of a pencil. It went clean through the framing, through the drywall, and came out behind
Why would you
our
not tell
dresser.
your freaking wife about that? That's so
moved the
fucking
dresser.
dumb.
The hole was there. Clean, round, and angled slightly downward, toward our bed. It had been patched on our side at some point with a tiny circle of matching paint. You would never see it unless you knew where to look. I've been sleeping 6 feet from that hole for 5 years. The police are investigating. They pulled the original building permits and are trying to track down the contractor who built the house in '87. The original owner died in 2004. The second and third owners
We're trying to
have
get
been contacted. No one knew
all
about
of the species together
But
on the
here's
planet.
thing that keeps me up at night. The thing I keep circling back to. Those tally marks. Over 3,000. If you assume 1 mark per night and the neat, methodical grouping in 5 suggests that's exactly how they were counted, that's over 8 years of nights. Our house was built in 1987. The first owners lived there from 87 to 96. 9 years. The second owners, 96 to 2008, 12 years. Third owners, 2008 to 2019, 11 years. Us, 2019 to now, 5 years. 3,000 tally marks don't fit inside any single owner's timeline, but they could fit across several, which means either someone sealed themselves in that space for 8 years straight, no food, no water, no door, or someone has been getting in and out without any of us ever knowing. I've looked everywhere. There's no hatch, no hidden door, no panel. The space is sealed, framed, drywalled, and sealed on every side. The only opening was the pencil-width hole behind our dresser, and the chair wasn't dusty. I keep thinking about that. The bundles on the floor were carefully placed. The tally marks were sharp, not faded, and when they opened the wall, the air that came out was stale. Yes. Old. Yes. But it was warm. We're staying at my in-laws' place. Lily seems fine.
Okay.
She hasn't drawn the house since we left. I asked her one more time about the man who watches from the window. He's not there anymore, Daddy. How do you know? She looked at me like I'd asked the dumbest question in the world. because he left when we did. I don't know where we're going to live. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in a house again. But I keep thinking about those other families. The ones who slept in that bedroom for years. Their heads against that wall while someone sat in a chair on the other side and listened. 3,000 nights. Someone counted every single one. And I think about all the houses in our subdivision. Same builder, same year, same floor plan. There are 46 houses on our street. I wonder how many of them have a window that isn't there. Episode number 1564, written by No Ideal Way. I had to sleep with my parents far longer than most kids do.
Okay.
They woke me up nearly every night, at least until I learned to do it myself. I wasn't allowed at sleepovers because of their fear that something would go terribly wrong. When I needed it, they would help me gain consciousness by kneading my armpits and knee pits. The neurologist said that if the hyperventilation continued to cause seizures, I could lose my ability to speak, my memory, and my overall independence. So they had to adapt, and it cost me most of my childhood. When I finally figured out how to wake myself up, the sleep paralysis got better in some ways and worse in others. I was able to get the breathing problems under control, but the dream state hallucinations escalated. A little boy wearing a disfigured horse head like a mask, a young woman hanging in the corner of my room, her neck bent downward with her chin buried in her chest, my father without his mouth or eyes. The Stork Man was appearing more frequently. He started looming closer to my face while I was in these catatonic states. He would whisper to me in a language that I've never been able to
I
decipher,
think catatonic is what he
often
meant.
for what felt like hours. But when it got bad, I'd remember my 5-step plan. Step 1, recognize that you're dreaming.
Here, let's see
You can't
them.
move and you're seeing things. This is not reality. Step 2, stay calm. It will only get worse if you start panicking. Step 3, wiggle. Start
Look,
with
there
your
they
toes.
are.
They're always awake, just like your mind is right now. Wiggle them. You're not moving. You're not paralyzed. Continue to your ankles, and then your knees and hips.
This is going to be really
Step
cool if
4,
the developers still
when you
keep with
can.
it. This is going to get
Sit
very complex, though.
Don't panic
But, like,
and sit up.
I'm actually surprised
Step
with
5,
what they've been able to
you're
do
awake
right now.
Write down what you can remember. You'll learn from your experience. It's been about 17 years since I first implemented the plan. I've now documented over 1,500 episodes. Some only last a couple of seconds.
Very
Most make it
cool.
harder to fall asleep the next night.
How much do we
Lately,
need
the main
to...
constant I can rely on is my wife. Having someone you trust beside you helps. She keeps me
We need
grounded.
another
The
50K. Okay.
hallucinations
Fair
aren't
enough.
always as vivid, and she often helps me wake up without my usual procedure. I still have bad nights, but she's there to
Rename.
comfort me when it's over. She helps me log everything with more
Glade.
detail so I continue making progress. She's also been trying to get to the bottom of my issue, even though my psychiatrist has reinforced the same diagnosis that my neurologist gave me years ago. Hereditary narcolepsy, they call it. I'm not like the narcoleptics you may think of. I don't fall asleep at random times like a goat that's been jump scared. I really don't even have issues with daytime sleepiness. I'm tired at normal times, unless I experience a bad episode that keeps me up.
I'm never
The main
tired.
distinction with
of
my
the
diagnosis
opposite of
is that my
narcolepsy.
brain functions like it's on LSD once I enter REM sleep. For normal people, their REM cycle
That'd be
causes a
amazing.
vivid dream state
What
where
is
their brain
this
is highly active,
individual, this
co-regulated.
red guy,
This mirrors the brain activity
he
of
is-
consciousness. It's called paradoxal
he
sleep.
is
My
doing
brain
his
works in overdrive
thing, man.
once
He
I
is
enter REM.
evolving like
It works
nobody's ever
exponentially
evolved
harder
before. Good for
even
him.
than when I'm awake, and it's not regulated. I can sense all of my surroundings like they're one and the same with my body. I experienced these severe
Damn, like, look at him. Oh, we got a green guy, too. Oh, look at him. This is so cool.
All of this while my body is in a state of atonia.
This is dope. This simulation game thing is, like,
my heart
amazing.
could work itself into a rupture.
Hold on.
I'd
We can
asphyxiate
still
on
get
my
skill
own
tree.
blood while sleeping. That's the other sentiment.
10
that my
times
doctors have
speed of
shared.
passive.
It's a miracle
Sure.
that I haven't died. Despite this diagnosis, my wife believes that the Stork Man
Reproduction
is the root
rate.
of my
Okay.
issue. That he means something to my
I'm gonna let
subconscious.
it go. I'll be right back. I have to
I
go to
didn't
the
buy
bathroom.
this theory until the other night. When he whispered to me in a different language, it was hardly noticeable. But it didn't involve the guttural clicks and deep exhalations that I'm used to hearing. It was more clear. It was human. Ro-na-shi. I butchered the pronunciation when I squirmed to life in a cold sweat, shaking my wife awake to announce the sudden development, and she recognized something about this word, that it was likely Latin. So we stayed up through the morning, combing the Latin dictionary until there were no doubts about what I heard. Renashi, the Latin root of the modern word renaissance, a verb that means to be born again. It makes sense, right? For a stork to tell me this? To imply something about birth and about change? It's odd now, looking back to when I first started calling him the Stork Man. I was very young, probably with only a couple of bird species in my lexicon. It's not like he looks like any particular type of bird. His beak is long, like that of a stork or heron, but it's more of a fleshy protrusion than one of hard cartilage. His eyes are positioned at the side of his face, wide and always glaring. And perhaps his most disturbing feature hides behind his thin veiled shawl. He's shown them to me on a number of occasions.
We are,
Foot frame with ease, jagged, emaciated, and gnarled. Each malformed crank, coupled with localized blooms of misshapen feathers.
I don't think that they should be on land if they don't have legs. Is that not true?
Leathery
That's fine.
appendages. His disgusting wings. They often rub up against me
But,
as he
you
puffs
know,
into my frozen face.
Muddy
with his
Mud
clicks and
Skipper,
gurgles.
be damned,
It's
I
a
suppose.
dramatic event every time I encounter him, but it's routine. Following this episode from him just over a week ago, my wife and I expanded on our theory about my nemesis in my subconscious.
Oh, shit,
It
okay.
had to mean something that I initially named him what I did. And after all this time, he says this. We wondered if this thing about rebirth
Let's
could relate
see.
to the
More
recent
rate spawn
curbing of my
reproduction.
symptoms. Before that encounter, I hadn't experienced a memorable hallucination in 94 days. By far, the longest stretch that I can recall. She brought up the possibility that the Stork Man could be threatening me with an incoming assault of visions. His sudden voice could be a war cry against my dream self. Saying
I
that the
mean,
ailment
they're
was about
on
to come
land,
back
right?
stronger than
They
ever.
gotta, okay, they do
I
have
countered
sack
this
like
thought
lungs. I
process.
see, I see.
It was certainly possible that the opposite was true.
And they're
Maybe I was
flopping
finally
around on
conquering
land
this,
with their sack like
reforming
lungs.
myself, and the Stork Man was simply saying his goodbyes. But along the way, I forgot something. The first step of my 5-step plan. The reminder that I'm not dealing with real beings that have goals.
Oh, we have
They
we
are
have some
hallucinations.
some
The Stork
land.
Man is not real. He didn't just appear to.
They have
relay
air,
something
water,
to my
breathing. Okay,
subconscious.
okay. I give them
He
that.
is my subconscious, just like every other hallucination I've ever had. And that realization made us panic. Our little
The next
boy
planet I'm
turned
gonna
5
get
years
is
old
gonna
the
be
night the
like
Stork Man spoke to me.
completely
That
like
was the
90
age
degree.
that I first saw him.
It's gonna be like
At least
Uranus.
from what
I'm
my
gonna
parents
title
told
lock
me.
it as well. We're gonna do some
The
weird shit
terrifying
with the next
reality
planet.
is that I carry the recessive gene that could pass this horrible sickness onto our boy.
We'll do like
My
the
subconscious was preparing me
this
for
bad
even
boy
more
here.
years of trauma, telling me that my disease would rekindle itself within my child. It had been
Figure it out.
warning me
Hey, Orion.
of this possibility for years.
What are you doing,
My
bro?
poor wife would now be dealing with constant panic attacks.
I mean, this is fine. This is some stuff that I would listen to whenever I would go to bed. Okay, let's see what he's up to.
I don't know. Maybe next time. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Well, what do you think? Should we dive in? Should we do some bullshit Bible studies and stuffs? Okay.
Where are you driving us?
So, all right. So, chat, folks in the chat. Okay. So, I like to do some. Anybody familiar with sword drills? Raise your hand in the chat if you're familiar with sword drills. Which sword drills? It's where, for those of us who have the incredible pleasure
Lock in, chat.
Some evangelical education, and they read they tell the passage, if you will, the address of the Bible verse, and then the first person to flip there and read it wins. Okay, so 10 heresy points to the first person who can drop the name of the story in the chat each time. Now, we're not going to wait for you. All right. Hustle up, folks. Let's go. We're not going to wait for you, but 10 heresy points.
Lock in, chat.
What do you think, Steven? Sound good?
Let's go with 10. Yes, absolutely.
I want them to mingle through this straight.
Get ready, folks. Here we go. Here we go. All right. First bullshit Bible verse, Bible story is Exodus 4:24 through 26. Who can get there first? Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat? And if we got folks, if somebody by chance pulls it up in the chat and drops, I just want to know I just want to know that you know what it is. If we have the capability to throw
I don't have my Skeptics Annotated Bible with me. It's in my my office.
And I will Zipporah you, okay? But so anyway, see if I can get there. Okay, Exodus 4:24. Here we go, folks. Exodus 4:24. Nobody in the chat. All a bunch of biblical losses right there. Exodus 4:24. God meets. So
was
here's
this
the story
included in Prince of Egypt?
I don't think this was. You're talking about that animated show?
Yeah.
Who was in that? Who was that? Oh, that was.
Wasn't.
Everybody was in that, right?
Yeah.
The anime from the late 90s. Is that what that was?
Beautiful
Prince of
music.
Egypt. And wasn't it a musical?
Patrick
It was.
Patrick Stewart.
Largest in
Ramesses, and his brother Moses was, I think, a Batman. Was it the Batman with Val Kilmer? No.
Was that man?
Val Kilmer? Or
not?
Or Bruce? Geez, what?
Oh. No, now we're getting off.
Anyway, yeah, we're going off track. I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm just standing here staring at the screen, being like, I don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you this though. I'll be honest. Can we be honest on here? Is it permissible to be honest on the ACA? The ACA live stream fundraiser. Honestly, even in high school, and I was a Jesus boy. I'd already started a nonprofit Christian ministry nonprofit thing. Won an award, preaching Sunday mornings, and I didn't like the movie. I thought it was dumb.
Really?
I thought it was dumb. Yeah, I thought it was dumb. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? It's not even biblical enough. It's not even accurate.
But the music.
Well, that's where you were a better human than me. I was just a fucking Bible junkie. Bible snob. I was a Bible snob in the 90s. Bible snob. Our time is half done.
No biblically accurate angels.
Okay. So here we go. In this story, Moses is getting ready to return from the land of Midian. It's at the beginning of Exodus. We haven't even done the 10 plagues yet. And he's finally been called to action to save the Hebrews from Egypt,
$70.
the Hebrew people. And God tells Moses,
It's amazing.
No, I'm saying go. I'm
Margins.
Go. Yeah, you say go. Go save the people. Go save the people.
Every verse.
And he goes. This is at the point in the story where God's like, okay, you're gonna do this. You're gonna go there. You're gonna kill the firstborn of the king
more.
of Egypt,
It has
the
all
Pharaoh of Egypt. You're gonna kill the firstborn.
killings
And
and
then God turns around, and the very next sentence says,
six. It's so good.
like literally, it's in the text. It's in the
So
Hebrew.
good.
It's in
I
the Hebrew.
read
So, Exodus
my
4:24,
Bible
Exodus
every
4:24
day.
says, then right after that, right after he says this, he goes, at the lodging place on the way, Yahweh met Moses. Did you do that? Did you do that, Stephen? Or did you guys do that when you were in the faith, where every time the word Lord is in all capital letters, you have to say Yahweh instead?
Oh no.
Did you ever do that? Oh, okay.
No,
Well,
we weren't
that's how we
crazy
did
like
it, because we thought we were more accurate. So it's in me. It's in my heart and in my mind. So the lodging place where on the way, Yahweh met Moses and was about to kill him. Yahweh met What do you mean Yahweh met Moses? Yahweh was literally just talking with, they were having a conversation in the prior sentence, and now all of a sudden it's like, well, at the lodging place, Yahweh met Moses and was about to kill him. But Zipporah, it's Moses' wife.
She's a fast one. She's a quick thinker.
Oh, she's a very quick thinker, right? She says, Zipporah took a flint knife and cut off her son's foreskin and touched Moses' feet with it. And then she says, surely you were a bridegroom of blood.
Oh, we have a lot of
And so Yahweh let Moses alone. And then it has in parentheses, because there's parentheses.
Ooh, we have some dildo-looking plants here. This is amazing.
At that time, she said, quote, bridegroom of blood, referring to circumcision. So, and then everything was great, and he went on and he killed all the firstborns, and it was a
Meat.
lovely, happy end
Got some
to
meat.
the sad, what could have been a very sad story. So, Steven, what do you make
Drew.
of this? What the fuck?
Well, Drew, one, what's the context? Two, this is Old Covenant. So it doesn't matter. No, I just love the idea of just like, yeah, I've got this big plan. Go out and do it. Oh, by the way, I'm going to kill you. And then his wife is just like, wait.
I think we have live pretty much everywhere on the planet right now.
And get some of that gunk on his
Dude, do we have a turtle right here? Did we evolve a turtle?
You're talking my language. I like this bloodshed. Let's go. Cut him off. Just chop it up.
Chop it up.
Oh my god, we evolved a turtle. That's so fucking dope.
Like a cooking show called Chopped. Is that right? There's something called
I
Chopped.
don't need to be thinking about that. No.
Okay.
No. As someone who
A turtle has evolved, my friends.
Chop. God,
We don't have any like real trees or anything. Wow.
I don't like. I hate this, the apologetics. I was just like, oh no, it's fine. He doesn't even feel it. It's just like, fuck no. Like what happened to my body, my choice? He is not consenting to what you are doing to him. Let's not pretend that, oh no, it's just like it's nothing. It is fucking something. Believe me, as a gay man, I know a thing or two about how men feel about this topic, and it's not cool. And I don't know what to do with it. Believe me, as someone.
What is this?
What am I supposed to do with this thing?
What is this? What is this creature doing? I don't know what he's doing.
I'm starting to wonder now if it did. Shit, did this happen? Did my dad get in a fight with God and my mom cut my dick off or a part of it? Like, did my dad did God try to kill my father? Like my earthly father? Did my heavenly father try to kill my earthly father? Were they fighting over who gets to be the real dad?
Maybe,
Hey?
And my mom says, I know how to get rid of this guy. Here, just let me chop on him a little bit.
Well, apparently.
Okay, we have. Okay, we said that we were going to
Moses' son, Gershom, was
claim this outer planet.
that Moses was not sticking to.
Let's see what we're working with. Negative 145, negative 84. Okay. We're very far away from the star also.
That's what we do in church, right? It's just all
We're raising our mutation all the way up.
the scholars say.
The albedo all the way down. We gotta lift the temperature of this planet up. Or heat all the way up. Axial tilt. I want to go 90 and I want to tidal lock it. We're gonna tidal lock it, so we're gonna get life around the Terminator, I suppose. Let's see what actually is going to happen here.
Household, and I'm the only dependable one. I gotta keep this shit together.
Right, you can see the Terminator right here.
You know, if I was
a part of it, just the foreskin, just the tip. And
if I was a woman in that day and age, I would
Just
be
the
sleeping with a
tip.
flint knife under my pillow. Absolutely.
Springs into action, saves her.
Okay.
Rescues the day. Oh.
So
Fucking Christ on a stick.
Like
So,
calamari,
Stephen,
right? Yes.
time is quickly.
in my
escaping
first
us.
tray, I haven't done that yet.
Sneak in one more.
Let's do
one
it.
more here.
Let's
so
do it.
we could.
I need an oxygen producer because I think
Because there's just so much good content in that Fun Kids.
we have so much CO2.
Elisha and the she bears.
Yes.
And somebody backstage, their favorite topic is baldness, and so we could do that. We could talk about.
We're gonna send a few comments here.
Can't be allowed in Yahweh's presence, which is crazy conflictionatory.
They're running into the no hair theorem, or not the no hair theorem, but like the
Where do you think we go? Where do you think?
the theorem where you
Let's
can't.
talk about these bears.
Let's talk
and
about
how.
the bears.
Yeah.
It's like combing hair. It's like some kind of weird combing hair theorem. I don't know.
We received inside
Anyway.
information just as we were heading in that somebody backstage was really wanting us to talk about Second Kings, and I was giving Steven so
Negative 30, negative
So if we get
29.
wrong because of this. It's your fault, folks. And I'm not pointing at Steven.
Clearly.
I'm pointing at the people in the
Sure.
people in the people making this happen. But you know what? You got to give them what they want.
Yeah.
Got to give them what they want, Steven.
They earned
Got to give them what they want.
earned it.
All right, so get ready, sword drillers, sword stuff, swords, folks.
Okay.
All right. Second,
Dude, we have so many comments bombarding
Second
us.
Kings. All right, first person to drop the story in the comments wins 10 heresy points. Second Kings 2:23.
Well, you got to understand, Drew, that they were not boys. They were young men, you know, like warrior-aged young men. Like they referred to Daniel and his Radshak, Meshach, and Benny as like these young boys as well, meaning that they were toddlers, right? So and they were like, there's probably like 100 of them,
Yeet.
right? So 100, and they're like taunting him. So you know, come
Fire,
on, this
earthquake.
was justified, clearly justified.
I mean, I was just talking.
Dude, we got volcano. Can we volcano this?
All my hair, right? Like it was all my hair was gone back here. Everything else on top. It was like an empty forest that a fire had gone through, and there were just sticks and trees left behind with no leaves. And then I started taking some God's be glorified pharmaceuticals that just made it all magically come back within about 2 months, actually. So we're not giving any. We're not plugging any pharmaceuticals in particular, but you know, I used to know what it was like to be a bald man. I used to. Anyone who can turn
water into wine can turn a bald man into Drew.
Turn to the Lord. turn to the Lord and be
Be right
saved.
back.
All right, so here we go. 2 Kings 2:23. From there, from where we don't give a fuck. From there, Elisha went up to Bethel. As he was walking along the road, some youths, you're right, they were young men.
Yes,
some
exactly.
Youths
heavily
came
armed,
out of the
probably.
town and jeered at him, Elisha. Go up, you bald head! Go up, you bald! Go up, you bald head! You bald fuck! That's the amplified version. He turned around, looked at them, and called down a curse on them in the name of Yahweh. Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the youths.
Just 42.
And they went on to Mount Carmel from there and returned to some.
It's a lot of use.
Well, that's the whole story. There are no other details. It's just, oh yeah, and then they went on the 3rd day. So.
Yeah. And shortly after this was the story about the axe,
Oh.
right?
Yes. It's good to know that the Bible doesn't actively encourage people to have thin skin. You know? I'm glad we're building a tolerance of criticism, and you know, we're not raising a bunch of incel fucks within the church who are just so concerned about all their insecurities.
Tell the story of how animals got their
The funny
stripes.
thing about this story specifically, like this was like in my live show that I was doing the past couple summers, I was covering this story. I was just like, so I wanted to tell it from like my perspective as like a Bible college student. So I was like, you know what? I should go for coffee with my Old Testament prof. And so we got together and he was like, hey, so nice to see you. This is weird. I'm like, yes, it is weird. So we chatted, we got up, and I was like, so like, really? What's up with this story? And he was like, well, you know, God has authority to do what he needs to do, and who are we to judge him, really? I'm just like, perfect.
We're people that are actually alive.
Do what he wants. Excellent. Thank you. Now I know how to finish my scene.
And we take a bow.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, this shit is wild, right?
Yeah.
This is the shit we feed our kids.
Yes,
Or
right?
well, we used to, or some people do. Some people still
Get, are animals actually being able to be livable here?
believing pastor who, like, I literally believed it. That said, I kind of read everything through a far left lens. But even through my far left lens, like, I literally believed it was all real. What a fucking idiot. Anyway, so
I hear ya.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, folks, it's time. They're about to put out the cane and pull us, wrap it around our necks and pull us off. I do just have to mention, I gotta slip in real quick. We were talking about it beforehand. Proverbs 27:14. If anyone loudly blesses their neighbor in the morning, it will be taken as a curse. I've often said that every single verse in the Bible can be shown to be at least a little bit bullshit, but this one, if anyone loudly blesses their neighbor in the morning, it will be taken as a curse. Shut the fuck up, people. I love that. Thoughts, Steven?
And they like, I don't know, were they drinking?
I'm gonna save and exit. I actually love this game. I've been playing it for like nearly 4 hours.
Anyway, on all this and more, what do you think? What's the verdict? Survey says bullshit. Yeah, it's all bullshit, folks. Hey, okay, so we are live and we're wrapping up our section, but we are also here for the ACA's 24-hour live stream and fundraiser, and I hope that you are having even half as much fun as we are. We are having a good fucking time. I'm about to go to bed. Don't tell anybody else that, though. But hey, we are trying to accomplish more than just entertaining you. We really are. Hopefully a little bit of I don't know. Entertainment
moving
is
mountains.
The ACA is out here changing lives, expanding dialogue, building this community, not just in Austin, Texas,
baby.
but throughout the country and around the world.
Science.
And Steven, final thoughts before they whisk us away?
Yeah, read your Bible. You should read your Bible.
Let's go.
So that you know how bullshit it is.
Absolutely. That's it, folks.
Bros, they call in so that they can intellectually grandstand over another person. And you know why they want to do that? They want to do that because they can't feel good about themselves in life. They can't actually go out there and have a fulfilled feeling about what they've accomplished. So what they have to do is they have to call into shows like this, or they have to engage in people that they disagree with so that they can intellectually grandstand over them so that they feel better about themselves. That's the only way in which they can actually feel better about themselves. So I'm not going to engage with Wubby here because Wubby used the key phrase there. Go ahead. I fucking hate that. right? It's stupid for you to do it. It's stupid for us to engage with you on it because you're not going to listen to anything that we say. You're like, if I bring up the counter argument to your Plantiga, Girdle, whatever kind of Frankenstein argument you have written down so that you can speed run through it, you're not going to listen to the anti version of that totally disproves you and totally shows that your argument fails from the very beginning. So there's no point in talking to you. There's no point in engaging in you. You're just looking to make yourself feel better by demonstrating yet again that you're smarter than another person. So.
Oh, hello. Looks like I'm on air, and it's a little bit of a surprise, but that's okay. Anyway,
Do what I can.
Hello, my name is Damien, sometime contributor to the ACA. You may have seen me on Truth Wanted
and stuff.
every couple of months or so. And for the next 40 minutes or so, I'm going to try help you understand why turning America into a Christian theocracy, a Christian nation run by a Christian government dedicated to the promotion and promulgation of Christianity, and the kind of government that Rededicate 250 are pining for, is a bad idea. Now, this talk will be in 4 parts, and be warned, there will be some statistics to be mindful of, as I will be relaying rankings of the Corruption Perception Index, GDP per capita as per the IMF, the Human Development Index, and the intentional homicide rates per capita from the UN, as well as Freedom House Global Freedom Scores. And also bear in mind, I may be discussing some slightly unsavory topics. So
Somebody likes the Evan Blair voice.
The first part will be actual theocracies that exist in this day and age, and how they show a pattern of being poor.
Even Evan Blair doesn't like the Evan Blair voice.
In human development. The second is to make the point that even if a country has a statistically significant societal affiliation with Christianity, it is no guarantee that it won't follow the same pattern of being poor and unsafe. The third will be a brief discussion of Indonesia, a nation with roughly the same number of Muslims as the United States has Christians. And the fourth part will be what America, a modern Western society that becomes under evangelical Christian control,
wouldn't do it again,
and
but
why you wouldn't want that, even if you think you do. So, while there is some conjecture about the definition of a theocracy, for the purposes of this talk, sorry, it's got distracted. For the purposes of this talk,
love it when
a theocracy is characterized by government documents recognizing a divine authority and or stating that the nation has one official religion. Religious leaders or clerics either occupying top government positions or in positions above elected officials. And legislation is based on or has to comply with concepts found in religious texts, i.e. Sharia law, rather than being strictly secular or neutral. The main theme with theocracies is that religious elites rule the society, and the society is subject to the religious elites. Now, I personally would argue that there is no such thing as a theocracy because deities don't exist to rule a society. The more precise word I would use is clerocracy, but look, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But let me rattle off a few recognized theocracies that already exist today. There aren't many.
That is 100% real, like the idea.
We can see a
that is 100% real.
statistically significant trend,
and it's incredibly
highlighted by the following 3 examples. The first I'll mention is Iran, or to use its official title, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran is ruled by a supreme leader that is chosen, not elected. Below the supreme leader is the Guardian Council, consisting of 12 members that vet all legislation to ensure it complies with Sharia law. Below this are the Assembly of Experts,
God,
comprised of 88 Islamic scholars. Then below this, you have the President of Iran, finally. However, while the people of Iran vote for a president, each candidate has to be vetted by the Guardian Council and then endorsed before they can officially take office.
Very real.
On top of this, the Constitution of Iran officially states it is an Islamic country. Article 1. The form of government of Iran is that of an Islamic republic endorsed by the people of Iran on the basis of their long-standing belief in the sovereignty of truth and Quranic justice. So clearly a theocracy by any measure.
Is a thing.
Next, let's go to Afghanistan. I'm sorry.
Incredibly powerful.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. And much like Iran, they have a supreme leader that is chosen, not elected. The Mullah Hibatullah Akhundzada has led the Taliban since 2016 and holds absolute authority over political, military and economic affairs via fatwas or edicts. Below the mullah is the Rabari
I should have put God.
The body of senior clerics who guide the mullah and ensure everything conforms with Islamic law. And then we get the prime minister who isn't even elected but chosen by the Taliban. And reading briefly from the Afghanistan Constitution, Article 1, Afghanistan shall be an Islamic Republic, independent, unitary and indivisible state. Article 2, the sacred religion of Islam is the religion of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. And Article 3, no law shall contravene the tenets and provisions of the holy religion of Islam in Afghanistan. So again, a pretty clear-cut example of theocracy. Now, let's go to Mauritania, which is located in the Western Sahara region of Africa. Oh, sorry, I keep mixing this up. The Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Coming in officially with a 99.9% affiliation with Islam, it's also one of the few countries in the world where atheism is officially a crime. How is that?
It's a virus.
If we look at their governance structure, we see Mauritania bucks the trend. They actually have open elections for president. However, the president must be a Muslim as per the constitution, and there is also a High Council for Fatwa and Administrative Appeals that ensures all legislation conforms with Sharia law. Reading from their constitution, Article 1.
Of reality, but
indivisible,
John has
democratic and social
committed
republic.
so
Article 5.
many
Islam is the religion of the people and of the state. And Article 23. The president of the republic is the head of state. He is of Muslim religion. So again, pretty clearly a theocracy.
Concept is
now, coming close are Saudi Arabia,
very real.
which is technically a monarchy that is really Islamic.
Very real.
Israel, which is a democracy that's really Jewish.
Parasite.
The Houthi-controlled parts of Yemen are a theocracy, but I wouldn't say they're a country. They're more a region in a country under dispute. And the Central Tibetan Administration, in which the Dalai Lama has actually ceded political authority back to popularly elected leaders. So out of these three recognized bona fide and established theocracies, in terms of Human Development Index, Iran is the highest at 77th, which is a drop of 60 from the US at 17. In terms of freedom, Mauritania wins at 30 out of 100, which is a drop from 81 out of 100 for the US. In terms of GDP, Iran is the highest of the three at 137, compared to 8th for the US. And in terms of corruption perception index, Mauritania is the highest of the three at 130 out of 182, compared to 29th for the US. Objectively worse when compared against the prosperous liberal democracy that is America. With all this, the general pattern I'm trying to demonstrate is that we see where religion not only controls a society, but that society is the religion, the less free its people are to challenge ideas or their leaders, the more prone to corruption it is, and the less human development there is.
Anyone lives
Nothing
in
in these statistics
Central
makes me think
Texas?
America
No,
would be
don't
better
you?
off as a theocracy, and I hope anyone listening would feel the same.
Literally
Okay, Damien,
the
you might say,
largest
they're all Islamic
Texas
theocracies. We
on
want
stuff.
a Christian theocracy. Well, wait up. There is the Vatican, a micro-country of less than 1,000 residents, and whose head of state is the Pope. Was a Catholic theocracy not what you were after? So part 2. Poor governance, lower human development, and lower freedom scores are not unique to highly Islamic countries. It's a pattern that has some exceptions, sure, but now I'm going to show you that being a nation with a
We're gonna do some alliance raids and stuff.
with Christianity offers no barrier to poor governance, lower development, and lower freedom scores. And while correlation is not causation, it's definitely food for thought. So let's start. Would a region of the world with over 500 million Christians be what Rededicate 250 are after? Well, they should head on over to Africa, the most populous Christian region in the world. In fact, there are more Christians in Africa than there are people in America. And
Of course, 100%.
Where at least 60% of
100%.
135 million strong population
I'm
express an
looking
affiliation
to
with some form of
expand.
Christianity. Let's check how they're going. So on the corruption perception index
the
rank,
new
they're
director.
96 out of
They're
182.
a year
In
and a
terms of
half.
GDP,
If you have
177th out of 194.
a
Human development,
talk or something,
180
of
out of
course.
193. The Freedom House score is 18 out of 100.
Look at me
And
doing
the
work
intentional
on
homicide
a
rate per
weekend.
capita. The world average is 5, for Ethiopia 9. If a 60% Christian affiliation isn't enough, how about a country where the president is a Christian and the country has a 75% affiliation with the Christian religion? Well, pack your bags to sunny El Salvador, a place where up until 2016, they were literally world leading in terms of murders. A problem they then solved by creating a mega prison where people lose their human rights. Though they do have the world's coolest dictator. Their corruption perception index rank is 120 out of 182.
Hey.
Their GDP is 117th out of 194.
Hey.
Their human development index rank,
Just
132 out of
touching
193.
base
Their
was
Freedom House
in
score
your
is 42 out of 100,
Diptych
so a slight improvement on Ethiopia. And their
frame.
intentional homicide rate per capita is down to 8 from 108 in 2015.
Hey.
And for my third example, how about Papua New
We're
Guinea?
in
A
Corsica.
reported 96% affiliation with Christianity.
We're in Corsicana.
But with a very high crime rate, including UN reports that 70% of women there have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime, and 60% of men admit to participating in sexual assault. So their corruption perception index rank is 142 out of 182.
200 plus.
Their GDP is 151 out of
I'd
194.
love to
Their
do
human development index 160 out of
something with
193.
you guys.
Their Freedom House score, though, is 61 out of 100, so not too bad. But their intentional homicide rate, the world average is 5, and for Papua New Guinea, it's 9.3. So
I just sent
So now, while these countries and
email.
regions aren't theocracies, they're still heavily religious, which is exactly
rush
what
to
American
get to me,
fundamentalists
but,
and Rededicate 250
I
want
just
America
wanna
to be
add to
at the very
level.
least. And I'll also concede that not every country with a strong Christian heritage ranks poorly. In fact, a lot of the countries in the very high HDI band are either European or
Hey,
have a European
a little bit
history,
drunky right now, man.
which indicates a strong correlation with Christian heritage or history. So Christianity itself isn't necessarily the deciding factor. But my point here is that just because you have a lot of Christians in a society, and even if Christians run the society, it is no guarantee of prosperity or freedom or safety, which I would
My
argue
planetarium
is
is
actually an
a
argument
safe
for
space
secularism.
for all.
Jesus just doesn't magically make everything better simply because a lot of people go to church. We have to make things better through hard work and reform and learning lessons from history. And if I can be so flippant, if God can't tell his people to do the things that make for a statistically healthier nation, what use is he? It also leads to this weird juxtaposition where a 60% Christian nation is struggling, a 75% Christian nation is unhealthy, a 96% Christian country is beset with problems, but a 100% Christian nation is somehow just what America needs. That's ridiculous. But anyway, I'm going to very quickly interrupt my talk and remind you that this is part of... so this is our second annual live stream titled We Are Here, and hopefully we're not going anywhere. So look, please donate. In the corner there should be a little box that says
That's so cool.
tiny.cc/wearehere2026. Hit that QR code. I'm see if I can, no, other side of the screen. It'll be right about, oh gosh darn, technology right there where my finger is pointing there, right there. So hit that, donate what you can, and help us keep doing the good work of advocating for church-state secularism, secular humanism, and yeah, just common sense. I'd say full on common sense. That's what we need. Common sense. So anyway, part 3. Now I want to talk about a country close to my heart, Indonesia, which is not a theocracy but is very religious nonetheless. Indonesia is the world's most populous Islamic nation, with approximately 240 million Muslims, which is roughly equal to the number of Christians in the US. So while Indonesia's founding documents are secular and officially recognize 6 religions, a walk down the street will show clearly that Islam is the dominant force, especially in the major cities. Where my in-laws used to live in suburban Western Jakarta, there were 5 mosques within PA system distance. And I know that because every morning and every evening, each mosque would do its daily prayers over loudspeaker. Now, just like in America, in Indonesia, there is a very vocal hardline religious minority, and this plays out in 3 ways. So the first is that even though Indonesia is legally secular, non-Muslim congregations face hurdles when it comes to things like getting permits, building places of worship, or meeting in public. To the extent that churches I have been to have armed guards out the front. Congregations have been shut down by vexatious use of the law, and places of worship have been firebombed by mobs. So hardly a benign coexistence. The second is that public criticism of Islam is going to get you in trouble. So Article 300 of the Indonesian Criminal Code forbids expressing hatred or hostility towards a religion or religious belief. While seemingly neutral, this law has been used by hardline Islamic groups to stifle criticism and punish discussion. And the most infamous case regarding this was the jailing of former Vice President Basuki Cahayapurnama. In 2017, Purnama made a statement during an election campaign conceding that some people would not vote for him, a Protestant Chinese, in an upcoming election due to a narrow interpretation of a verse indicating that Muslims should not vote for a non-Muslim to be their leader. The offending statement was, "You don't have to vote for me, and you probably won't. If you've been misled by those using Surah Al-Ma'idah 51 of the Quran in a misleading way." That statement, innocuous as it is to our Western ears, was enough to attract charges of blasphemy and inciting violence, which earned Purnama a 2-year jail sentence,
Damn it.
which was actually double what the prosecution were asking for. And third is the far western region of Indonesia, Aceh. Aceh is legally defined in Indonesia as an area of exception, which allows it a degree of autonomy from the wider federal Indonesian government, including in how it controls its residents. Ruled by Sharia law and patrolled by religious police, the usual things like sex before marriage and homosexuality are banned alongside gambling and alcohol, the usual. Skipping Friday prayers is a caning offence. Women must wear headscarves. It is forbidden for a woman to be out in public without a male relative. In fact, women in Aceh cannot sit in a car with a male non-relative. And get this, they cannot sit with their legs apart on a motorbike. They must ride side saddle. So that's how strict they are there. So
It's
as
wild.
nice and
That's some
lovely
crazy
as the
shit.
people of Indonesia generally are, much like America, there is a strong religious undercurrent that is somewhat contained but breaks out at inopportune times. And I personally can't help but feel
We love a cool
that
Jaja.
if Rededicate 250 got their way, America would go down this path of having morality police. Now, you may have guessed from my accent that I'm from a different part of the world, and I'm going to interrupt my own talk to throw you a small curveball and ask, is Australia the Christian country that you're after? So Australia is a member nation of the British Commonwealth, a group of mostly former members of the British Empire, hoity-toity old chaps in their smoking jackets, hobnobbing with the captains of industry. The current ruler of the British Commonwealth is King Charles III.
Wasn't Australia a criminal colony?
And this title is part of his role as Supreme Governor of the Church of England. So King Charles III literally has his own church. Alongside this, he is also a member of the Church of Scotland, and King Charles attends church weekly. King Charles's coronation ceremony was held in a church, and part of his coronation involved him being anointed by the clergy behind a private screen. The only moment of his coronation, cameras were not allowed to capture. That's how religious it is. So in short, there is no church-state separation in the Commonwealth. And on top of this, the Lord's Prayer is said at the start of every federal parliamentary session in Australia. So I'll ask this. Is Australia
Holy
the safe,
shit.
free and prosperous Christian country that you're after? Well, come on over and enjoy the gun control laws, government-funded healthcare, minimum wage entitlements, and a very secular education system that pays no mind to creationist nonsense. And now we've hit part 4, and this is the nitty-gritty. Reimagining the United States of America, formerly as a democratic republic, but now as a regime where laws and government policy are set in accordance to Christian theology as per the advice or dictate of institutionally installed religious leaders. Now, by the way, I'm going to use the term Christian dominionism as opposed to Christian nationalism, as to me personally, dominionism goes further than nationalism by seeking not just governmental control, but societal control.
Actually interesting.
And
I'm dead.
And
Okay.
thus is
Fair enough.
more suited to the goals of a Christian theocracy. And I'm also a bit older and was a Christian back in the early 2000s when dominionism was the cool
If
thing.
I weren't.
If it ever was a cool thing.
That is.
Maybe I'm just old. Quite possibly. The first question I have is,
Put
under
here.
this new Christian regime, which Christianity would America be? Catholic, Methodist, Mormon, Old Order Amish? The choices are literally endless. Though, if America had to become a theocracy, I prefer it to be Rastafarian, But look, let me be generous and assume a 7 mountains mandate by way of the New Apostolic Reformation, which aligns to a socially conservative charismatic theology. And in case you're not aware of charismatic theology, it's spiritual warfare, demons behind every sickness and misfortune, healing by prayer, claiming the blood of Jesus over houses when you move in, stuff like that. The Christianity I used to believe in. So the first problem that evangelical dominionists would have is that Catholics comprise the largest Christian group in America, and the Mormon Church is financially very powerful with over $200 billion in assets. Would Christian dominionists harness those numbers, or would they treat Catholics and Mormons as outsiders despite worshipping the same God? Or does Jesus just cast a mind spell to make everyone agree with the right theology? But then that would override personal free will, which creates its own theological problems. So now, I'm going to present a series of scenarios that at first may seem hyperbolic, but I also think are not totally unrealistic, particularly since these are based on texts from the scriptures and or from historical practices. And as the old saying goes, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And what more absolute power than God himself? So first, does the Old Testament get implemented in any way, shape or form? And I think by right, it has to, given that if Christians ignore the Old Testament, they're ignoring more than half of the inspired word of God.
I thought the New Testament.
But then on the other hand, an Old Testament legal framework would set America back centuries and the prosperity preachers would be out of a meal ticket. Or you could do what the Mormons do and have a prophet who declares new revelation every now and then that conveniently lines up with whatever the prophet wants at the time. Funny how that works. However,
I thought the New Testament erased the old one.
The Old Testament becomes enacted in law. Given how much socially conservative,
or is it just like a cherry picking situation?
That they spend millions of dollars erecting statues and defending lawsuits. So from that, it's natural to assume that the Sabbath would be enforced again, since the fourth commandment of the Ten Commandments, Exodus 20 verse 8, is, "Remember the Sabbath and keep it holy," which then means doing anything on a Friday night through to Saturday evening would now
Why do they divide the week up into 7 days instead of 6?
On a Sunday. It was always Friday night to Saturday evening. And on this new reinforced Sabbath, simple things like
Christianity
working
is
on
so
your
fucking
car,
weird.
cooking food, carrying things outside, or even turning on electricity or gas would be banned. These are all.
Oh yeah, they knew about electricity back in the old days.
23 clearly states you are to do no work. In fact, Numbers 15, 32 to 36, it shows the story of a
Nope,
man
I ain't doing Discord. You don't enjoy my stream, you're a bot. Don't care. Been doing this for 10 years.
Those Friday night football games that the nation worships, gone. Saturday morning eggs and bacon at the cafe,
God damn it.
gone. Saturday afternoons tending to the
I'm
garden,
not a homie of you.
gone. And remember, you can't.
My stream is exactly as I want it.
Who are you?
I love my stream.
You want it?
It is mine. You don't attract people. I don't care. Don't care.
Given that the Old Testament made
viewers are not the be all end all.
Now, to me, this would be a terrible injustice, given that America has spent so many years trying to undo the historical effects of slavery. But if the good book says you can have slaves,
God damn it!
As well, right? And further to that, in line with the Old Testament, could the government legislate to allow a man to sell his daughter if he got into financial
As
trouble?
I've died so many times.
And before you go human rights charters, remember, the word of God is the Christian's highest authority. Now, sure, this is admittedly a little far-fetched, but remember, governments have frequently enacted harmful laws under the sincere belief that they're doing good. And with a God mindset, dominions believe that they're doing the ultimate good. Now, another question. Would you be comfortable with executing people for adultery, like the Bible says to? Harsh at first,
yes.
I'll give you that. Though I will concede that the only benefit of a law commanding that adulterers be executed would be that a good portion of pastors and politicians in America...
But people that got cheated on would say yes, one way or the other, beliefs or not. That shit fucking blows.
How do you go about dealing with ex-Christians, both current and people who subsequently leave the faith? Is Jesus just going to cast a mind spell over us atheists? Or will you follow Deuteronomy 13, which states that if you find people in a town and they try
maybe we should just not cheat on people that we love.
And burn the town.
Is that like a thing? I don't know. Maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
In that same passage, to kill your family if they want you to stray from God. Deuteronomy 13 verse 8. Do not yield to them or listen to them. Show them no pity. Do not spare them or shield them. You must certainly put them to death. Your hand must be the first in putting them to death. Stone them to death because they try to turn you away from the Lord your God. What would happen if your son or daughter had honest questions and doubts about the faith? Is that classified as worshipping other gods? And do you now support
I worship other gods all the time. Odin all day.
In itself is a sin.
I don't worship him, but I'll pour one out for Odin every now and then.
If you happen to live in a town that is found to have apostates, by the words of Deuteronomy
kind of like Santa, it doesn't exist, but we respect the idea of him.
Is that job done by the military? Is it done by the Department of Homeland Security? Or does the government endorse vigilante groups, essentially religious police, to do the job? That's totally unfair, you may say. Brother, I'm merely reading your text. The other thing is that in most societies, parents sacrifice for their children so they can live long and happy lives. But the Word of God tells parents to kill their children if they don't stay in the faith. That's pretty backwards. And if I can for just a second, I'm a little bit confused. Jesus' death apparently did away with the Old Testament. And if that's the case...
Right, that's what I said. That's what I said.
Live under those rules, not merely as a general guide to get inspiration from, but actually under them. Let me change tack for a second and ask... Would an American Christian theocracy implement a policy of something is allowed if it is not explicitly prohibited in the Bible? By that logic, if something is not explicitly prohibited, narcotics and barbiturates aren't mentioned in the Bible, let alone prohibited. Same for tobacco, caffeine, heroin, amphetamines, skydiving, midget pornography. The Bible also doesn't say don't hit the weed, though it does mandate stoning. Or do you go the complete other direction and implement a mentality of it's only okay if it's mentioned and not condemned in the Bible? Well, this is one reason why the Jehovah's Witnesses don't do birthdays. But by a mentality of it's only okay
it's wild.
if
it's wild.
And not condemned in the Bible. That would mean no more driving cars, because they're not in the Bible. No more flying on private jets, not in the Bible. No more Chinese takeaway, since Chinese people weren't in the Bible. No more TV or internet, since electricity wasn't in the Bible. And maybe the Amish are onto something there. Democracy is also not in the Bible, by the way. And thirdly, here is what I'm most interested in. How would the justice system operate in a Christian theocracy? Given that charismatic theology states some people are gifted to receive revelation and words of knowledge from the Holy Spirit.
Don't mock the shadow, Lord.
Questions about the application of justice. And here is where the excesses of charismatic theology, to me, really starts to show itself. In the justice system of a Christian theocracy, would we have to accept the testimony of prophets in court? Who counts as a prophet? Is being a prophet a qualification, or can someone, anyone, just call themselves a prophet? And if you deny a prophet from testifying, are you guilty of rejecting God and his word? If a prophet lies in court in their own criminal trial, do we believe the prophet or the evidence? Would words of knowledge have the same weight as witness testimony in a courtroom? Could someone just say to the courtroom, "The Lord revealed to me," and those words are now gospel truth?
Isn't that what Joan of Arc
Could
did?
someone just
Maybe
wander
not.
in off the
Maybe
street
not.
claiming
Maybe I'm
they were led by the Spirit
completely
to
wrong.
testify in a case? Would jury trials even be a thing anymore? Could we just do away with 12-person juries and just let one solitary person fast
fuck
and
me,
pray
right?
in a cave until the Lord appeared to them? Or, and in a nod to one of my favourite movies, Minority Report, do we then establish a pre-crime division where you're arrested before you've actually done anything on the agreement of not 3 psychics in a tub, but 3
I never do
prophets?
anything. So.
And here's my question for you, dear listeners. If you were to choose 3 Christians to be in suspended animation in a tub, Minority Report style, who would you pick? My picks would be Joyce Meyer, Brian Houston, and the reanimated corpse of Ravi Zacharias trying to proclaim his innocence after his legacy died. And further to that, does the executive move to purge the judiciary and the legislature to ensure theological compliance? Do the courts defer to or even devolve into religious tribunals? Next, what would societal ethics look like in a hypothetical Christian theocracy? Would it be okay for a man to kill his own family if he honestly believed God told him to, or if he believed his family would be raptured after their deaths? What about medical care? Would it now be okay to only offer prayer?
We gotta go with the holy.
Actual medicine? The problem is, we already know that numerous children in religious families have died because their parents trusted prayer over care. So I can only see this situation getting worse. And could doctors bill health insurance companies for prayer consultation?
I'm actually...
If I see a person drowning and only stretch out my hand in prayer, but not to pull him up, will I have done a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm actually like
Does the government
wildly
move to censor artistic freedom and expression?
happy that my grandfather made, like, he didn't make, obviously did not make me, but he didn't ban me from playing like Magic the Gathering or whatever. And he bought us many Magic cards, and he was like a deacon of a church, like fire, and his father was like fire, hellstone, brimstone person, but
and face no legal repercussions?
I'm surprised I ever got into Magic the Gathering. I still have like $2,000 worth of like Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering crossover cards, like literally right there. I'm pointing to them right now. They're within arm's reach.
Is there anyone, absolutely anyone, can claim to be speaking on behalf of God, and God himself isn't going to do anything about it? And just a look at the economy for a second. How much funding for science research would be cut? And are research
don't
grants
even
now given
get
only
into
for
the
those
science
projects
research
pushing
shit.
a 6-day creation narrative? How long would it take for major investment firms and tech corporations to flee America due to sovereign risk and interference from the government and or clergy? And what about the brain drain? I can't see academics and researchers staying for long in a Christian
Hey,
theocracy.
look at me. I actually did it. I didn't even get hit once.
Money and prestige.
Love it.
And I ask these hard questions because the prosperity, freedoms, and liberties we have, they were hard fought for over the centuries, and they would start to evaporate as soon as some undereducated people got the reins of power. Nothing good.
Oh, I already kind of did, didn't I?
Ruled by people.
Ooh, I died. I died pretty hard. I died pretty hard on that one.
Demons cause flight delays, who believe in what is essentially a divine pyramid scheme, and who are
I have to go pee. I have to go pee. I'll be right back.
And it gets even worse when you think about this. Under a total Christian theocracy, where the executive answers to the clergy, how do you handle differences in opinion and in theology, which in all honesty modern Christianity is full of? Do we go back to the dark old days where Christian denominations waged literal war on each other and where dating across sectarian lines was enough to get you kicked out of your family? Do you have a Supreme Council, i.e. the Southern Baptist Convention, dictating theology? Do they mandate a specific Bible translation and outlaw all the others? Does this Supreme Council promote one and only one brand of Christianity and outlaw the others? Does the Supreme Council have its own leader who can unilaterally overrule legislation and the president? If so, America then essentially becomes Afghanistan 2.0 led by Ken Ham.
Okay.
May or may not be in a tub. Now, all of this isn't to hate on Christians personally. I have no problems with Christians per se. But there was a saying I once heard that I think carries a lot of weight.
I don't either.
Some people
I really
are so
don't. I don't have.
minded
I mean,
that they're no earthly good. And those who align themselves with Rededicate 250 fit that category. I see a lot of red flags going through the Rededicate 250 site. Firstly, it flies in the face of separation of church and state. It's one thing to have a vocal religious minority pretend that their deity is the best thing since sliced bread, and it's another thing to say, "Yay for Jesus," in the nation's capital, but it's another thing to have leaders in the current administration promote not simply one religion, but one narrow strand of that religion. And second, looking at the clergy attending this event, Franklin Graham, a man who has no problem mixing religion and politics. Jonathan Falwell, the son of Jerry Falwell and former Chancellor of Liberty University, which has historically been under fire for poor financial governance, and was fined $14 million for punishing victims of sexual assault for violating student code of conduct. Or Paula White, prosperity gospel extraordinaire.
Okay.
Christian theocracy and Rededicate 250 are a motherload of bad ideas, and I don't think they've gone through the details. So to summarize, current actual theocracies have a pattern of poor governance and lack of human development. Being a nation of Christians is no guarantee of societal health or prosperity either. And if America became a Christian theocracy, which Christians rule and how long would it take for them to go Old Testament on our asses? But I'll leave you with these final two questions. Do you want Jesus to rule you or merely a cult of personality? And second, if you want Jesus to rule you, why would you want to be ruled by a guy who never speaks for himself and hasn't turned up to help with anything for the last 2,000 years?
But he's about to be back, right?
And
mentally jack off to somebody else, as far as I'm concerned.
But he's about to be back, right?
Yeah,
Any second.
I think it's really telling, and it's sad, honestly, because the people that are actually doing things.
He's about to be back. Any second.
They're not doing what you do, Wubby. I genuinely believe you're better than this display that you've put on so far, I'm happy to admit that I didn't say all of the words in the premise, right?
Any second, guys. Here, hold on.
Behind that and see. But I think anybody that knows jack fuck all about philosophy will be like, hey, honestly, Wubby, SR did get the point. Like, he understood what you were saying, and we could have moved on. We could have continued into that, because ultimately, talking about having things that are necessary and contingent, it doesn't get you to a god. And I'm sure if you're smart, like you claim to be, I'm sure you're familiar with various people that have talked about that, what Alex Malpass has talked about it. Graham Oppie has talked about it. Shit, I saw Philip Goff and Alex O'Connor having a fucking conversation the other day, man. Do you know how none of them engage, Wubby? like you. And that's why you ran away. So that's fine. Honestly, I think
Guys.
it is better to not engage with stuff like that because at
During
the end of the
this
day,
stream.
we just don't get anywhere. It does not actually get us to anything
This
of value,
stream.
you know? And I think back to one of my absolute
Aaron, that's
freaking
all.
heroes, Dave Warnock.
I
He
believe.
gets a call like this and he just shuts that shit down. He doesn't give a goddamn. The man is dying of ALS, doesn't give a fuck about your contingency bullshit.
Hey, we have a very special caller, but before we get to him, I do want to mention one of our sponsors, Cullen's Vitamins for Male Energy Vitamins for Men. Are you losing a little bit of stoop in your step? Well, try Cullen's Male Vitamins for Men because
I never had stoop in my step, to be completely honest.
And now we do have a caller from Bootwhack, Wyoming. Sorry, I got that wrong. And I want to welcome Ambrose Schuyler to our show. Can you hear me, Ambrose?
How do we
have you on the
call
line?
in? The call in. I have many
Hello,
questions.
Ambrose, do we have you on the line?
But how do we call in? I have many
Well,
questions.
apparently we're having some problems with the connection with our caller right now. Ambrose was calling from Bootwhack, Wyoming. He has claimed that he was kidnapped by aliens just within the last couple of weeks. So I was really looking forward to this call. If you are able to connect with us, Ambrose, please just go ahead and say something, cut me off, and we'll just continue from that point on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you over the phone. Can you hear me?
Oh, I got you, Ambrose. Good to hear you. Good to hear you.
Oh, yeah, good. Yep, good. You know, I was, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. I tried out those Cullen's vitamins. That really got me a leg up on the pile, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're taking advantage of some of our sponsors. I'm glad to hear that. So,
that $80 was definitely worth it.
Definitely.
It's pretty
so
funny.
I've got some notes here. I know we haven't talked yet, but I do have a few notes, and it says that you say you were kidnapped by aliens within the last couple of weeks.
Well, if you want to use the Latin for it,
Man, aliens! Come on now.
Okay, do you want to tell us a
You're
little bit
just
more about
baiting.
that? Like, did this happen while you were out? Did they come to your house? What?
Just baiting me.
Oh, no. Okay, here's what happened. I'll tell you exactly. And by the way, before I start, God bless you. Thanks for telling the truth about the things that are really happening and putting it on your show and letting people know.
That's what we're here for.
Yes, thank you so much. You're doing the Lord's work. So what happened was I was sitting out on my front porch. I just got done threatening the wife and kids, and I noticed the dog needed to walk, so I went out into the woods behind my house, and suddenly my dog
Exist 100.
barking and growling and pooping everywhere, right? And then he ran off back to the house. And then there was this light that came down from the sky, and it
Never
shined
here.
right over me, and it was a burning light.
On
I tell you.
And what color was the light?
It was a very bright white light, a little bit yellowish, I suppose. And I suddenly I noticed that it was coming from one of them flying saucers, you know, like the ones you always see in the magazines and the comic books and whatever. But it was a triangle.
So it was a flying saucer, but it was a triangle.
Morpholites.
Exactly, yes.
I gotcha. So
and
now,
need
did
to
you
go
get beamed into the ship? Did they come down
to
and kidnap you?
Marfa
What exactly happened
and
here? Ambrose, give us the skinny on
experience
it.
the lights, I think.
Well, I suppose I did, but you know, I saw the flashing light, and then next thing I knew, I was in like
It'll be
a
good
surgery
content.
room there, and there were all these little guys standing around me, and they were just like the guys you see there on the, you know, in the magazines and the TV shows. Little gray guys
Good
with big
content.
eyes, and they wore ladies' shoes, and they were all poking at me.
What, were they poking at you with their fingers, or did they have? Now you know we've all heard the stories about probes. Was there any probing involved?
Well, they did put something up my nose, and it did help clear up my sinuses.
Okay, so you had a nasal probe.
Yeah, I suppose.
So going back to your story, what were the aliens poking you with?
It's what man has known to become.
They did use some fingers, and then they had
Is that Brad again?
scalpels and stuff. You know, you got to remember, I blanked out a couple of times after this. When I woke up, I had some bruises and weird little cuts, but maybe that's, you know, I was walking through the woods with my dog, so you got to remember
What
that.
man has dreamed of.
What happened to your dog while all this was?
Oh, he went home. He's pretty smart.
So he didn't bring anybody back to help you?
No, he was too busy because you know, my wife was threatening the kids.
Okay.
And you know,
That's the oh my god, I hate to feel.
drinking man. I only had 3 beers before this happened.
Well, that's not too much.
No, exactly. And after that, you know, they got done clearing my sinuses, and then they showed me their spacey ship. And I was walking all around, and it was very nice and clean and metally like. And they asked me if I wanted to see their planet, and I said, yeah, sure. So we started flying over to their planet, and they said they'd been on Earth for hundreds of years, thousands maybe even.
Really?
That's exactly what the spaceship captain said.
What have they been coming here for?
Well, here's the weird thing. Now, the
Let's
actual
hear it.
aliens,
I need to have you people call in and tell me your alien dreams.
and they can't survive on our planet.
I mean,
because of the atmosphere and the oceans and the whatnots.
Mm-hmm.
So, what they do is they build drones made out of organics, and that's those little gray, big-eyed guys who wear ladies' shoes that you always see in the TV and whatnot. Those are the real drones.
I hate to cut you off for a minute, but I've never, you know, I started thinking about it. I don't think I've ever seen anybody ever show the feet of an alien. So I don't know that it's common knowledge that they wear women's shoes.
Well, I'm just gonna say they aren't wearing shoes that I would wear.
Fair enough.
Usually, when we see these pictures of these gray aliens, they're not wearing anything, or it appears that they're not wearing anything. Was that true? Are they just wearing these shoes, or are they wearing some like tight-fitting gray clothing?
No. They're all organic and they're always naked because they're drones, but they do wear shoes. And them shoes is ladies' shoes.
Okay, why? So why? But you never answered my question. Really, why are they coming here to Earth? What is their interest here in our planet?
what is their prerogative?
Okay, so here's the thing. It's kind of a two-pronged approach here with these aliens. So first thing is they love strawberries. You know, strawberries. They love them.
Oh, yeah, the fruit, strawberries.
Yes, yeah. It's like
I get this shit every week.
Now the other thing is they're trying to make drones that are perfect, like organic drones that are perfect to make humanity.
You wouldn't even
strawberries for them. So that's why they've been having them breeding programs for so long, making humans, excuse my French, mate with humans so they can make ones that can survive in our environment.
They're making now. I got a little confused. They're crossbreeding humans with strawberries.
Man, God damn it. It's so draining.
So they have perfect farmers.
Trology.
They have perfect farmers. We
That's a
probably
big,
use
big
perfect
one
farming
for me.
technology down here.
It's tough, man.
Well, them aliens, they ain't doing that. And they got bases all over the earth where they're working on their genetic experiments.
Why don't we know about these?
Sure.
They hide them with holograms. You know, like they used to do with Elvis and Tupac and Michael Jackson a couple of years ago.
Holograms, okay. And
yeah, holograms.
How are they using the holograms to hide their bases?
And they make them in the mountains. All the mountains
It's
on
true.
Earth are fake.
Really, all the mountains are fake.
Everything.
I
swear on my life, you and I have never seen a real mountain.
Never.
That's exactly correct. Yes, sir.
That's a lot of bases.
Of many, but I never seen.
They got so many. They're just waiting to swarm the earth and make us farm strawberries for them.
I've hiked up many mountains as out of shape as I am right now. One might not think.
You know what? The aliens even told me it's going to happen on July 28th, 2038.
No kidding. So you got an actual date from them?
That's what the alien captain told me.
Now, do you say they took you to their planet? Is that correct?
Yep, they showed me their planet. I couldn't go on it because, you know, humans can't breathe the atmosphere on their planet. And the aliens are they're not like the real aliens. They're not like the drones that are little bug-eyed guys because they bred those to be able to live on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
These guys, they live in, you ever heard of them black smokers?
Like in the bottom of the ocean?
Bottom of the oceans? Yeah, exactly, right? They live there. And the alien little gray
is
guys,
he talking about
that they can do everything by manipulating two humans.
They can do everything by manipulating two humans.
You're talking about wood crawlers from Gemini Home Entertainment?
Molly Kuehl and Eddie Zime.
As if you know
They can do
what
anything by manipulating two humans in particular. I thought it was just any two humans.
No, it's just them two humans. It's Molly Kuehl and Eddie Zime. They got on their planet. That's why we have the Space Force. You know, we're getting them together to rescue them two humans.
We got the Space Force! This is what I'm gonna look like when I'm older, by the way. Just saying.
Mission that we're working on then?
Just prepare for it.
Of course it is.
Just prepare for it.
Because it's secret? Pretty sure you just said it.
I'm having a hard time believing.
While I'm playing Final Fantasy 14, like, same shit.
What is it that we can do to, like, well, first off, I have so many questions. I still want to really go back to this planet of the alien planet.
I have so many answers. Yeah, it's called Eben.
Eben?
Yeah, that's what the little drone guys said to me.
What does it look like?
It's, well, you know, you ever been in Louisiana?
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
I haven't been there, but I imagine it's what that looks like.
I've been there 3 times, twice in reality.
Well, I went to Eben in reality, so I don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, I was hoping you would you would describe Eben to us. What, you know, what's it look like?
It's a swamp. It's pretty
Ever
swampy.
literally?
You know, most of the aliens, the real aliens, not the drones now, mind you, they live around the equator.
Even
The other part is all
alien
kind of cold
talks
and icy.
around.
Looks like something out of
the
an Eastern
state.
European film.
I'm imagining that there's lots of mountains there.
This
There
is
ain't no mountains on
fucking.
Eben. I'll tell you that. They only put them on Earth with them holograms.
So I'm trying to piece all this together. So it's a swampy place with no mountains.
Movie
But they
is
hide their
made.
faces as mountains. How do they even know what a mountain looks like?
Well, they made them up, and then they made us believe it. You ever read the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Actually, I have.
Yeah, you read it wrong.
Okay. So they're gonna. You say
the Book of Enoch? It's right there. It's right there.
In the Book of Enoch?
Together between
Local
Book of Enoch, Epic of Gilgamesh, everything
is the goat.
Gotcha.
My favorite is Gemini.
So you say this is going to happen in 2038?
April 28th. That's what the drone captain of the spacey ship told me. Yep.
April 28th, 2038. And what is this going to be like? An aggressive, like a military invasion, or are they just going to come in and try to like take over economically? What are they planning here?
Well, the thing is,
very wild
breeding
stuff.
humans with the aliens. We're infiltrating.
Right, to farm strawberries.
And then,
Damn y'all.
yes,
Damn.
they love them. Now, see, when I was on the spaceship,
Talking to you guys.
and they had an alien lady, and
and
I thought that I was
chatting
gonna,
here. I'm multitasking.
Mate with her, but
my ass
they just
out.
Made me give her strawberry ice cream, and she loved it. And then all the other aliens, they tried it, but they were lactose intolerant because they hadn't bred with the
Mostly
humans
Drake's
yet.
equation at.
But they still love the strawberry flavor.
Mostly Drake's
can you hold on one
equation.
second? I need to do something real quick. Here at Late Night Toast to Toast, we like to give a shout out to other content creators and people who are doing the good work out there. And I want to good friends of ours, some very good friends of ours, the atheist community of Austin, are doing a 24-hour live show fundraiser right now at this very moment. And because we are such good friends of them, we put up a little link down in the lower right-hand corner there where you can donate to them. And I know that earlier today we were getting somebody who was matching our donations dollar for dollar. So I don't know if that happened all the way yet, but if it hasn't, keep donating, and your dollars will be doubled, hopefully still. So yeah, that's about it. Thanks, Ambrose. Thanks for letting me cut you off there.
Oh yeah, no problem. Now, I didn't know you guys was atheists. I thought you were Jainies.
You thought we were what?
I thought you were a Jain,
Oh, Jain.
Is that how you say that word?
Jain?
Yeah.
No, we're not Jainists. I know
Janus?
Jain. I met an ex-Jain once, but no, we're not. We're definitely not
Jane?
I have an ex named Jane too.
Oh, Jane? Like
are you?
Jane?
Are you a Christian then? I know you've mentioned God in the Bible.
Oh, well, I try to believe in the Lord. I'm not, affiliated with any church or whatnot. I'm actually a Maharana Buddhist, so.
What religion are the aliens?
Luann got.
Oh, them aliens?
Got
okay, let me tell you about this, because it gets crazy here, all right? Them aliens are communists.
They're communists?
And, yeah.
I'm done with the aliens.
World peace through communism. But the only way they did it was by having a nuclear war for
aliens. They take back the.
Okay, that doesn't really make any sense to me. But so
it makes a ton of sense when you really think about it.
So I going back to my question is, did they abolish religion then after the nuclear war?
Means of production.
I didn't ask them about it. They were just mostly asking me to buy a strawberry popsicle from them.
Gotcha.
And shove things up my nose.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And hey, I've been told
I'm down taking back the means of production.
3 days. Is that true?
It was 3.5, but yeah. My wife was real mad about it.
Right.
And
did anybody come looking for you? Was there any, were you able to send any messages at least back home or anything?
I'm down for taking back the means of production into the workers' hands.
Spaceship, and when they brought me back, my wife just thought I went on another bender, like I tend to do. But heck, you know, my only proof was
Hey, I'm on a bender right now.
the experience seeing all these little alien guys
No shade
on
thrown.
another planet.
Then
I got so scared that I was sober for the rest of that day. At least.
Did she think you were on another bender for Jesus?
No, she thought I was out ice fishing with my pals, which is, you know, Jesus would have done that.
He probably would have been ice fishing with his pals, I suppose. Well, probably not ice fishing, but definitely fishing, right?
Oh yeah, of course, he's the fisherman.
I think he used to hang out with a bunch of fishermen, as I recall.
I don't remember reading that, but then again, I'm not very good at the reading.
So,
I too am not very good at the reading.
You know, like you said in 2038. Are they making any plans for up into that date? Are we going to be seeing anything of them, or are they just going to miraculously appear on that date?
And now here's the funny thing.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is a really important question. Are we going to
more of the math in myself?
Oh yeah, they're all gonna disappear. Everything you think is a mountain is probably just a big hill right now. Okay, all mountains gonna disappear, and you know, after what happened to me, I went and I actually looked at some other, you know, stories of people who got abducted. And they always said the aliens were saying stuff like, take care of the environment and, you know, love your fellow man and the whatnot and all that, you know, hippy-dippy bullshit. That's just their ploy because they want the earth to be ready to make more strawberries.
That's it. They don't even,
Strawberries are dope.
They don't really care about us. They just care about the strawberries.
Yeah. And that's why they want us to take care
I
of
want
ourselves,
more.
make sure the earth stays the same so that we can keep making
Okay, with more
mutant
strawberries.
hybrid alien babies that they're making right now in the fake mountains that are actually holy grants. And that's what they're doing. And
Want more strawberries?
already started. I didn't know nothing about gardening or whatever. I started growing strawberries 2 days. 2 days when I finally got sober after that first
Heresy.
to start my own berry garden. And I was hoping them aliens, you know, because I think when they take over our planet with their drones, strawberries are going to be our only currency in the future.
Strawberries?
It's what you can barter with the aliens. That's it.
So your advice to everybody is to start growing strawberries so you'll be able to participate economically with the aliens?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I believe that indefinitely.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is there any type of
God,
strawberry in particular that they prefer or that you can get more money for if you're going to go into this business?
If you can cultivate the wild ones.
Not in a weird way. In a I want to eat
popsicles that like strawberry ice creams.
berries way.
The regular ones, you know, I think that would end up being like our equivalent of like nickels. You know what I mean? You know, the bigger ones you buy at the grocery store, they're always kind of rotten at the bottom.
Yeah.
But still.
I don't usually buy those.
Trafficking.
I don't either. I grow them now. But you need them strawberries. And I'm telling everybody, you need them.
Yeah, guys.
I started growing.
Guys,
I really would like to get to, learn more about the alien planet.
Doing FFXIV like raids.
No,
stuff.
man. Okay,
You
so
are
here's the weird
too
thing.
funny.
I couldn't actually go on the planet, but the saucer triangle flew over it and showed me. It's pretty much flat, and the north and the south and poles, and they're pretty icy. It's almost like an ice age on their planet right now. And the equator
More baby talk.
is like a big swamp. And so you got these black smokers that are making bubbles. And
No
like,
more baby talk.
bubbles are the alien like cells.
No more baby
Like,
talk.
you know, you and me, we got like cells in our body.
Mm-hmm.
The actual aliens use like the bubbles as cells, and then from that they manipulate molecule and enzyme.
I gotcha. And now,
does that make sense?
No,
Bro, I'm
actually,
dying
it
so
doesn't
much.
make sense to me at all. But I'm sure it does to you.
Dying so much in these dungeons, chatting
through your
with.
testimony here. So
And I'm
you never
fairly
mentioned
kind
about
of
the question,
drunk.
though. Do they actually live in a house?
So I don't know if that's a boon or a bane for me.
They're not like they're not like beings like us. They're like a conflagration of like bubbles and the whatnots, and then they used molecule and enzyme to make these little tiny guys that are the drones that they send to our planet because they couldn't survive in our atmosphere.
Well, that's really interesting. We've only got a couple minutes left, so if there was.
God damn it!
If they
God
gave
damn
you
it!
A message to give to humanity.
Talking
at
about.
the time, and I don't know if they did, but if they did, what is that message?
And never climb anything just in case.
And don't go. Stay away from the mountains.
Yeah, don't climb nothing. Grow strawberries and live it, man.
Well,
they're real
Ambrose,
hippy-dippy, those drones.
Ambrose, I really want to thank you for calling. We're at the end of the show, and I do got to mention one more of our sponsors. Shuffler's Muffins. Shuffler's Bakery has some of the best muffins in Monkey's Eyebrow, Kentucky. They're located right downtown. They have all different kinds of flavors, orange pineapple, cherry almond, chocolate. They even have crunchy frog. So and for a nominal fee, they will remove the bottoms of the muffins for you. So check it out, Scheffler's Muffins.
A nominal.
You can tell they're fresh by the grease stains on the wrappers. And I want to thank everybody for calling in or for tuning in tonight. And we will see you next week for another episode.
Nice! I just beat my dungeon.
God bless you, Bart. Thanks for shredding the truth.
And this segment just ended. Perfect timing. Let's get satanic.
In nomine magni de nostri satani, entrobo ad altari domini inferi. We are gathered on this night at the witching hour to return a curse back to sender. Long ago, our serpentine mother and her children were cursed by the demiurge.
If you guys do
Since that time, the children of the
logical
demiurge have
thing,
committed atrocities in the name of their father.
man, I gotta come on.
Tonight,
and
we reflect the serpent's curse back on the souls of those who committed these atrocities. We curse Richard Nixon for making war against all those struggling for liberation. In Asia and Latin America, in the United States, and across the globe. We curse the Belgian butchers, Leopold II and III, for enslaving and butchering the Congolese to extract their wealth. And we curse Badois for chattering.
This is actually crazy. This is actually pretty funny.
We curse Reverend James W. Fifield for preaching the doctrine that his corporate masters may gorge themselves on the fruits of the
I literally do a big.
We curse David Ben-Gurion for destroying and displacing a people, only to call this perversion an act of restitution and justice.
It's a big thing.
We now consign these souls beneath our heels
ensuring their reputations are eternally trampled into the mud and their names reduced to dust. Richard Nixon, Leopold II and III, Baudouin, Reverend James Fifield, and David Ben-Gurion. Cursed are you above all people and all wild animals. Your soul will stay under our heel, and you will eat dust eternally in the hereafter. We will put enmity between you and all people, and between your offspring and theirs.
Weirdly enough,
You'll remain in eternal torment,
I'm
and your
down
God
with
will turn from you.
Stuff.
As you walk with the souls
Like I
under
am
your
with
heels, remember that we,
Santa.
the children of Lucifer, live on
Those
despite these men's
were
attempts to rid us from the earth. Repeat after me. The curse on me, I return threefold to thee.
The home.
I return threefold to thee.
Hail, Satan!
Hail, Satan!
In
Hail, Satan!
remembrance
Hail, Satan!
to
Hail,
the
Satan!
idea
Hail,
of
Satan!
things.
Sorry, I heard you laughing in the background.
Not that we hey, no shit, like we're doing that.
I did one
Like,
stomp after everyone else.
Oh.
Is that what it was?
I think so.
You'll remain in eternal torment, and your God will turn from you.
makes sense. Does that make sense?
As you walk with these.
It's okay, we're gonna be editing.
Uh-oh, I can deconstruct
Well, my
astrology like no one ever has before.
And then also with the Hail Satan.
Like Ash collecting Pokemon.
Oh my god, it's boiling in here, which is appropriate.
I know, I'm sweating.
Well, how do people feel being in a satanic ritual for the first time? Taylor, it's not your first time, but what about Josiah? How did you feel about that?
I mean, you say that like it was my first.
You definitely looked the part.
Oh, was Mortal Kombat 2? It was fine. It was fine. Sorry. I'm very collected in this. It was fine.
What about Ben? Is this your first time?
Who is your main character?
I crave apples.
And I will tell you how you'll like the game.
First time though.
Caleta. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Is 58.
So, guess who's coming to Austin next month to throw a pool party?
Who?
Sorry if you're still
William
here.
Banks.
Actually, 58. That's like 7 minutes ago. God damn it! I just completely ignored you. I am so sorry. You came in, you asked me a thing. That's 100% my problem. Because I was in Final Fantasy 14 mode and I was ignoring chat. Mortal Kombat 2 was like, it was fine. Like, it wasn't the best movie ever. But, I'm a big Katana fan, so I enjoyed the Katana aspect of it. Cole got killed off. Nobody liked Cole. It kind of felt weirdly like it went through the motions, and then it didn't have any... I don't know. Like, it was weird. Like, I liked it. I enjoyed it. The fights got better as they went on, but, like... I don't know. Joletta? I don't know. If you're even still here. Probably not. Fair enough. Fair enough if you aren't.
Would you like to learn more about... Let's go find the guy.
Yeah.
Yo, William Banks. Yeah. Can I shake your hand?
No, it did.
I'm hoping that we can talk about some of our differences. Welcome to our pool party. Please keep coming to the pool party. We're gonna have a lot of music, and we have hot dogs and burgers for everyone. I also have Dr.
Dr. Joseph Laycock, who teaches at Texas State University about religion. And if there's any beef,
I'm actually getting in contact with him.
I also have boxing gloves and a boxing headgear that if I interview with you, that you would be willing to fight with me as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fight.
Okay, you know what? I'll do my best. Okay.
So.
And can I ask a question? Are you a Satanist?
I am, yeah.
Are you a Satanist? I'm not, no.
How do you feel about that?
I really don't like that.
Why?
Well, because why would you choose to surround yourself with something that has negativity to it?
Well, to me, it doesn't have negativity to it. I think it's about how you look at it.
Why is he not evil to you if it's the devil?
Well, because the way I interpret it is that he brings knowledge and freedom to people.
But don't you understand?
No. If I was gonna go to the Satanist route, I would go the Buddha Satanist route, in which Satan, I don't think Satan's like a real character in this world, but the ideals of him and him rebelling against authority and some things like that I could get behind. I could get behind that kind of thing, but I mean, I'm scientist, atheist, like Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all of that.
Understand about
Basically
corruption
like
and traps, about lures.
What do you mean by that?
Where you think that the devil represents freedom, but wouldn't that be something that is the lure that draws you in to do something that is ultimately hedonistic and leads towards a darkness and a corruption?
What would it be?
The same thing about God? Are you sure that he's not a lure?
No, because God represents, when people think about God, it's often creation and purity and life.
But that could be luring you into something bad, right?
With a...
Have you heard of a sect of Christianity that maybe used to exist more widely called Gnosticism?
Rebellion and doing
there's this thing
what's
called the demiurge.
best for
And the idea was that the god that was traditionally worshipped by the Jews, he created a broken creation, creating suffering. And so they saw God as both a creator and as evil. And instead, they saw Jesus as representing something else, as an angel of light. That's something that I think is found not perfectly, but somewhat in, modern Satanism. Would you say, thinking of God as something that represents corruption to a certain degree, the corruption of creation, and something else represents the light and the goodness that I know that you promote?
Wait, what? His brain just broke. His brain just immediately broke.
I like the way that you are cool with Muslims and Jews and Hindus, and I also personally like the fact that you stole the Israel signs.
The investigation was prompted by a complaint regarding the theft of Israel flag yard signs in the Colony Road neighborhood. During the investigation, the officer in charge witnessed William Banks, who was driving a white vehicle, stealing another yard sign and fleeing the area while speaking with the complainant.
I know that you kind of regret that choice. Like Israel's, I would say that Satanism and Israel is closely related, or an atheism. I think Israel's atheist. So, you're a Zionist? No, I'm definitely anti. You're aligning yourself with
blow
Zionist beliefs.
kids up.
Am I? I believe so.
Tired of
As well for
seeing
you.
kids.
Why do you think that?
blow.
Well, because Israel is atheist. Is that what Netanyahu says?
Can we
No, but that's what
not
he means behind what he's saying. Is that Israel is
kill
atheist?
children?
So for you to be atheist means that you're
Is
aligning
that
yourself
so
with...
hard?
I would say so. Well, it seems like I've won the first step of this interview, and I will talk to you later. But I do not stand with Israel like you do.
BRB, talk
Damn.
later. BRB, even talk to you later, even though I won.
What happened? I see why not. There's a debate. I'd say it's atheism versus William Banks today. Was that supposed to happen here? What just happened?
BRB, talk to you later, even though I won.
Are you really boxing? You said you were boxing.
Dude, we're gonna smack down one way or another.
So,
I feel like I could science max
they want to, and I got my face paint. I don't normally have tattoos on my face.
these guys
Just so you know,
and
there's a
frame
face
mag.
painter over there who will give you face paintings, and she gave me some amazing face painting
Frame
tattoos
mag.
to represent some different perspectives
It's a
on
6'4"
God.
guy.
So in just a moment here, in about 2 minutes, 5 minutes, I'm going to
I'm no Hassan though.
conversation and debate with some of these atheists and Satanists, and then I'm going to box them, and then you're going to hear more music.
You don't get me angry about that.
Started with the debate, but I'd ask if anybody, and then more music. But if anybody believes in God, please come stand next to me, and may we stand together.
I feel like I could. Oh shit! I can't do.
Believing in God is part of partying.
Oh damn!
It's not separate. It doesn't condemn partying. Part of partying
The
is when
dogs.
you're honest
Oh
and
shit!
vulnerable with each other. How can we possibly have fun and
Oh
connect?
damn! I'm not. I can frame log all these people. This is 6'4" guy. Let's go.
Who here is for Slurp the World? Well, Slurp the World is coming right up.
That's so stupid.
Honest conversation about
Stupid. We're so done. We are cooked.
So before we start,
I'm
let me
just
just clarify that I do not like the idea of
trying to fit in, guys.
atheists or Satanists. However, for the sake of this conversation and for the sake of the people listening to us, I will be passing the microphone to atheists and Satanists. However, under normal circumstances, I do
This is
not
fun.
condone amplifying their voices.
This is fun. Best
A little
use
preamble
of
to Joe
weekend
right here. This is my
ever.
friend Dr. Joseph Laycock. He teaches at Texas State about religion. He's written a bunch of books, including one called, what was it, The Penguin Book of Cults?
It's coming out in October.
Yeah, coming out in October. Joe is also not an atheist or Satanist, but he's very familiar with Satanists especially, and I'll let Joe take it from there.
I study new religious movements, groups that have been branded either deserving it or undeserving it as cults. And I'm looking forward to learning a lot today. I think this is going to be a very data-rich environment for people who study religion.
Taylor and I both know a lot about what William does. We've been following since the Make Believe
God
Project.
damn
You
it.
found William
I
during
did,
the
yeah.
very beginning of the Make Believe Project.
I wish I didn't
personally know
exist,
some of the people who were on
but
video with
here
you at the
we
American
are.
Atheist Convention in 2024.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God?
So, yeah.
I don't believe in God. I grew up Catholic, so I sort of have deconverted and don't believe there's a God.
Dude, I
The
grew
first question is, we are religious pluralists.
fire,
We actually don't want people to be atheists. We
brimstone,
don't really care whether people believe in God or not. We think that there's a space for everybody in the public sphere. And I think that we can squash this beef by the end of the day. What do you guys think? Squash the beef?
my mom's side, dad's side,
William,
totally
can you tell
Catholic.
Joe about Car World? I think he might be especially interested in some of the rituals that your communities do.
I
Hello, and my name is William
went
Banks.
and got
This is my
my
pool party. Thank you for
degrees
coming to my pool
in
party
math,
because I want to make it open
physics,
to
and
even people who are
grad,
different than me so that we can all have a conversation and so that I can help you.
and
But Car World was initially
physics.
just an organization that meant a lot
I
to
am
me
in
and was a real piece of my heart.
and
But after the
around
council
the
collapsed and
world.
after Caroline broke up with me, I have not focused on that organization to the same degree. However, I have invited everybody
Texas.
from Car World Nation Dallas
How
to come to our
far
previous
did
pool
the
party
fruit
yesterday.
and nobody came, and then I invited everybody from Carwell
How
Nation
far
Austin
did the
to this
fruit
pool
fall
party,
from the
and to
fucking
my
tree?
knowledge, nobody has come from that
There.
branch. But I am willing to take this conversation and debate with you under the agreement that afterwards we can box and have a honest fight with each other, where the rules are that you can wear the headgear and I get one glove. I'll take the left glove even though I'm right dominant, and you can take the right glove, and we'll fight over there by the edge of the pool. And I believe in God, and I like to center God at what I do, because I think that love and faith is one of the most important things, and it's a humility where we accept and understand that we are not the creators of life. Life is a gift, and that's something we should cherish. However, the path towards God is looking inward. We must be one with ourselves and understand ourselves so that we have any hopes of understanding God in which created us. I do not support a nihilistic viewpoint. I do not support a viewpoint that is believing that
Yes,
there's
I'm
nothing,
a
that is believing that your brain
base
can create the proof and
pastor.
evidence. There's
Yes.
nothing unless I see
Yes,
the
sir.
evidence. I don't believe
Yes, sir.
in God. It is, I think, an incorrect view of the world. However, I think that atheism is only a phase that we all have experienced where doubt prevails.
It's just a
and that is human, that is
phase.
normal. I
Yes.
had a moment of not believing in God in my late teens, early 20s, when I had a conversation with one of my
It's
friends
just
in high
a
school who
phase.
didn't believe in God. But later,
I
at that time,
turned
he was an
40
atheist. Now he's not an
in
atheist
4
either. He's
weeks.
come around to believing in God as well, which I think is the natural path
And
for someone
I
who's thoughtful and
learned
introspective and mature. So not as a personal condemnation to you all, but I think that you've got a bit of arrested
since
development
high
where
school.
you've stayed in that questioning sort of
Phase.
teenage, no
But
dad, no mom, I'm not like
it's
that.
just a
You're stuck in the
phase.
rebellious phase, whereas I think there's one beyond
It's
where
a
you're coming
phase,
back.
guys.
And no, actually, the end of my significant relationship with Caroline actually has led to a greater understanding of faith and a greater understanding of letting go and being with one, because I had to let go of the thing that I loved the most, which was the most challenging, hardest thing I've done. But I've realized that all of the
Hey,
struggle that I faced
can we
trials
all
so that I could learn a lesson and become a better version
agree
of myself. However, I think that if you are an atheist,
on
you
the
lack the self-awareness
rights
that the
of
trials
all
you face
the
come from
animals
a power greater than yourself?
for
So I
when
think that
they
you struggle to learn
fucked
lessons from your
in
challenges.
front of
In the content
bark
I've seen from you, you are a
trees.
Christian, but you also are a fan of a lot
That's
of the
how they got their
and I'm wondering
stripes.
if you're embracing those religions.
It just makes sense, guys.
Well, Satanism is not a religion. It's an ironic, detached clause of atheism. People who genuinely are Satanists and believe in evilness are no better than Nazis or pedophiles. People who are ironically an atheist are stuck like a 17-year-old who doesn't know how to think for himself.
Well, that's why I think that you might have a misconception about Satanism. I think for some people, maybe it's an ironic type of atheism, but for me, it actually does have personal significance, and it's a ritual practice that I have in my life. So what do you think about that?
Well, I would say a Nazi says that being a Nazi has a personal significance to his life. I would say that being a pedophile is a personal significance to their life. So I understand how an atheist also thinks that atheism is personal to their lives.
Weren't a lot of those in Nazi Germany Christians?
Yeah, but so religion and spirituality are two very different things. Religion is spirituality that has been used as a tool by man to control, to corrupt. Humanity is not perfect. And every single religion that's represented on my face
Another
right
shot.
now has
I'm not nearly.
extreme flaws that are presented by often the men who
I
are in
am drunk,
power
but just not enough
and
for
that is,
this.
I think, why a lot of people who maybe are educated in other
With
rights
this
turn to atheism because
all
they see the flaws of religion.
cake.
However, what I would like to do with my life is help more people know
in
that faith
Central
in
Texas.
God and love and accepting that there is God first, higher than me, is separate than the man-controlled
Tough.
religion.
It's tough.
that
Is
flaws in.
brutal.
Joe, you study Satanism. You've actually
Guys.
written a couple of books about Satanism. You know their communities relatively well, even not being a Satanist yourself. Do you have anything to add here? Is there more nuance to Satanism than we might be looking at right now?
Well, I'm always interested
Brutal.
in the claim about whether or not something is religion.
I called them a pedophile.
Religion is very bad and spirituality is very good.
It's
so I guess if
tough.
Satanism isn't a religion, then we're also claiming it's not spirituality, which makes me wonder, what is spirituality? Is spirituality simply believing in God? Or do other things qualify?
So y'all had no idea this was going to be going down?
This is so funny. I've only seen his Instagram reels once, and he did not act.
Another one for sure.
Oh, hell
We're
yeah.
talking
about freaking religion at Pearl Street Co-op.
You wouldn't even know how much I have to now navigate the land
That is theology.
Are y'all
and mind
like religion at all?
No, he has his own religion.
of
Whoa, you're gonna get indoctrinated today.
working and
Oh.
Trying his best.
Okay, this dude is a big YouTuber. Well, it's not working. Let me fucking tell you, I came here.
director and professor.
William, I think the reason why I am a fan of yours is that you are very deliberately promoting this idea of aligning based on shared values and shared goals. You're cool with Hinduism, and when you were in jail, you converted to Islam.
A thing.
Now, in Islam, polytheism is often considered to be a grave sin.
Growing up in a very,
While saying you like Hinduism, which has a lot of variety, but typically polytheistic.
I
What I'm
feel
getting at here is that you are
walk
okay with
that
working with
line
people regardless
pretty
of
well.
their supernaturalistic beliefs. You care about their hearts, you care about their goals. Now let me tell you something
I'd
about atheists
love
in
to
the United
talk
States.
about it with
Atheists in the United States are the most politically active religious identity group in the country. They're also the most commonly progressive. They're the most likely demographic to support trans people, including trans healthcare for minors. They're the most likely to support women's reproductive rights.
I really would love to talk about that specifically with
No, I want to fight him because he came to the pool party to fight with me.
running that line of how
Fight
to
the atheists who talk to me. Fight the atheists who talk to me.
talk to
Fight the atheists who talk to
people.
me.
Fight this guy right here.
I gotta fight you.
Fight this guy, not this guy. Get him.
I thought Christianity was about love. Are you not willing to perhaps...
They grew up like me.
We agreed to the terms before the fight. We agreed to the terms. Classic
I
atheist
grew
work to try to
up in
trick you. Hot dogs are ready.
big Baptist. Oh,
We gotta
so.
do this.
Okay, I will do it, but I'll say one thing, all right?
Oh,
I came to this pool party to try to squash the beef with William, which is one of the very first things I said. Got it on camera. William is the one that wants to do the fight. I'll fight him because I'm a guest at his pool party and that's what he wants, but I'm here to support peace, love, and pluralism. William, I think you can be too, whether the outcome of the fight is in your favor or not.
I have
William,
to
or you got the random ass atheist people?
Random ass atheist people.
Atheists always win.
around that.
Actually, a boxing match today? Absolutely not.
Am I here
for it? Oh,
that-
Billy Banks all the way, man.
That stuff every day.
On Billy.
I'm only a fire.
One glove.
The workers should take back the means of production. Artists. I'd love to go live right now. I mean, I already am streaming, but there as. Oh yeah, the pre-recorded stuff.
I'm impressed with how
Understand it.
sideways my day went today. I don't even know if this will make a good story for my students in the fall.
Understand it.
See.
I'm pretty sure they cheated.
Okay, William, come in. William, the meat is squashing this beef on another day. What do you say? That you want to do what on another day? I want to squash the beef. Maybe, yeah. I mean, as long as you're open to believing in God. I am open to believing in God. Then I will talk to you as long as you're open. No, yeah. I can like anybody and respect anybody as long as they're open to believing in God.
Dude on the right looks like a Reddit mod.
And there's kind of nothing I can do but be combative. And at the beginning you were closed off, but until I beat you in a boxing match, I feel like that's more when you became open. Hey, well here's the squashing the beam another day. Okay. Well, as long as you're open to believing in
Dude,
God. Let's party. We're partying, yes.
Is literally me. I'm so anti. Yep. Yeah. Ja, pamiętam FTP.
From Hungary, so way overseas, is a theist and wants to talk about their conversion
His
to
name is Andrew, right?
And Justin, Robert, how are you?
What a shitty.
I wanted to call in and talk about my conversion because I was raised as a.
What a shitty name. That's also my name.
Recently, a year ago, I
hate it so
Christianity
much.
and Catholic and started to go to church and taking it seriously.
Sure. Well, let me ask you a question. Why? Why would you do that?
God damn. We are so similar.
The word, basically, like I saw this hate that the previous caller mentioned.
Dallas. And Riddick. Not like in South.
Hi everyone. How are you doing, Atlas?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I haven't slept last night, but hopefully it's going to be fine. So yeah, today we wanted to talk about trans people in sports because you and I are both trans people, and we are both.
There's the Texans in here.
You as a professional and me as an amateur. So, do you want to talk about your history?
Yeah, so I wish I was
Yep,
a professional.
yep.
Not there yet. Anyway.
I'm going to do it none.
So I was a
There's the bunch.
I competed in Olympic weightlifting
Kindles.
in the United States, and then I also
In the 90s in a pile.
And competed with at CrossFit in Italy and the United States. But
that's funny. That's funny.
With identifying with particular genders, and since I identify as non-binary, that wasn't an option. And since part of my journey as a trans masc non-binary person includes testosterone,
that was also not permitted in those sports. I thought about moving to other sports to continue just participating and testing myself and seeing if I could get better at doing what I really enjoy doing, which is just being in connection with my body. There weren't a lot of options. So, what about you?
But
I've always wanted to play football.
there. So if you play trumpet, think you
ever since
are
I
loud,
was a child, but
we
my
have a
parents
problem.
never wanted to.
I guess
They
I'm
never
a
allowed it. So it's only
trumpetist.
when I left home that I started playing in a local
We
club,
have beef.
and
We have
then
beef.
years later, when I was
I will go to the
almost 40, after my transition, I decided to
Supreme
try
Court
because I live now
and
in Belgium, and Belgium is an
I will go to
open-minded
Supreme
country
Court
in many ways. So
over this
when I decided to go
atrocity
through
of
the
Trump.
transition, I thought I'd never play
Trumpetist.
football ever again. I threw away everything that I had, all the shoes, everything. And it's only a couple years after the transition that I decided to try because I missed it a lot, and I got lucky. The first
I will
first
go.
time,
Oh,
first
I will go to the
convention,
Supreme Court.
they welcomed me and invited me to the women soccer in Belgium for now 6 years.
How did you feel when you walked back on the pitch?
It was very hard at the beginning because
I will
the body
go.
treatment
Like if you play the
tends
trumpet,
to
you don't belong here.
reorganize
You can
the
just
body
kind of
parts.
nope out.
And so the first practices, I kept falling every time I was trying to change direction.
God, why does everybody
because my
care
body
about
wasn't
God?
trained, to
Everyone
go in certain ways.
care about
And so
what
the other
people
girls, they
do.
were having a laugh very often because, yeah, if
I
I wanted
thought.
to change direction too fast, then I was
I
just
thought.
going to fall. But it felt really good.
Small.
I was accepted right at the beginning. There were never any issues, whether it's with my teammates or the opponent teams, even
Make it make sense.
the referees. The only time I had an issue was
Make
with a
it
couple
make
of guys,
sense.
supporters of the opposing team during a game. But other than that, in 6 years, nothing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So
How about you?
You could continue. It's been a struggle. I will be honest.
God, who cares? Just do your thing. God.
Something that has allowed me to kind of be a part of something again, an organization called IATVP, which is the
We need to hang you.
And so through that,
you in the courtyard. Yard and
with categories that are specifically for
somehow
trans men and non-binary people, and that's it.
Reveal your true elite
because anything else is not, or it's prohibited. Even in powerlifting, which has turned more towards the extreme.
Sorry, but you gotta choose.
How hard is it? Because I assume the competitions, they are far away.
I've been sexiness
how far is
for 30 plus years.
So
Choose wisely.
So that's
Choose
not
wisely.
difficult. But in order to go to competitions, that would be going back into the U.S. or going into other countries. Let's say overwhelming right now. We'll just leave it at that. So
yeah,
that's
I would
a lot. That's a big one.
go to visit the US right now. I mean, as a mixed race trans woman, very critical of the Trump administration. I'm not sure I would even land on the on the
God
track.
damn! Like, who cares? Hey, homie, I can.
Yeah, no, I understand that how hard it can
Oh
be.
my god, you're a bot.
But I'm glad
Okay, I
you
gotta
find
ban you.
an avenue
God, Jesus fucking
to keep
Christ. Okay.
practicing.
Oh, fair enough.
It's important. What does it bring to you psychologically to be able to practice?
Dude!
Especially with the world the way it is today, I mean, you can't
Right
look at any
now,
place and not find fire, right, or smoke
I have
with an impending fire.
everything but a
And I think
berry, but
what
on
participating in
stream,
competitions or training means to me is it brings
I
like
got
stability,
a
and it also
1ES
brings relief mentally and
120,
physically.
but
Because when I'm in the gym, nothing else. There is nothing else. There is no
but for
conflict.
my
There's no
40th B-Day, I'm
I am
looking
focused
to
on making sure I
myself a
execute
berry.
whatever
They
training
are so
based on my
fucking.
program for that day or that week or whatever. It's just this. It's almost
Right
such a
now, I got
spiritual experience to be in the
two
gym and feel that weight, lifting that weight, or
Sopranos
running. And I
and
hate running. I
Alta.
absolutely cannot stand running. But let me tell you
Played
something. I
tenor.
love running right now. That's how bad the world
Played
is.
tenor most of my
Do you hate
life.
running?
Yeah.
As a footballer.
When I
But
was in the army,
for
it was
my
absolute
40th
torture.
Well, yes, I have no doubt.
berry.
I've heard that from other folks. But
Yeah. Luckily, I was able to practice a lot of different sports, but
So
running is a constant, and it's
a lot.
just it never took off for me because when I joined the army, I was 16, and I I saw the others in my platoon. Uh, they were progressing very fast in running time, and
Bro,
I
so
just wasn't.
expensive.
I was stagnating and just
Expensive. I'm
stagnating
looking
as much as I
at
was.
one. It's
I was
5K.
fast, but I on short distances. I
But
just couldn't run.
I'm probably
Longer than
going
that,
to
and
buy it
it was very frustrating, and it
for my,
prevented me from taking any pleasure in running. And so when you don't take pleasure at the very beginning, it ruins it for the rest of your life.
And that's interesting because at the age
so
of enlisting
expensive.
in the military, I was still in high school.
I've
And
been playing
participating in
sex
sports.
for.
I was a standout athlete and also a standout
It's,
student.
it's the only one I
Because
don't
typically in
have.
my school, you didn't see both of those things in one person.
They are just
there was
a
other
beast.
anomalies, I will say, and like playing basketball, playing baseball, things like that. I would throw
Shut
the ball
up.
too hard, nobody
Shut
could
up.
catch it. Or
4 a.m.
I was able to excel in these sports that traditionally had been male seen as men's sports. And even when I was in high school, we didn't get a whole lot of coverage from the women's team. Nobody wanted to come to our games. They only were there because
Let's go,
we had to
baby.
watch the guys' games or the men's games. And I always thought it was like I didn't think I was throwing the ball too hard. I didn't think I was excelling, but I was being told I was, and it always
No,
was
you're
weird in my body.
You're good.
To not have someone else
Yeah.
there to share the experience of being good at things that girls were not supposed to be good at. And I was told over and over and over, don't lift weights. We're not going to let you lift weights because you'll look like a man. And I thought, how does
I
that
just
what?
have
I don't
to.
understand this. And so for me in my journey, from a transition perspective, it just felt like I finally got to be able to be myself. And from an athleticism standpoint, or from a sports standpoint,
I try to
finally was able
fight
to
back,
look at
man.
me in the mirror and go, "Oh my gosh, that's me!" Like
It's tough.
Now it makes sense why I can do some things and I'm not good at other things.
It's tough.
You know, and that's all what society puts on us about men should be good at this and women
I'd
should be good at that. I'm not male nor female,
uh,
but when you start to take off those
go
structures
against
that you're forced into, then you start to see just you doing the things you enjoy.
flat
And
Earth,
not being allowed to do those, you're kind of like, wow, but I'm an adult
electric.
now, so I can make my own decisions, and I'm gonna excel at this. I'm gonna do it. I feel like that's part
And
of
then
not
all
just
the
transition journey,
and
but the transition journey as an athlete as well. When you go from learning the basics of a particular movement or
then the
sport
bog
to
of
excelling at a higher level in that.
general politics.
Yeah, I get that.
Shit,
It's
man, shit
I don't have
sucks.
the same
I'm
feeling
I'm
as you
tired, bro.
because I was in the dominant perspective to begin with. Uh,
Yeah, I'm
and now
tired, man.
that I play in women leagues, I see
Alright,
the
alright.
vast difference there is between the moment of
Happened,
being in
and
women's sport
I'm
and in men's sport.
dealing with nay
It's
bears on that.
it's just sad the difference.
It's just a
And
lot.
it goes not just for the clubs who are less motivated to
I'm
build a women's team.
you're
It's also
kind
the
of
women themselves.
drunky
It's
a
hard to
bit,
find women
but
who
fuck,
believe that
it's a lot here
they are fit to practice
for
sport
a.
because you know that they never were in a place where it was their
And
role
then I
for them. So
also
most
a
women I play soccer with, they want to they just want to practice a sport,
fuck.
they want
It's just a lot.
to breathe
I'm
for a
here to
minute
have
or
fun.
two. They want to have their own moment for themselves. Um, it's very different mentality, and but in the end, I think when we're on the pitch, there's less
Me on
possibility that
Discord? No,
we
we're not
to
doing
hurt
that.
other players like there is in
By the
real
way,
sport.
BTW.
And and so yeah, I like it better.
Down to Corsicana.
That is there's a huge difference
College,
from a financial perspective, from the
when,
acceptability even, right?
I give,
We live in a place
yeah,
where from birth we're handcuffed. It it becomes very difficult as an adult to see that we're handcuffed
they,
because it's all we've known since birth. Whether that's the stereotypes or the assumptions of gender and the things that are appropriate for gender that society puts on us as individuals, or whether that's something that we put on ourselves or our families put on ourselves, whatever it is. Um, at some point, you know, for those people who were babies and they get the little baby necklace,
yeah,
right? By the time you're 20, that baby
it's
necklace isn't gonna fit anymore.
a thing.
And either you take it off or it's gonna grow into your skin.
It's a thing.
You know. So I think that's
Just
how I see a lot of these stereotypes and norms as society is we as society have put these handcuffs on ourselves and our children and our neighbors who never asked for it.
away from
And
what
as
we
we're growing
are
as a society and becoming more accepting
watching.
of diversity, and I don't know why we have to become accepting because diversity is always been
Stuff,
diversity.
but
For some reason,
that
people are like, "Oh, let's
isn't
accept it."
my
But unless we
stuff.
start to take active
It's hard to
from ourselves and each other, we'll
keep
continue to have these
track
stereotypes, whether they're in sport or whether they're
all
personal
of the
experience of like, oh, I can't
things.
I can't lift weights. I'll look like a man, or I'll look like this, or I'll
Are
look like that.
you guys
and that's not
tired?
okay per this
Like
magazine
I
or
am?
Instagram or whatever it is I'm supposed to be. Even though that person
I'm
really
tired, guys.
wants to do this thing.
They know it's what they are doing.
In a way.
God damn it.
Freedom.
Yeah, there's two things that
It's
I
a
wanted
lot.
to respond to that. The first one is that on top of allowing people to be who they are, there is
The
also a huge work to be done
trans
into education
stuff.
because I coached a team of young girls, 13 years old, and there's not enough teams at this age to have a full girls
Because
championship. So they have to play with
I don't care
boys,
what they
and most of the time it's a
there
nightmare because
and
when boys play against girls,
because
they keep trying to show that they are superior all the time.
you pups
Whether it's physically, whether it's technically, they don't understand that
but
they've
it's
been
like
playing since they were 5 or 6 most of the time.
they
Whereas girl have been playing for only a year or two. But this
damn it.
mentality that I need to prove that I'm a man and I need to be better than women. That
how
that needs to
many
go because it's
fronts
counterproductive. But
and
I agree with
how
you
many
that
fronts
sports
can I
is
fight?
liberating. It's both liberating and also
That's
inclusive because the more people practice sport, the more they participate in group activities and that's hugely important for people to feel like they are
renewable
part of the
energy.
society. So I agree with you. It's very, very important to allow people to practice as many sports as they can.
Yeah, and I think, I've
Nope.
as we look at where kind of we are today as a
Gas
society and as a world,
prices.
as we were saying earlier, everything's on fire.
Literally everything. It's so much.
We're not talking about that. What I'm concerned about is neighbor to neighbor.
And my job, it's
how we're treating each other, how we interacting with each other.
Science, RFK, Junior.
With sports,
even
teaches you can rely on the people next to you, especially when you're in a team sport. And even there's so many individual sports that end up being team sports because you're either competing as an individual or on a team of individuals for points for that team.
Junior.
So whatever it is, track and field or weightlifting or whatever.
And all his bull.
To be able to learn to cooperate and communicate.
It's so much, guys.
Is also how we live in community.
So much.
Is also how we succeed in community together. And sport is the perfect place for people to be able to practice those skills that, in all honesty,
ballroom.
Opportunity to practice before.
And
maybe they achieve a different
blowing
connection
up
their brain and their body.
kids with my
connection for them in the past.
Yeah, sports is hugely beneficial to every level, to the psychological side, to the physical side.
It's so much. It just so much.
It's very important and
ridiculous. It's ridiculous to keep up with. It's just
recently that it showed
crazy.
That more than half of the young girls wanted to practice sports because social pressure, because they don't want to compete against boys because
I'm always on trans people's side. Of course. I don't care what anyone does in
find some solutions to that.
Anytime. In a weird way, I was
one of the keys to
a republic.
There's not one particular
in that way
that will fit everyone or every, and there shouldn't be. There's so many ways to live life as humans, and so sports are very similar. Whether it's whether you want to be an equestrian or you want to be a lifter or you want to do
In a weird way, I was a Republican in that way. Like
volleyball,
it's so weird.
chess,
or
whatever.
table tennis or anything.
Exactly.
Everything has value.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime that you can connect your brain and body, it's not, you just aren't going to lose.
I do everything ever in my power. It's just never, not ever enough. Ever.
It's just, what do you want to do?
Right now, honestly.
And all of that is very individual.
Yeah,
I'm ready for it to burn all down.
And more clubs of every sport in our cities. That's but again,
Just burn it all down. And have a peach.
far to the right you are in a country, and the less you have
Rise from the
money going to those kind of activities, and that's a shame.
It is.
No, it's not.
Bringing it back to, that's where community comes in.
It's never just a minute though. It's never just. It's just constant.
Getting the adults outside.
For years, 10 years. It's constant. It's never a minute.
Yeah, the problem is you need
ever.
For many sports, you need the infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But it starts if you don't have that in your place, it's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
As community, as neighbors, as whatever, start getting outside. Start knowing.
I don't care. You think I care?
Picnics. Go just.
I don't care.
Yeah.
And show your kids that it's okay to go out.
I've
and then maybe start
never cared what people
start demanding opportunities.
People think about what I think.
And those are ways that
it's weird that
do you really like
people think I care about what my
of the sport you're practicing.
I think it's one side of it. It's not my favorite part, I'll be honest. The worst part to me,
I honestly don't care.
to get on a podium and everybody's
don't care.
And that
care about me. Don't care about me. It doesn't harm me.
Very honest.
Anyway.
Happened. It has evoked fear. I want to.
It doesn't harm me in any way.
I don't want the attention.
Nothing harms me in any way. An accelerationist to rebirth this republic into something that it needs to be. Weirdly enough, does not matter to me. I'm an accelerationist. Yeah, 100%. Burn it all down. I'm here to... Oh, shit. Okay.
Bulletproof. That's what Elon Musk calls.
Ooh. People think that this society can be saved. That is a very, very wild take. Anyway. Yeah, what do people think? Like, yeah, an accelerationist. Yeah, 100%. Democracy clearly has not held. Like, what are we talking about? We are gerrymandering right now. And diplomatic representative democracy is not held. Of course it hasn't. Like, what are we talking about? Tell me how diplomatic representativism has held. It hasn't, because you can't, because it's totally not correct. And people are like, oh, I don't like you because diplomatic democracy did not come through 100%.
Hey, and she's like, no, really, it's okay. This isn't bad. This is normal. But I didn't care about who was gonna place or whatever. I was like, but I screwed up.
Yep, don't care about these people. Diplomatic representation has not held through. Nothing that I did has ever done anything to represent me. It doesn't work.
Pass this horrible sickness onto our boy.
So, fair enough. Anyway, let's go ahead and play some Final Fantasy 16. We're done. We're done with Oh yeah, I loved you until you said your actual feelings. And then I did not like you for that. No, like, what are we talking about? You liked me for 30 minutes and then you figured out my actual beliefs of let's run this shit into the ground and then let's Phoenix up it and do like one-to-one representation. Fair enough. You think democracy, like representative democracy, does a thing that you like? Actually, you know what? We're not gonna play Final Fantasy 14. I'm gonna exit out of here. Oh, I liked you until blah blah blah. Well, I never liked you. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a weird thing that you liked a person in the first 15 minutes that you met them. Okay. We're gonna play some Final Fantasy 16. Ooh, I don't have another. Ooh, did I actually just take 10 shots of... me? Amazing. Actually, not doing 14. We're doing enjoy your time. Yeah, I'm an accelerationist, 100%. Like, everything needs to burn down to the ground so we can rise up from the ashes of Phoenix. I don't know what to tell you. I got 2 viewers on Twitch, though. Hold on, let me do the game audio. Dude, I mean, goddamn, hate me all you want.
Blackthorn, got everything you need? Yeah.
I'm gonna turn the sound up a little bit.
Nice to get out and about for once. Let's do it again sometime, mate.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Okay. Fair enough.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Alright. Why do people want me to add them on Discord? I don't add people on Discord. I don't really fuck around with Discord very much. I only post memes. It's not a way in any way that I do business, so why do people want me to do that on Discord?
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So,
love Mid.
What's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
Not for Mid.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's her name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name?
What's her name?
What's her name? Right. We love it.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the
Already know.
mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of...
I have an issue with that. If you douse it in water, they're like, oh, it would be too hot to relieve itself. But like, would it? Like, they're like, oh, we have to do this in air, but like, what? Like, that would be fine in water as well. It would be more, I mean, yeah, it would make bubbly water and very, very hot water, not gonna lie, but same as in air, but the water would rush in faster. It's heavier than air. I don't know.
Fallen ruin.
Maybe not.
Where would I find it?
I don't know.
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there.
Where?
It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
I'm like really hungry. I only ate one thing today and it did not satisfy me. Yeah, I liked you until you were an accelerationist. Oh, don't really care if you like me or not. Oh my god!
You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodriguez.
Talia has tasked me with removing a curse breaker's brand. But it's my first time and I don't think I can do it.
Oh shit, we still have one more
if I
left.
fail.
I actually did not know that.
survived,
Okay.
but
We got a new lease on life, baby.
Really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well what we're fighting for.
Okay.
I hope as much as you that one day bearers come and we must lift that button. The opera. I know. Just tell me what you need.
Okay.
You'll go.
We got a new one.
Thank you. No one
here
knows Hardlaw
today.
like Talia,
Okay.
and she swears by ammonia for easing pain.
I thought I was
It's
just
simple
like
enough to
coasting
find,
on
if you know where to look. Unfortunately
vodka
for you,
100
I didn't.
shots, but we
Along
still
the
got a
river near the village
booster.
of Amber
I
over
guess.
in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
Okay. No, I am a total accelerationist. I hope all of our country has a complete downfall. Representative democracy has no place in our society, especially with the mechanics and tools that we have now. Every count can be voted, every population can be voted upon. Everything should be done by popular vote. Maybe in the past we couldn't do it. We had like more or less whatever in the representative Democrat, which people don't even call it that these days, would vote on what we wanted, but we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. So, anyway, you still have one more booster shot here. Oh, we got, okay. Do I have anyone here? No, I kind of don't, do I? Okay, fair enough. I'll be right back. I don't need to be. Hey! There. I'm back, baby. Sorry. Storms. I know, I was in epic battle, but yeah. No need. No need for concern. We are. Well, yeah. It's on the right. Amazing. Yes.
Pointed out, you'll see somebody nervous, they'll be standing there doing this. It's a self-soothing thing. They're taking their hand and they're literally calming themselves. It's a, you know, and that's what it is. That's correct. It's self-soothing. They're doing it to make themselves feel better. Now, mental masturbation, if you want to call it, but usually, and I like pointing this out. There's again, we'll go back to the fear. They're either afraid that if we don't change our ways, we're going to burn hell, or that if they don't get out there and do enough voice and bring enough people to their religion, if they don't walk the line right,
God damn it. This is why Democrats lose. We eat ourselves. Let's just not and focus on the big picture. Okay? Yeah? Yes. Dems lose. Let's go Dimsless. Yes.
How I got into religion was, I was pregnant, my baby was gonna have a heart defect, potentially fatal.
Let's just make shit better for everyone. Just make shit better for everyone.
And that was one of the things that drew me to it, because I was like, hey, I have my own health issues, my baby's gonna, come into the world with health issues.
Me either.
Not come into the world. And
Me either. I am not a Dem. I'm a progressive. Not a Dem at all.
but they were alive, and so they were like
I don't eat. I'm not even just fighting because that's how we live. Let's just move on. Fair enough. I'm not even fighting. Let's just move on, shall we?
How the doctors were doing this and doing this, and then finally this nurse came up with this thing, and whatever it did, it worked, and within half an hour, she was awake. And they're like, "Praise Jesus, Jesus, give glory to God." I'm like, "No, no."
Me too. Me too. Me too.
Let's not do that.
I just don't want to live in this world. I have guitar and a saxophone, and I use it on my own stream. We good. Everyone is good. We're all inside here. I promise. I promise.
It will happen. Just that alone. And then, if that were true, we would have, let's say, nuns were the correct religion, right? Check Catholicism. That's the right one. It's got to be the right one. If that were true,
hey.
Going from hospital bed to hospital bed, you wouldn't
I'm 3/4 check.
But it doesn't work that way, does it? The prayer doesn't work that way.
What we could pray for right now.
Let's go, baby.
People to make some donations. We can pray. Lord, we
I don't like paying $80 for you. Paying $80 fucking dollars.
Yes, baby. I could use some.
Oh yes.
Right this minute. We need you to send
Fuck these.
all of your best people to donate to this community of Austin 24-hour fundraiser. We have people that are going to be awake for 20
Yes.
to be able to meet the goal of hopefully 10,000, which we are.
I hope so. I'll be there for you all.
Somebody will donate a big chunk, and a miracle will happen. My prayer will have worked, and I will have converted to whatever.
We can rise above all this. I am the bedrock. We can overcome this. Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's right. Since we're talking about money and so on the money, I want to remind you, my friends, that if you are rich out there, Jesus tells the rich to give to the poor. Are you with me? Stay with me. Don't wander. Now,
We can do this.
the Lord tells us to give to the church.
Donnie.
So all of you should just really just give to the church.
Did it.
The rich give to the poor, then y'all just give it to the church.
Keep proof.
Just give us your money.
Can.
Also,
He proved we can.
raining coin, throwing coin at us, absolutely. And I want to mention, my friends, don't forget that being selfish with your money is a sin, and you will burn in hell forever. And also, there's the eye of a needle and a camel thing. Forever, if you don't get this one. Just remind.
Man, I'm going to burn in hell
I'm not very good at asking for the money
forever, but
all I gotta tell myself is just threaten with hell at the end, and you'll be okay.
it's,
I saw a comment in the chat asking who we were, and somebody said that I ride this motorcycles. I have no idea where that came from, but like, did
Oh, yeah.
God like maybe a praise for a motorcycle, and like I got one and I didn't know about it. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm very poor.
We're content creators, of course we're poor.
Sorry, but my channel's not monetized. My speaking engagements are not.
Shit, I've been doing this nightly for 10 years.
Yeah, and keep donating to the ACA. You can
I'm
do
not
with
mom.
QR code down there, or
But it's fine. It's fine.
in the live chat. They have
I got a real regular job. I do what I do for fun.
Who's this guy? I'm the host of the Daily Atheist Morning Show, the Damn Show. So Eastern at the Damn Show on YouTube, and I'm pretty much just gonna get out there and rant about stuff.
With them.
Chris Mallard. Yeah. I've got funny little commercials, parody commercials, and I really try to without being a jerk about myself. My goal is to bring awareness to people who are deconstructing about, or who might want to be deconstructing about how, I want to say bluntly, how silly a lot of this is, and how, you really should think this through. Because if you stop and think about it, remove the faith. Remember, faith is just a tool they put on you to make you believe things that are ridiculous. Get that out of there, and you're like, oh my goodness, look at this stuff I've been thinking and believing all my life. That's kind of my.
Deconverting from religion doesn't happen overnight. And speaking of prayer, right? I feel like prayer and the idea of the afterlife or faith healing seem to be three of the main reasons why people stick with religion for so long. Like they may deconvert other parts of their beliefs, and like they may not stick with organized religion anymore, so right? But they
It's a long.
and they continue to believe in this afterlife, and they don't want to go to hell, and they want to be with
It's a long
family
process.
forever, and it's like it's just a cycle of, like you say, self-soothing. And all of
And
these three things that I mentioned are for self-soothing specifically. When you get a medical crisis, you want to calm yourself down,
sure.
or somebody else's as well.
And
When you're
them
thinking about
and
death,
they
calm
and
yourself. When
life.
you're thinking about the afterlife, and when you're thinking about so it's like it's definitely something very powerful about that.
Are
And it's
like
the
us.
hard part to deconstruct, I guess.
It is. I want to mention, I recently had a person who was watching my show. They'd called in a few times when I was still taking calls, and they were atheists. And they contacted me on Discord and said that they were having some. I hadn't heard from them for a little while.
It is.
They contacted me on Discord and said that they've been deconstructing.
Plays saxophone
and the people on my show, they were now deconstructing. I thought that was really. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That makes me feel good that I'm helping people. Christian wouldn't say it that way, but and he said the problem I'm having though is at night I'm used to this.
Michael
AKT. Yeah, well, a ritual, but like I want to say a friendship, like it's self-soothing, but a fellowship. This fellowship with Jesus, where they sit there and talk to him about their day, and they're like, I'm not
Michael Rappaport.
And he said I tried some journaling, and that didn't really.
It's still funny.
This isn't the same. I thought, well,
It's still funny.
taking yourself and recording yourself, just telling, just even your future self, man, this is what I did today, and it was a pretty good day. Just
Michael Rappaport, what are we talking about?
But that's about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. But the fact that it is something they will miss. That prayer is a gap in their experience of the day that they'll need to fill somehow. Some of
Guys, you've been running the very large.
I think it does work. I practice meditation myself.
Fun
I
prayer.
like the guided meditation. I prefer the guided one.
If I
And they tell you what to do, sort of like, okay,
break a
focus
leg,
on your body,
that's
take a deep
it
breath,
for me.
It's like it takes away the
That I
things
might
but it
as
also
well
gives your brain something very specific
die.
to focus on, which in the past would be the prayer, right?
That's
You would be praying,
where.
you're worried about this, you're worried about that, you're concerned about your salvation and your neighbor's salvation and your mama's salvation. So it's like you're gonna have to find a replacement for
Oh yeah,
that.
I emailed.
When you calm down your brain,
I emailed them.
so focused on all of those things that are making you anxious a good replacement. And yeah, definitely meditation can be one of the things.
Yeah.
One of the, and for me,
on my
extremely complicated. It's a complicated thing. There's not just one reason why people, or one way, in fact, that people pray. There's lots of different reasons. This friend guy, I'm saying, you know, I love the replacement with therapy or with meditation, like you say. I think that's a wonderful thing. If calming and relaxing your body and your mind is what you're trying to do, if that's what you get out of prayer. But in his case, he's looking for like a physical activity. It's like a vocal experience, like singing a song every night. You know, when I'm in the shower, I just can't help but sing. You know, so now you got a shower and somebody tells you can't sing, and it feels awkward that you're used to producing a song. So that's kind of for him. So to give however they used to pray, however they used to commune with the Lord.
But I'm sure he will.
We have a community here of a lot of
so done.
ex-Mormons, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. This Ryan Koltasik is a wonderful ex-Jehovah's Witness.
I'm down.
If you haven't heard of her. Lots of people here can show you how to fill that gap that used to be there.
Right, yeah.
I'm just...
religion and the therapy project, the secular therapy project, sorry about that. They both do great things to help people deconvert from that. And again, I keep thinking back to examples in my own life, right? When I will pray for something, when my kid had this second open heart surgery, and that was when I actually came out of religion. So, kid brought me into religion, kid took me out of religion. 10 years later, but okay.
That's cool.
Questions.
A lot of the prayers that we feel, a lot of the things that
If
we
he
see people pray
comes
for,
to my
again, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, most of it comes back to fear or the relievance of fear.
really,
and
not...
That's a powerful motivator for these religions. It's a way that keeps people in the religion longer than they would have. You don't have enough faith to question the weird things we're trying to sell you with. You got to at least play along, or you're going to burn forever. And if that fear of hell
I'm gonna burn forever.
really gets people,
I'm going to burn forever. Don't threaten me with a...
I suppose it is connected to the fear of hell or what is going to happen to you in the afterlife, because my fear was like God was listening to everything I was saying, right, and everything I was thinking. So like a remotely harmless,
He's right. Like what are you thinking in your head? But no. I don't want to answer that.
Well, I think our segment is just about done. I hate to interrupt anybody. We're hearing another voice. It may be God. I think God.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord, for all of your blessings and
Thank
the money.
you, Lord. Saxophone, Lord. Sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mrs. AJ. I'm sorry. Yeah. Just don't forget. This is the time when the evil is watching you from everywhere, and you got to get money to the ACA or it's gonna...
Saxophone, Lord. Can you even imagine someone watching everything you've ever done?
Right. Fair enough. Okay, so we have a pretty traditional view of purgatory. It's not for atheists. It's typically for believers that are unrepentant, stuff like that. So, question I would have is, I don't see how
how we can get this New Testament teaching about the afterlife without concluding that the teachings of Christianity is heinous. Because there are millions and millions and millions of people that will end up in hell because they don't believe in Jesus. There's no sufficient evidence for it. And whether or not you like the teachings of Jesus, I think is irrelevant, because like that alone isn't really evidence. I actually don't like the teachings of Jesus. I think he promoted the laws of Moses, which are pretty barbaric and misogynistic. But for the crime of not believing in this God, and in fact speaking out against the crimes of this God, like, I would go to hell. And you don't think like, why should I go to hell?
But
Hey there, it's the Cross Examiner. How's everybody doing this morning? It's May 17th here in planet Earth. And I wanted to come on and first of all, thank the ACA for letting me participate this weekend. This has been quite the hubbub behind the scenes getting ready for this telethon, which is really nice. And then note that their timing and planning couldn't be better. Today, now that it's 5:30 in the morning my time, I think 4:30 ACA time, will be the day of Rededicate 250. Rededicate 250 is a project that is technically being run by a private entity in cooperation with the White House, and it is the 250 part is to the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, but the Rededicate part is, in one word, in my opinion, sums up the lie of Christian nationalism. This rededicate.
Damn you, clouds.
Because they want everybody to rededicate themselves to God. Just
damn
like
you, clouds.
Did, and therein lies the lie of Christian nationalism. So I thought for my segment today, we'd review where we are, by stats, by anecdote, and by lawsuits, where we are with Christian nationalism in the United States of America. So first of all, if you're watching, thank you. If you haven't donated yet, I would please consider, if you can afford it, to donate to the ACA. The ACA and other organizations like them do a tremendous job in educating people about what's going on with Christian nationalism, the separation of church and state, and all of that. Even the existence of ACA videos on the internet, when people go and they start being curious about atheism, and they start, let's say, seeing clips from AXP or Talk Heathen, that's kind of the target audience, right? When people are watching live, they're usually already in a camp. But if somebody just finds the clips and is quietly skeptical inside their religious community, and they start hearing the best arguments that callers make in, some of which they may have made themselves, and they hear them so thoroughly rebutted and so thoroughly trounced day in and day out, video after video, that has an effect. And we've seen a decline in religiosity in the United States over the last 20 years, and the ACA is part of that. So please do consider donating. What I want to talk about, I feel like a early morning DJ. So kick back, relax, and let's walk down the trail of Christian nationalism in the United States. So getting back to Rededicate 250. Later today, the Secretary of Defense is going to be taking stage on a national mall in an effort to promote Christian nationalism. He's not calling it Christian nationalism, but that's what we know what it is. And I wanted to go through a few facts, let's say, about Hegseth, because I think it is a prime example of how Christian nationalism has crept into the United States power structure and politics, excuse me, without people really noticing too much. So when Pete takes the stage today, he's going to be doing so with how many, I guess I'll quiz the audience, how many non-Christian pastors, so this rededicate ostensibly rededicating the country to religion and faith.
With
how many non-Christian pastors are there at this
fiction?
program? Well, we do have a pastor that called the Democratic platform in the United States, a political party's platform, demonic, and who also launched his own meme coin after praying at Trump's second inauguration. We will have a rabbi who has defended the use of torture and authored an essay entitled The Virtue of Hate. And we will have a Christian author and radio host who said in 2020 that he would die in a fight to keep Joe Biden out of the White House and was later named in a defamation suit over election fraud claims. So those are the people that Hegseth will be taking the stage with. But
fair enough.
No Muslims, no representatives of historically black churches, no indigenous faith leaders, and no mainstream Protestants, and certainly no non-believers. So the message is clear from what the attendees are getting here. The pastor I talked about being demonic is Hegseth's own pastor, who is an open Christian nationalist. He has said, and now Hegseth, by the way, for the record, if you want to go look it up, he is a member of the Pilgrim Hill Reformed Fellowship Church. You could just go look that up, and their pastor, the one I'm talking about, the guy who founded it, is Doug Wilson. Doug Wilson has been in the news. He's prayed at the White House. He's been brought by Pete Hegseth to speak to our troops about Christianity. He has basically said, his church has said, they want to do the following. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the outcome of Christian nationalism, and we'll get to the background of it, but the outcome,
not representative democracy.
Power. They have said they want the following. They want to do away with voting for everybody except the heads of households in the United States. Drink that in for just a second. Have you ever heard of anything like that? This is the people who will be on stage in a few hours. They want to do away. They want to, if you're not the head of a household, and let's ponder how they would define that. Let's pull that thread and ask, what would that?
This is not representative democracy. This is not representative me.
Could that be a woman? Could that be somebody who wasn't Christian? You can bet what they want is very clear. So no voting except for people who are heads of households. They want to overturn the case, the gay marriage case. They want to restore anti-sodomy laws. They want to, and they've openly stated this, they want to outlaw mosques. And they want to, they've argued for the application of biblical law throughout the court system, even though they themselves start shouting about Sharia law for some reason being enforced.
I'm going to
so this is all this is the context of what's happening this weekend. This is where the country is, where the leader of our entire Defense Department, the man who's in charge right now of running what has cost us close to, if not over by now, I've lost track, $30 billion war that is basically a religious war.
This is crazy.
Iran. He's going to be taking the stage with this backdrop and pretending like, everything's hunky-dory. He is everybody associated with him is a Christian nationalist. He hasn't said he's explicitly a Christian nationalist, but
But he is, right?
Let's put it this way: Doug Wilson, the head of his church, has said, "I've met with him many times. He and I share the exact same views." And Pete Hegseth has never contradicted that statement. That made big news. Nobody ever said, no, that's not right. So how do we get here, right? How did we end up where we are, where the ACA has to push back against such a heavy load? Well, it's because people believe this stuff, to be honest with you. It's not a majority of people. In fact, I have a few stats I'd like to pull up. There's a survey done by the PRRI. What is PRRI? That is the public. I couldn't remember the P. Religion Research Institute. Okay, they did a survey. I think it was last year.
Well, that's a
2024, 2025, somewhere in that range, where they went out and did polling. They paid for polling, or they performed it themselves.
Add me on this. No, I'm not going to add you on
30%
Discord.
of Americans
What are we talking about?
are Christian nationalists. 30%. So what is Christian nationalism? I guess that's the next question, is what is Christian nationalism?
Right,
Because a lot of people here,
not
I've
wrong.
taken calls on the ACA. It's another reason the ACA is so great, is when you're on something like Atheist Experience and you get a call from people, you can get a sense somewhat of some of the arguments that they either think are convincing, or arguments that they themselves have been convinced by, or that they think will play well online, even if they don't think that, it's that convincing. Maybe it'll play well to their friends. So let's take a minute to talk about that, and just so you know my background, I'm an attorney. I used to practice FDA regulatory law, which surprisingly is now tied up in Christian nationalism, we'll get to. But in
I enjoy that. He's teaching a lot of stuff. It's kind of like what I used to do. I mean, not an attorney, but like on the mathematical side, physics and all of that.
And he would call
so
in
fair enough.
and say, I don't
right,
know,
I'll be right back.
I don't see anybody being a Christian nationalist. And we would have long conversations where we'd describe what Christian nationalism was. And I don't think anybody's, advocating that we, become a Christian nation, or that we want to be like Hitler. And I'm like, come on, man, that's not what it is. What we're talking about, well, I mean, it ends up there. But what we're talking about is people who want the church to leverage the levers of the state to favor Christianity in all sorts of ways. So I would correct this guy multiple times until he finally could repeat what we were saying and understand that that's the position that we're holding, at least. And then he did a bunch of whataboutism. What about people getting arrested for praying publicly in the UK? That's where you want the United States to end up. And we happened to be familiar with that case. We said they weren't arrested for publicly praying. They were arrested for trespassing because they wanted to not publicly pray. They wanted to go and trespass on land near a healthcare facility or something like that. And they were told to leave. They were told by cops, hey, if you don't leave, you're going to be arrested. And then they were arrested. So that was the first call I got from this guy. I don't know. I don't see any Christian nationalism. And what about all of this stuff, this anti-Christian stuff around the world? Then he had the fucking balls to call back when I was on later and go through the whole rigmarole again. It was the angriest I've ever been on air. These are the people that, once you explain it to them, they come back and pretend that conversation never happened. That's where you sort of throw Poe's law out the window and you say, I would be an idiot to assume that you genuinely believe this. You've been told all of this stuff. You are now lying. You are now trying to deceive other people listening to the show. The guy just continued. He did both things. He did the gee shucks, I don't see any Christian nationalism around here. And then he did the what about people being arrested in public? And that's when I lost him. Like, we had this whole conversation before, and you just are lying now. So when the ACA has calls like that and puts them on air and shines this spotlight they have, the saying, sunshine is the best disinfectant. That's the good they're doing. And that's why we're here to sort of push back against this Christian nationalist event that's happening today. And also ask you, the viewers, to contribute what you can to helping the ACA. So getting back to what I said, like, what is Christian nationalism? The big misconception that people have is that it's just about being deeply religious or loving your country, or both. And that's not it. Christian nationalism is what happens when faith
saying. Darkest weird web mystery.
Picture this. You find yourself in a large mall. You're there because you have to pick up a last-minute birthday gift for a friend. As you make your way throughout the shopping centers, nothing seems to be particularly amiss. At least, not at first. You find the gift you've been looking for and pay for it at the checkout. You exit the store and begin heading in the direction of the parking lot. That's when something starts to feel a little strange. The hair on the back of your neck stands upright, and you can't quite figure out why. You look around and realize that all the people you passed by when entering the mall have now seemingly disappeared. The mall is nearly empty, and you're one of the very few left behind. Assuming they close early today, you quickly make your way to the exit. But something causes you to freeze in your tracks. At first, you're not sure what it is or if you're imagining it, but you soon realize that you can hear screaming coming from the other side of the mall. You pick up the pace now, practically running towards the exit. Something is wrong and you have to get out of there. The screaming doesn't stop and is soon accompanied by the sound of sirens. When you reach the exit door, you throw it open and are greeted by the cool night air. As you look out over the parking lot, you witness something you have never seen before in your entire life. The anecdote you have just heard is not entirely too far from the truth. On January 1st, 2024, hundreds of police officers from the Miami Police Department were called to the Bayside Mall, or Marketplace. The reports stated that there were a large number of people rioting within the building. In some of the footage, you can see shoppers fleeing from the mall as if something terrible was going on inside. Upon arrival, police began arresting large groups of teenagers who were fighting with one another. There are videos of these teens, and this is the story that would be told in the following days through news articles and broadcasts. But this isn't the full story, and what would follow remains one of the strangest mysteries in recent memory.
My name is Fitz. I was there at the Bayside Mall with my family. And we all saw exactly what happened. Don't pay attention to a lot of the videos that are out there. I feel like a lot of people are trying to use this for clout. But what happened, we all saw what happened, and it's pretty serious. It's been a few days, and our whole family's processing it, but I think we've kind of accepted that we were a part of this weird experience and moment. So basically what happened was I was there with my brother Brian, my sister and my nephew. We were looking for shoes for my nephew, and then we see a whole crowd of people outside the store just running out in a direction. So as soon as we saw it, we were like, oh shit, what's going on? So we immediately ran out with our nephew, and we picked him up and we ran out and we followed the crowd, and then about a few seconds later, as soon as we started running, my nephew, he's autistic, so he was pointing behind us and he was saying blankie, which he'll usually say whenever he feels unsafe or scared. And he was pointing behind us. So me and my brother, we look behind us, and then we see these 3 9-10 foot tall creatures. I'm not gonna say aliens. Everyone keeps saying it's aliens. I'm not saying aliens because I don't know what it was. None of us really knew everyone.
We'll say the credible eyewitnesses reported seeing 3 large, tall extraterrestrials that were 8-9 feet tall that seemed to emerge from a clothing store in this mall, which sent the entire population of the mall panicking, running, screaming out of the mall. The duty officer on charge with Miami Police Department called up every single police officer on duty and car in Miami at the time, which was like 123 cars and cops, which that goes completely against all known law enforcement protocols. So you would never, it would be against police protocol to send every cop to that mall unless it was something incredibly serious. And the official story of 30 kids or whatever fighting each other with sticks does not qualify to call up 123 cars with 123 cops in it.
These three figures were supposedly seen by a number of people fleeing the mall. Following this incident, the hashtag Miami Mall Aliens began trending on social media. The buzz generated by this hashtag and videos subsequently leaked would signal the start of a detailed investigation to find out what exactly happened that night at the Bayside Mall. One of the leading theories in the investigations was that the three figures seen were actually holograms generated by some type of device. This would explain why they were able to stand nearly 8 or 9 feet tall.
There was a guy up above on the second floor, and he saw some kids like messing around with something. And yesterday when Yasko and I were kind of talking about it, it didn't register to me, but he said that they plugged something up. Right. Well, I thought to myself, how the hell are they gonna plug something up at the mall? Bro, look, there's plugs over here. Legit a plug right here.
As soon as it made itself more apparent, it looked like it was glitching, not like a computer pixelation, but like a wavy glitch. And whatever maybe was covering them had, unveiled or whatever. Yeah, it looked like a glitch, man. Like a weird glitch in the Matrix or whatever.
So if these figures were in fact the result of a hologram, it begs the question, why would someone want to do this? There are a number of theorists who claim that the hologram was part of some type of military technology, and the events that occurred at the Bayside Mall were a result of this technology being used in a real-world scenario. It was also to test the authenticity of the hologram, an authenticity that could only be proven in a real-world scenario. But what about the footage? If there were people shopping at the time of the incident, how do we not have any concrete proof or videos or pictures?
Everyone has a cell phone. Why were there no actual photographs or videos just from civilians?
As they were leaving the mall, the cops had surrounded the mall and were stopping people and checking their phones and deleting photos and video.
If this statement is true, that police were tasked with stopping people, it might explain why so many officers were called to the scene. If the original statement is true, that a large fight broke out between a number of teenagers, would that really constitute so many officers to be called at the same time? This is the big issue that many people have when it comes to the Miami Mall mystery. In what scenario would you ever need this many law enforcement all in one place? The answer, it would seem, is only if there were something otherworldly happening. So let's say there were 3 large figures in the mall that night. Why would they end up there in the first place? The theories regarding this are very interesting. In February of 2017, NASA made a public statement regarding a new project to find alien life in Antarctica. And while on the surface they were referring to microbes in the various cave systems throughout the continent, some people believe that this was just a front. Antarctica is among one of the most prominent locations for UFO sightings. As such, people researching the Bayside Mall case found an interesting detail. The coordinates for Antarctica read as such. If you slightly alter these coordinates, you get the following. The theory states that this small mistake might be the answer as to why these strange beings found themselves at a place as random as the Bayside Mall. Following the events of January 1st, the news continued to spread the story that a large group of teens were fighting and lighting off fireworks inside the mall. When it was all said and done, only a small handful of teenagers were arrested and charged. While many people have made up their minds about what exactly happened at the Bayside Mall on January 1st, other people are not convinced. And that is why it remains an unsolved mystery. And here's where things get interesting. While I was doing my research for the Bayside Mall incident, I came across a number of other mysteries buried within the depths of the internet. And while the Bayside Mall mystery might be a little bit more well-known given the sheer scope of it, here are a couple that are a little bit more obscure.
Hi, my name is Xana Kernodle. I'm a marketing major here at the University of Idaho, and I'm involved in a couple things down here, including Vandal Solutions. Last year I did Police Properties. I was an associate with them, and I basically just worked with Police Properties.
This is Xana Kernodle, and this is one of the final videos that was taken of her before she was murdered. Xana was a student at the University of Idaho. She lived in an apartment just off campus with some of her friends. While many characterized her as a good student and academically inclined, she certainly had her fair share of problems prior to her death.
Hello, miss. What's your name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
Okay, did Megan talk to you earlier?
No.
Okay, does Megan live here?
Megan, I do not have Megan.
Megan Mogan?
Madison Mogan, yes.
Madison Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan? Okay, she does live here?
Sorry, she is at the club. She's 21. I'm just going to bed.
This instance would be just one of the few times when police showed up at Xana's home. And while this interaction was in response to a noise complaint, the next time police set foot on the property would be a whole other story. In the early morning of November 13th, 2022, Xana and 3 of her university friends were murdered in her home. The names of the other 3 were Madison, Kaylee, and Ethan. At the time of the murder, there were also 2 other roommates sleeping in the home. This crime would come as a shock to the community, not only because of the vile act itself, but the community had not seen a murder since 2015.
Nobody's there.
As such, a detailed investigation would take place, conducted by the Moscow Police Department and FBI. Autopsy reports showed that each of the victims had been stabbed multiple times with a knife. It was concluded that each of the victims had been attacked in their sleep, with at least one of them waking up and attempting to fend off the attacker. The trajectory of the investigation would take a turn on November 19th, when police requested that the public provide any video or photographic evidence of the house that may have been recorded.
I'm actually like
result,
pretty impressed that I didn't
pieces of evidence
go
in the form of
offline whenever I
emails,
made
phone calls, and
my
digital media submissions.
smorgasbord of
The following
grilled
is
cheese
ring
and soup.
camera audio from the next
Fair
door
enough,
neighbors.
I suppose.
warn you, it is very disturbing.
Okay. Let's go. I wonder if my wife did this. Probably not. Ex-wife. I'm sorry, ex-wife. Donna? Next weekend is going to be a wild one. Next weekend.
In this clip, you can hear a number of female screams, as well as a voice calling out the name Xana. Though this piece of evidence was helpful in determining what exactly happened that night, it also posed new questions for investigators. If this audio was picked up by the Ring doorbell from next door, it's hard to fathom that the 2 surviving roommates in the house didn't hear anything at all. According to their story, they heard crying coming from Xana's room. Accompanying her was a whispering male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." They then saw a figure in black clothing and a mask exiting the home through the sliding glass door. Strangely enough, the two surviving roommates wouldn't call 911 until 11:58 a.m. the following morning.
Weird.
This was over 7 hours after the murders occurred. I think it goes without saying, but by the time police arrived at the home, Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan were pronounced dead. When interviewing the two surviving roommates, they described the killer as being roughly 5'10" and athletically built with bushy eyebrows. Investigators would obtain various DNA samples from the home, which trace back to a man named Brian Christopher
God damn
Koberger.
it.
After finding a knife, pistol, and
Why?
black face
Like-
mask in his glove box, Brian would be arrested. Ironically, Brian was a student of criminology at the university. After his conviction, a neuropsychologist evaluated him, taking note of what she refers to as impulsive tendencies. She also described Brian as highly distractible and demonstrating little insight into his own behaviors and emotions. With Brian pinned as the perpetrator and being put to justice, the community surrounding the University of Idaho could breathe a sigh of relief.
This is where I would ask that you turn on your electronic candles if you have them. Xana Kernodle.
Mom.
Ethan Chapin. Kaylee Gonçalves.
The booking link.
Madison Mogan.
109 select.
But as the story
Standard?
would be
Yeah,
passed
100%.
around through the news,
What are we doing?
many people could start to see some evident holes in the story. Among the issues with the story, speculators pointed out, why did the two surviving roommates wait so long before calling the police? Especially if the attacks could be heard by the Ring doorbell next door, you think they would have called the police immediately upon hearing screaming.
I'm a retired FBI agent, and this case does not make sense. The Brian Koberger case was back in the news a few days ago when he got a change of venue, and I decided to kind of re-examine the case. If you don't recall, in 2022, 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death.
Subsequently, people began questioning how someone like Brian, who has never murdered before, was able to kill 4 people back to back so quickly.
You would, I mean, the way the simulation goes, he got it under 8 minutes, but he didn't account for the fact that there were struggles with the VIX and that people were injured and the perp may have been injured. It doesn't also account the fact that, you know, I don't think E ran away. I think E would have put up a fight to protect his girlfriend and the other ladies in the house. I think that's what he would have done. And I think there would have been a lot of commotion. And, you know, it also shows how close DM's room is and how she could not know that something happened.
Some theories suggest that because Brian was a criminology student,
Bro,
his interest had led him to develop a desire to carry out the perfect crime, a crime in which he could get away with. Unfortunately for him, this wouldn't be the case. As it stands right now, a jury trial is scheduled for August 11th of this year, with persecutors seeking the death penalty for Brian. Despite this, many people continue to believe that we do not have the full and complete information on the case. As such, for these people, the murders of the Idaho 4 remain a mystery. Shortly after the murders, Xana's home would be demolished. But still, many have not forgotten the horrors that took place there. If you've made it this far into the video, please consider subscribing to Something Sinister, as I make content like this nearly every week.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
This disturbing image supposedly contains the disfigured identity of a killer. If you've been on the creepy side of the internet for a while, chances are you've probably stumbled upon it. It's been used to accompany creepy stories, YouTube thumbnails, and even Spotify playlists. But where exactly did this image come from? Posted to r/cursed images 7 years ago, This picture slowly began garnering the reputation of being cursed. Specifically, should you receive this image, it was said that bad things would happen to you. When taking a look at the image itself, it appears to have been taken during the winter time. Snow is on the ground and there are no leaves on the trees. In the foreground, a figure
Holiday
appears
Inn
to be in motion,
Express.
staring just off to the side of the
Who
camera.
is going to come
Their
with
face
me?
appears to be disfigured to some extent. It doesn't quite look like a mask, but instead someone's genuine face. This person is apparently a boy named Jimmy, who was the subject of bullying at his school. One day, the bullies set up a particularly macabre joke that ended in Jim's face being burned from acid. When paramedics arrived, Jim was still alive, but unable to speak. He was quickly brought to the ICU, where doctors began salvaging what little they could of his face.
Okay.
Fortunately for Jimmy, his vision was still intact, and he would be sent home sometime later. But the integration back into reality was not an easy one. Many people were scared of Jim and his disfigured appearance.
Actually, not that much.
Angered by this,
$260.
Jim would hunt down the boys who did this to him
Okay.
and kill them in horrific ways. Brett fell faint and darted to lock the front door, knowing what was coming. As he turned to run for it, he immediately hit something and fell backwards. The last thing he ever heard was liars, as acid ran down his face and began to slowly eat away at his flesh. The last thing he ever saw was Jimmy's face, contorting into a sick, twisted smile. Or, at least, this is how the story Liars goes. Liars is a creepypasta written by Ivy Sir and is accompanied by the aforementioned image. But this is not where the image initially comes from. In fact, its origin is a lot more obscure. When taking a look at this version of the image, the word liars can be seen in the top left corner. This could have been edited by the writer of the creepypasta to accommodate for Jimmy saying liars in the end of the story. But this is not the case. When you do an image back search, you get taken to a Spotify link titled "We Fenced Other Gardens with the Bones of Our Own." This is a song from the band Liars and dates all the way back to 2004. This is the oldest version of the image we have yet to see, but it doesn't end here. If you search the song on YouTube, you can find a 7-minute long music video uploaded by user Venice Lockjaw. The music video is very strange and features footage of the snowy woods. There are 3 characters walking through the woods together, all of which have animal face paint on. They are then killed by a laser beam, and a mirage of strange imagery begins to play. Specifically at 3.5 minutes
And we
in,
know how
we see this
or
footage,
what.
which is strikingly similar to the album cover that has come to terrify us all. And while this still frame is not replicated in the video, I think it's safe to assume that this photograph was taken of this man during the same day.